toss-up for me between Denmark and USA.
Yo, hello everyone.
I went
What's
for
up?
USA
Good
only because
afternoon
the
and
fact they
welcome
came
back to
second
another
twice, they finished the day
watch
strong.
party stream.
And you and I saw the players, they were not happy about how yesterday went. And they are really focusing on just turning the corner and coming back today and trying to close that gap.
Yeah, you could say shams. There were little shambles at the end, but they did clean it up. And more importantly, the reason I put faith in them is just the fact that they have Gunnar as their coach. They're very serious when they go back to VOD reviews. And so, yeah, it's a no-brainer. But Denmark, Thailand just so strong as well. They could just as well, you know?
Yeah, and that's not a knock on the coach of Denmark. You and I are massive fans of Avenger as well, but...
Who? That's right, Mark. Yeah,
that guy. But we also asked some of the viewers who they thought would be in the top spot of after today between these teams, and no surprise, right? Thailand have a huge following to see them up there. USA, though, 34% of the fans, again, that's no surprise to me. I think I'm a little bit upset. I thought Brazil would get more votes because they won a map yesterday, and when Brazil are good, they're very good.
Yeah, I mean, Brazil, again, they have a lot of work to do today. Sparking, again, was phenomenal, so it really just comes down to them making sure that they're all firing on all cylinders and they can kind of help Sparking with that effort, because that team is strong, but we need to see more from them for sure.
And next we move on to the Fantasy League. You can take part. Just make sure to go to twire.gg and select your team. You've got a massive budget of $100,000. I spoke to Paper yesterday. You can build almost whatever team you want with the budget being that high.
Yep.
One player from each team. You can guess which caster forgot to hit save on their team earlier today and did not get their picks in. But then finally, you got to choose your bench player. I tried to start something yesterday. I wanted everybody watching to pick Martin because all the teams are playing with their starting lineup. So let's see if we can get Martin as the most picked player on rosters at this event.
That'd be pretty sweet. I mean, I also want to point out that Sol was 17,000, I think, which is just
bargain.
That's beyond a bargain. That's crazy that he was that cheap. So I doubt he. In fact, I know he wasn't that cheap coming into today. So we'll see. Yeah, the fantasy has been a blast to play, but not only just play for fun. Obviously, you want to play for the ability to win not only G-Coin but prizes as well. There's some amazing mice. I believe that's the Viper V4 Pro. So that's a catch, if you will, and then second, fifth, you get 5,000 G-Coin, and it goes out all the way to 300. So even if you're in the top 300, you get at least 500 G-Coin.
Then you can use that G-Coin, of course, to support the players. Obviously, you can buy your favorite nation's helmet. That will help the crowdfunding pool, or you can even buy the Expendables bundle that came out to celebrate our PGC champions.
Exactly. There's a lot of things you can do to support, but make sure you absolutely play. And so, yeah, coming into today, I want to know, since you were casting yesterday, do you think we're going to see the same speed of these teams kind of going at one another, or do you think because they went back and they actually watched the VODs that they might slow things down, maybe opt to not go for some of those hot drops?
If I was VOD reviewing yesterday's action, the first thing I'd be doing was pointing out which teams were taking the most advantage of the recall systems and fighting early, because we're starting to see a situation where a lot of teams are playing close to them or on top of them, because they know they can get more aggro, they can bring players back. So
yeah, Vicky bro, what's up?
Targeting specific rotations. The big thing for me, though, in the VOD will be if I'm Australia, if I'm UK, if I'm Brazil, I'm going to stop trying to crash the same compound and ruin each other's games, because it happened 2 games in a row yesterday, but in reverse order.
Yeah, and we saw specifically in Miramar, some of the compounds, specifically the one north of San Martin, at one point fielded like 4 teams, and no one was willing to back off, and I think it was Thailand that kind of got the best of that fight. So it's, yeah, today is going to be, like I said, just uncontrolled violence. There's been so many teams that are willing to crash, and then the third partying, because of the caliber of teams in this lobby, has been pretty much constant. The second you get in a gunfight, you have to expect someone's going to peek over a ridge or straight up just go for your knocks as soon as you show any sign of kill feed.
मैं आपको WhatsApp group में डाल देगा.
There are a bunch of co-streamers streaming this event as well. If you want to pop into their communities or see what they have to say about today's action, there are way too many to list out and name them all. But just keep an eye on the bottom of your screen. We've got some fantastic people in there. I see Danik D in there, one of the European streamers. You know, I think we see some pro players in that list as well. And there's a couple of folks from basically all around the world. No matter what language you speak naturally, there's basically a co-streamer for that.
Yep, we definitely want to shout them out. Again, watching with us is great, but if you have someone who loves to create content for PUBG, you can watch with them as well, and I think that's awesome.
Yeah, so make sure to tune in and show them some love as well. But I can promise you the action here will be just as good, where you can get your drops. Remember, we saw it on the bottom of the screen earlier. Link your account, get your drops, get yourself some free stuff inside the game as well.
Yeah, the merch inside the game, we've talked about the skins. You know, you get the G coin from going for those fantasy league points. You maybe get lucky, upgraded progressive once. So it could be something.
Fantasy league में आपको 100% G coin मिलने के chances हैं. But यहाँ पे आपको किस्मत के भरोसे रहना पड़ता है.
Maybe purchase the Espadance and do it alongside the band tomorrow. Well, they'll be opening up the show for us, which I'm sure will be a bunch of fun.
Yeah, it is. Tomorrow is going to be. It's going to be a madhouse in here in the best way. So looking forward to that as well. But yeah, so predictions for today. I think Vietnam's not going to slow down.
You don't think so?
Regardless of me stealing one of their bananas.
They have had bad days in the past, though. You know, we know, I think, was it last year, their day one? Or maybe it was the year before, they did not have a great day one at all compared to historically. But you might have to go to even more drastic measures. Maybe tamper with the AC for them a little bit, you know. Maybe let the air out of the bus to make sure they don't get here on time. But we have a little sketch with some of the players. Let's see what
Chintu. Kepintu. अरे भाई
bọn mình luôn luôn cho top 4 mà. Bây giờ chỉ còn vô địch nữa thôi. Lần trước không có tôi, bây giờ có tôi, anh em chạy vô địch được thôi. Lụm. Ok đi thôi. Làm cái đi. 1, 2, 3.
Listen up. We have got 2 goals to this PNC. First,
inside train. अरे व्हाट्सएप में क्या बात हो रहा था तुम लोग का? अरे फोन में चार्ज नहीं है.
And second, we need to get a Aespa's autograph.
Okay.
लूना से रिलेटेड कुछ तो हुआ था वो चीज़.
Yeah, let's go. Okay. 중국 대표팀은 일단 최근 스크림에서 느꼈을 때 4명 다 자신감 있는 플레이를 하는 것 같고 4명 다 엄청 공격적인 것 같아요.
我觉得韩国队我打法什么的都很完整嘛，然后打得也很好，但是这一次冠军该是我们了。
뭐라는 거예요? 한국 음식이 입에 안 맞나? 말 실수하네. 3등까지 줄 수 있다. 3등에 올려.
No.
중3 딱.
अंदर का माल.
What's up, buddy? How you doing, man? Fantastic. Nice. You need a new jersey, bro. What's that supposed to mean?
Be careful.
It's not looking good on you.
It is what it is.
Yikes. You know, it kind of sucks to not be on the same team.
बारिश बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया by the way. Inside train वाला अभी देख रहा हूँ.
Last year, but you know, I'll lift that trophy for you this year, mate.
मेरे इधर भी जो रिवर है ना, घर के बाजू वाला, एकदम रोड तक पानी का आ गया है. मतलब ऐसा नहीं होता कभी. मैंने लग रहा है अगले साल भाई रोड धंस जाएगा. ऐसे अगर रहा तो.
We're the real deal this year, trust. You say that every year, man.
Inside train? तू ट्रेन में है क्या?
You gotta figure your stuff out.
अरे बाबा, टाइम वो दिन आ गया क्या?
Korea's three-peat will be no longer. They will not win.
Yeah, I don't think this year's for Korea either.
We will make sure they will not win.
I'm down.
Guaranteed. Let's go.
साला प्लानिंग कर रहा दोनों.
Chúng tôi đã có nhiều lỗi đáng tiếc. ก็ PNC ครั้งที่แล้วผมรู้สึกว่าพวกเราพลาดไปหลายจุดครับผมรู้สึกว่าพวกเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับ
希望这次可以让我们没有遗憾吧。最后站在舞台上的一定是我们中国人。
Vamos competir com muita paixão e dedicação.
Và chúng tôi đã chuẩn bị rất nhiều. Và lần này chúng tôi xứng đáng giành được chức vô địch.
One year has passed and we're back in Seoul. And this time we'll make sure to defeat Team Korea.
And we'll show you what a powerhouse Team Australia can be. Please look forward to the birth of a new champion.
Powerhouse team कल देखा था.
Esperen que nuestro equipo sea muy fuerte este torneo.
Survivor stage itu sama saja ibaratnya kita main scrim biasa.
think the real games are beginning now.
Team Norway will make sure to take the trophy.
Esta vez vamos a vencer a Corea.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 간단하게 인터뷰 하나 진행하겠습니다.
아, 네.
팬분들한테 한마디 부탁드립니다.
저희 이번 팬시 되게 준비 열심히 많이 했고 잘 되고 있어서 좀 기대하시면서 많이 지켜봐 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
그러면 이제 한국을 견제하는 팀들한테 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
한마디요? 요즘 공공의 적이더라고요, 아주. 모든 팀들이 저희를 노리고 있던데 지난 2년간 어디가 우승했는지 잘 아시죠? 뺏을 테면 뺏어보세요.
That is a bold statement from Mr. Seoul and Team Korea, but he is absolutely right. They are the back-to-back champs, so you really cannot take that away from them as we get ready here to finally set into the first game of the day, match 7 of the finals.
Yeah, match 7 is going to start, and one thing he did say is everyone's got a target on, or the target on their backs.
Yeah.
But he's not wrong. What, 4 different teams that were interviewed all referenced stopping Korea.
That is true.
It goes to show the amount of respect that these teams have for this nation, and honestly, at this moment in time, second place after day 1, they're going to take that, and they know. I think this is a team that, yes, they're brilliant at leading from the front, but they love chasing a team down as well, and they're going to haunt Vietnam.
Yeah, they are going to chase down Vietnam, I'm sure. That team is strong, but it's finally time to get started. The first game of the day of match 7 will be, of course, on Miramar.
Cannot wait to get stuck into this map. It was bedlam yesterday with that crazy
चलो let's go guys.
between
आप लोगों को पता है क्या करना है? Make sure
Germany,
to like the stream,
Brazil,
जो stream देख रहे हैं.
and Vietnam.
Stream को like
It's
करो
going to
guys.
be even more fun today, I bet. Flight path though is going to kick us off, going from the northwest just down to the very eastern side of the map. Yesterday, Germany would always drop early. They went to their alt drop quite a lot. They didn't want a hot drop with Thailand like they intended and water treatment. I'll be curious if they'll be the last team off the plane this way and stride a long drop down to Puerto.
Yeah, we'll see if they go for that again. Now remember, this plane is cutting off a pretty significant portion of the south. If you're a Chuma team, if you're a Monte team, if you're a Leones team, or anything in that area, you're going to have to stretch farther, which means less time for you to lose. More of a rotation that you have
Let's
to
go,
contest with other
Himas.
teams. So we'll see if the teams are going to opt for that, or if they're just going to go for an alt
Himas kill karna
like we saw Germany. Specifically with them, they just did not want to deal with any of the hot drops.
And I was speaking to some of the European players, and their exact words were, if you hot drop Germany, you hot drop them, they're going to back off. They don't want to fight in the early game. And it's something that you tend to see with Germany whenever they're playing well, is they survive into the late game. You know, they might not get a bunch of points in the first
Hello,
10
Matre bro, क्या हाल है?
Yeah,
Guys, जो भी stream में जुड़ रहा है,
no
make sure
problem
to
with
like
that
the stream.
strategy at all. As we do see them getting very close there to Team UK. They actually, Chris is right on top of VAR right
ये
there.
क्या है?
Yeah, I think that UK though, they'll drop
move
inside
कर रहे
of
कि उतर
Pala,
रहे?
and
अच्छा,
we'll see
उतर रहे हैं
Germany stretch all the way down to Puerto Parezo. If your Team UK though, and the circle does eventually pop north, or even that circle
north
out,
में बन गया.
you have the opportunity to potentially gatekeep those entry points for Germany, but in the past, we've seen them go way west and up north and come in that section of the map.
Not quite sure that's what they're going to plan to do here, especially with the circle as well as the plane path and how contested that west coast is going to be. Really, my eyes are drawn to Argentina. They have such a big control point of the circle currently, so where are they going to choose to play? You can see Capitan currently looting and Cruz de Valle, but yeah, and this often becomes the most difficult part about getting circle one pop if you're dead center, if you have such a commanding position like this. Norway is also in that, but you know what, we'll get to my point in a second as we head to an interview really quick.
Hello mọi người, mình là Himas. Mình đến từ đội tuyển Việt Nam. Mặc dù chúng tôi đã có những lỗi lầm đáng tiếc, nhưng mà năm nay sẽ khác. Dù chúng tôi đối đầu với những đội nào thì chúng tôi cũng tự tin. Tại vì những con người Việt Nam không có dở, nên là số 4 là chuyện bình thường thôi. Bọn mình đã chuẩn bị rất kỹ, và nếu gặp Hàn Quốc ở trong game thì bọn mình sẽ đánh bại họ. Mặc dù đây là một trận chiến khó khăn,
Nhưng mà lần này chúng tôi sẽ đánh bại Hàn Quốc. Mục tiêu của mình tại giải đấu lần này chỉ là vô địch thôi ạ. Và mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức. Chúng tôi sẽ tạo ra một nhà vô địch mới.
Another name drop of Korea again as a team looks to take it off them. But I actually love Himas. He's such a nice guy. He's so soft-spoken.
Out of game.
Yeah.
You have to correct yourself. He's a nice guy out of game.
Yeah, but he is a menace inside the server.
He's a monster. He's a monster inside the server. But yeah, and I also love the confidence and how pretty much everything has come to play out. Korea said, you heard Seoul say, you know what, everyone's going to come for us, but don't forget who we are. We're still going to get up there, and we're still going to make sure that we're going to get in the top 3. And China's going to get 3rd place. And that's actually exactly what happened. And then you heard him say, you know what, we're going to take the fight to Korea, and we're going to dethrone them. They're currently sitting in 1st place. So the confidence of these players is absolutely astounding. But back to what I was saying, Argentina has
बहुत जल्दी रोटेट करते हैं. हमारी टीम बहुत स्लो रोटेट कर रही थी. मैंने ये रियलाइज किया.
Because you have such a plethora of options, and you don't want to choose wrong. So that's why we see so many teams often go for these early game splits.
Yeah, and it looks like they are moving right on top of the section just above Ribo and dead center of the circle that they're going to share it with Norway. As we watch Thailand rotating in, Poland, who had an interesting Miramar to say the least yesterday. They're going to get shot at by Calbs from the Philippines as they rotate inside the circle, all the way up on the northern section. And the curious thing about this time was, remember it was Norway.
दो टायर निकाला, दो टायर.
I love this play from the Philippines. They have spread themselves thin on the north side to make sure that they can punish and dictate these rotations. And the first team to get caught in that is going to be Poland.
Yeah, and they're going to hunt down Pufa now, who's going to be prone and crouched outside the wall. Algin Bots with a little bit of damage dealt this time around, but he really needs some support from up on top of the hill. Magsters and Cappy need to push and get that knock. Now Cappy gets a really good angle, and Cappy will find that knock.
Nice.
Fluky from Thailand.
पहला knock तो Cappy ने निकाल लिया भाई.
But first blood has been drawn, and it's Poland and Philippines are locking in that fight. Pufa, well, he's got a fight with Tentra. Remember, this was a fight that happened multiple times yesterday. Philippines and Poland, and Poland were way too passive at times in those fights.
Yeah, I like that Poland has taken a much more aggressive stance here. They've actually stopped off. It could have potentially gone off, but that nade from Tentrip is going to find Cappy. And so it's now down to a 3-on-3, but the time is ticking. But that storm will come in.
क्या मारा रे मार्सलिक को उसने.
Tentrip will get Marslick and Pufax.
This is insane. Tentrip and CJ are so good as Tentrip will start closing the gap with the sandstorm, but Magsters will
nice. ये बढ़िया है.
Poland give themselves a fighting chance.
Poland निकला. अरे
नहीं. Will be the first team to fall. CJ and Tentrip combining to wipe them out.
Yeah, but Thailand is coming forth. They heard the shots. They had a scout up there with Fluky looking, and now they've sent Kiss and Jacob forward to try to see if there's anything to clean up. But because that happened so quickly, the Philippines have recovered.
Yeah, and elsewhere, Korea are starting to surround Denmark as well. Essentially, a 2-2 fight with Salute looking up over the high ground, but now Jacob will stand and wait. And you will see Algin Bots go prone behind them, but by popping the tires, you give yourself a chance. But good shot from CJ.
Guys,
and look, Jacob's been in this situation where he smokes off that angle, can't quite get the.
एक भाग गया फिलिपिन का एक बंदा भाग गया.
The Philippines really weak. The question is, will they push this, or do they just rotate and fall back?
And they don't need to. I think this is perfect. I love this play from Thailand. They sent 2 forward. They checked to see if there was anything that they could get off that. Once they realized there wasn't, they backed off. There was no reason to overcommit on a fully 4-strong team right there, and they still had Fluky and Rossiter in positions as anchors. So again, just fantastic decision-making from the team of Thailand.
Yeah, Beamy's almost
रेलिंग ऊपर है.
pounded and corralled.
अब डेनमार्क का फाइट बहुत अच्छा है, स्ट्रांग है, बट उनका थोड़ा सा रोटेशन में गड़बड़ जाता है. बाकी फाइट बहुत अच्छा डेनमार्क का. आई होप कुछ अच्छा देखने को मिलेगा.
To bring Salute around this side, so Denmark have to be so careful, and I think that Korea are playing this really well. They're not taking too much of a risk. But they're just fishing, right? They're just fishing to see if they can get someone from Denmark to overpeak.
Yeah, but speaking of fishing, you're going to have Delwyn here just kind of cresting over this ridge to see what he can find as they are scouting forward. He is the tip of the spear currently for Vietnam, and that's a hell of a player to have at the tip.
इंडिया नहीं खेल रहा आज. और आज ब्रो इंडिया आउट हो गया ना.
Indonesia. Look at them.
Day 1 Day 2 जो था वो सर्वाइवर स्टेज था, उसमें इंडिया आउट हो गया.
Pick up, and for them, they have a lot of options on the east, but I will say the west and the center of this circle are very heavily contested. Pretty much everyone is inside of the circle except for USA.
Yeah, and they'll come into the north section. You know, that whole area around is pretty clear right now.
Bhai, सीधा U-turn गाड़ी देखा?
Chinese Taipei, who played, I'll say they played a bit more aggressively than we saw in the survival stage yesterday. They picked up a bunch of kills. They weren't as present in the late game though because of it, and I feel like they're going to look. It's Leo's farewell tour. He wants to have as good an event as he possibly can. And speaking to them last night, obviously through the translator because their English isn't great, they're relaxed. They're not, you know, I wouldn't say they're overly confident, but these players that've been in situations like this before at PNC, they're going to want to see if they can start climbing the table on day 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult task though because of, I mean, we can already see how strong this lobby really is. I mean, there really is, we talked about it in the survival stage, there's no room for mistakes as you're going to get punished and punished hard. You can see Brazil currently sitting in a nice split here on the west side. They're going to be just off
South Korea
of Hacienda. You can see Santastico here. Looking for members of Norway, and Indonesia has decided to go far east, and this is actually great. This is where we thought they would go. This is what was the most open.
ना ऑस्ट्रेलिया तो गंदा खेल रही है, कोई टारगेट किसी को नहीं कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे। सामने आओगे तो फाइट तो होगी ना, सब कहाँ टारगेट कर रहे हैं, सब एक दूसरे को टारगेट कर रहे हैं, ये बोलो।
More importantly than that, they should be able to get a few default spawn vehicles as well.
Yes.
The big risk when taking e-pickups is that you don't have the ability to move later on in the game. By moving early and finding the space, they'll be able to do so. Some level 3 gear for Monte though, as Australia look to rectify what was day 1 for them.
Yeah, they're currently in this very awkward position. They're split 2-2, but in between them is the 2-2 split of China. So it's almost like a sandwich between Australia and China here. We'll see how that's going to consolidate. I mean, Australia wanted to actually meet up. They'd have to potentially even go through Brazil. So that's going to be awkward. As we can see 10 Trip now coming back.
Yeah, look, he's going to go north. He's going to join his team. He'll be able to get some loot as well and get back on his feet. I think it's really important for Philippines to keep the likes of 10 Trip inside the game as long as they can because of the ability he has to open up fights for them. But we've got, I would say it's a lot calmer here on Miramar than it was yesterday.
Yes.
And I think that does come down to some VOD review, and I think it comes down to the circle we've been given as well.
Yeah, the circle was, fair, but at this point now it's cut a lot of the southern teams out. You can even see Australia there is going to have to move in. The edge now on the southwest is going
Vietnam,
to be
Denmark.
Brazil. Denmark as well going to be rotating right past Vietnam, and that's a dangerous rotation to make, but it looks like they are going to get out of the danger zone, at least for now. Tanvu in pursuit.
This compound, this gas station they're going in, I know the players will play it a lot. I'm not the biggest fan of it in the world.
Welcome to the stream, guys. जो भी stream में जुड़ रहा है, just a reminder, make sure to like the stream. हमारी stream भी like करो यार.
Because they'll fight with each other first, but it's really hard to get out of there if the circle shifts away. But we have ourselves another 2 members of Denmark.
देखते हैं इंडोनेशिया आज top 4 में जा सकता है क्या?
They kept on moving by. Indonesia will pick up those kills, and it leaves Denmark as just the 2 from this point on, and I don't see any world where they're able to get them back and get a recall station.
Nope, and that's the benefit of their early pickup. They were able to find some good space, take some control, and because of that, they cut off rotations coming in who unfortunately didn't find an air pickup. So great for Indonesia. They're going to pick up 2 off of
Argentina के बंदा देख रहा है वियतनाम में.
Or I should say, not a split anymore. It's really just a duo that's left from Denmark, and they're going to be at that gas station that you were just talking about.
Yeah, they need to just maximize the points they can get as a 2 from this point. Try survive. Argentina getting very close to Vietnam. Danger close, one would say, as Delwyn takes a couple of tags of damage from that MK, but Emmy will fall back into cover, realizing that his position isn't the best in the world for that fight. And not only that, when there's one, there's usually more. So he's going to fall back now, keep the vehicle safe. As we see that Germany rotate, and they're playing right on the edge of this circle, just staying out of trouble, exactly how we anticipated Germany to play.
This is very much an ascend style of play. It does work for them. They're able to get points in the late game. So again, it's not surprising to see that. What really is going to be an issue is for all of these teams on the south. We can almost assume that this is going to go.
अबे zone भी तो लेना है ना, zone भी तो लेना है.
That survival stage when we saw circle
zone भी तो चाहिए.
That's going to cause such a cluster in the middle.
Late में zone पहुंचना बहुत दिक्कत होगा, हर तरफ से पड़ेगा.
Argentina, Indonesia is currently set up there. You still have the duo of Denmark. Australia is also off to the west with Brazil actually just to the south of them, so it's going to be a lot of teams vying for control of space. It's just going to have to come with fights. I mean, there's really no other way to get past that unless you see a team like Germany rotating on the east outside of Azahar.
Yeah, starting to get a little busy here on the south as well with Korea, China, and UK, all within firing range of each other, as China will elect to send X left way out to the very edge of the circle, but Seoul will find that knock on defects. Now looking at the rest of the team, UK should be able to get that res. You fall back, he's in a little dip, you go for it. But I'm looking at it, right? Indonesia in a fantastic position. Vietnam, your lobby leaders, in the center of the circle right now as well. All these teams, teams that you'd want to see in good position to pick up points are in position, but in different ways. Like
इसने स्प्रे मिस किया था ट्रिक ने भाई ये, लेकिन ये वाला स्प्रे ना ट्रिक का बहुत शानदार है.
They're going to be in fights. Yeah, Korea is going to have to fight this one for sure from the south. Unless they opt for a
आज full final नहीं आज full final है, second day final का second day कल है final.
See Seoul take out Fex, right, or at least knock him, so they are aware that that's going to be Team UK. But just behind them is actually going to be China, and look at that shift. We are going all the way to the west.
ओ भाई China कोरिया भिड़ने वाली है.
You've got a lot of ground. I'm happy either way. I like it if they play aggressive and keep it, but I also don't mind if they play a little bit passive and collapse.
Well, I think what's going to happen as well is the teams around them might actually protect them from other teams crashing. Really, their biggest threat right now, I would say, is going to be Denmark's duo or Vietnam for whatever reason, but they're not going to leave that compound. They actually have a great position currently, so they actually might be able to hold that for quite a while, as we now see Korea getting onto the backside of the compound here of Norway.
Yeah, Seoul will try to open things up with a nade, and utility was his.
नहीं यार, नेड पे चल गया हिमान.
Seoul with another brilliant nade. He's been so good with those over the course of the last 2 days. Now 8C, he's going to dance his way around the back of the compound to try get an angle. Norway really need that next knock. But Yumin with a Panzer at the ready here. This is looking really bad for Norway if Yumin can hit that shot.
And the best part about this fight for Korea is it's happening within the circle, so they don't have to rush, but it's going to be BL. He's going to find Highman, so that's 1 kill stolen already from Korea, and now the utility is coming back their way. They are stuck in that long building.
And Sparking has closed the gap as well now with the ball in his hands, but 8C with a good molly will find that knock onto Seoul. Now do Korea go for the res? Guman will continue to wrap around with that Panzer, waiting for the opportunity. The shot from Sparking put him off, and that forced him back into cover.
I think Korea के लिए थोड़ा गड़बड़ हो गई मैच शायद, अभी sure नहीं है.
In this fight at this point in time.
चारों उठ
गए
वैसे.
I can also see that Sparking has taken. I think China have just tried to crash on with a T4.
They did. Yeah. They did, and it was on the side of Australia, and that fight's happening on the southwest. We'll get to that as we're still in this fight. They were able to get up that knock.
Tigleton down.
So Korea is back up to 4. Meanwhile, on the distance, it's China just devastating the team of Australia.
Yeah, hopping on the angle now though. Brazil have.
भाई दिखा नहीं रहे हैं उधर वाला फाइट. अबे इधर कुछ हो नहीं रहा, उधर तो दिखाओ थोड़ा सा. दिखाना जरूरी है तुमको तुम्हारा home team. भाई मॉन्टी भी गया.
Human with another
Australia knocked out.
Look at this. Now UK and T-Bone want to see what's going on as they're starting to look over the fight between Korea and Norway, and China has just cleaned up Australia, and you can see the disappointment on those boys' faces. As Korea now look at Norway, they're pushing the pace. AT's going to fall to rating though, and they are going back and forth, but again, they have to be careful of the teams trying a third party.
Yeah, they're doing damage onto Korea, but not enough to get the knocks, and Korea don't miss. 3v2.
नहीं दिखाया. भाई शानदार knock.
From the window.
दो knock.
On the other side though is it's really just mutually assured destruction, but it's all down to a 10. He's dancing around, but Korea will
भाई public क्या चिल्ला रही है Koreans कैसे चिल्ला रहे उधर.
They've won that fight, but now they got to focus forward because the zone shifted away.
Yeah,
अरे भाई Brazil था उधर help करने के लिए.
Decided to let off the gas on that fight just because of the circle. So even though Korea did win, their consolation prize is a rough rotation into the southern edge of the circle. We can now see Germany as well starting to make their entry into the circle on the east side.
Setsuna and Simoy combining to wipe out CJ as Indonesia.
चलो Setsuna कुछ अच्छा kill हो जाए.
Philippines just sprinting away, and Kiss will get the knock onto Algin bots. Is there any player in PUBG this year whose star has risen quicker than Kiss for China?
Bye, 1 HP.
phenomenal even on his team of Forest Gaming. He's now representing his country and he's doing it with pride as Philippines will fall to 13th place. Now it's Chinese Taipei trying to hold out China.
Yeah, China rotating through.
अरे बहुत ज़्यादा biased है भाई ये लोग. दिखाया ही नहीं उधर मतलब इधर शांति से बैठे हैं तब भी नहीं दिखाया उधर.
Will move on by, so Chinese Taipei not getting a knock onto China, but Xavier might get the opportunity, but USA will find that one from afar. So USA not too far away. Look, USA guarding that recall system.
I absolutely love it. I'm so glad you mentioned that. They are fighting around that system, making sure nobody else will not only get the res, but that's actually such a strong position in the circle on that west side, divided by the road. They have all the high ground there to work with. This is phenomenal for USA.
Yeah, they should be able to flush out Xavier now too, but Korea and UK within touching distance. Once more will just delete Vard. He will crawl back towards Michael. Michael will stay on his feet in the fight until T-Bone can get in position to provide some cover. Or else, no, he's going to pick him up. He's going to put him in the back of the truck maybe and fall back. And interestingly enough, Korea not getting aggressive on that knock. They're using it to reposition and get into a better position for the fight a little bit later on.
Yeah, because what waits ahead for them if they are able to get rid of UK is going to be Vietnam, as they are right next to Fex. He's the only one in the circle as the other three members are trying to recover here. Leo's going to find Axlev in the distance, and Kickstart is going to find a nade knock on to Maurush.
Oh, bhai, Chai ne kya knock kiya hai?
Yeah, quick double tap there from Leo. Gets the knock on to Alo with Shrimzy. We'll do a little bit more damage. Still inside the shack. No BZs there to help him out as Brazil bring the fight. BL.
Bhai, तीन बंदे 1 minute से.
Steps up, gets the knock on to Vard, and Vietnam now bringing the pressure to Team UK. Michael took a ton of damage. Nida, Fex, but even more good nades. Tan gets another knock in the
Come on, let's go Vietnam.
UK is in so much trouble. The last member is going to be T-Bone. He stretched out to fight Korea to make sure they weren't able to third party this, but it doesn't even matter, as Vietnam is going to clean up what's left of the UK. It's just down to T-Bone. He will fall as well.
Killfit देखो China क्या मार रही है बे? नहीं Vietnam मार रही है तो. अबे वियतनाम मारे जा रहा भाई.
They can bring the fight to Korea now as the closest rival.
कोरियन का किसी को नॉक किया वियतनाम वालों ने. Kill. 2 बंदे वियतनाम. कोरिया के 2 बंदे मार दिए वियतनाम वालों ने.
Argentina have extended out towards Korea now as well.
I think Koreans के लिए थोड़ा tough हो गया big game.
Aggressive as possible. They need these points and they need to get rid of Korea and
इनकी मिनी हमारी मिनी से अलग कैसे? क्या अलग है?
But that is a tall order, as these are the lobby leaders currently.
Xavier gets a knock onto Alo as well as Chinese Taipei doing serious damage onto the USA.
Very serious.
Three members down now. They're trying to get a res, but Chinese Taipei fighting back. Argentina will have to go up against 2 members of Korea now. Rival will get the knock on Salute. It's just 1 player standing. Yumin, the man of the tournament yesterday. Let's see if he can wrap around and get a brilliant straight transfer. DraftKings shuts him down and Korea fall in 10th place.
Well done by Argentina, but again, they have to deal with Vietnam. And
Argentina वालों को 2 kill मिला ना यहाँ पे.
That ripped apart the USA.
Vietnam 6 kill, Korean 4 kill, USA out.
And Leo,
Chinese Taipei ने उड़ा दिया.
And a spray comes from Capitan.
Delvin down.
He will find Delwin.
The retirement tour continues for Leo as they wipe out USA, but China are now focused that way as Leo will fall. But Argentina, they get the knock, they get a flush onto Vietnam, and now they're going to put more pressure. Well, actually,
5 kill, Axlev के 5 kill हो गए भाई. ये बंदा अकेले ही काफी है भाई.
Something to note, the duo of Denmark is still alive. It's Beanie and Keter. They managed to slip all the chaos and find themselves some placement points here. As you can see, Zhao and Axlev are the last 2 remaining for China, and they have a decent position.
मैं तो भाई इसी में बोल्ट चलाता हूँ क्योंकि पिंग मेरा 80-90 रहता है. जर्मनी के 2 बंदे कैंप के अंदर. इनको मालूम है. Oh shit. They knows. They knows. भाई Axlev के 6 kill.
You said it yourself. He has been absolutely exquisite in this event so far.
Germany out.
And that's not
इंडोनेशिया भी मार रहा है. इसमें 6 kill कर दिया इंडोनेशिया. कल खेल नहीं पा रहा था इंडोनेशिया. आज मार रहा है. पहला
2 players inside the circle. Sololzi.
China 11 kills already with 2 players.
Getting in, but heavy pressure. Look at that, Indonesia with another knock and putting loads of pressure onto your lobby leader. So Vietnam just 2 players long as we have a look at this nade from Zhao Wu. Great damage found with the nade.
ओए क्या देख लिया मैं?
That is absolutely disgusting, but I expect nothing less from Xiaowu.
He's insane.
भाई 3 बंदे फेल दिया शाहू ने उधर.
Argentina, 4 players up for them. Thailand and Indonesia the same. Everyone.
Oh my goodness.
वियतनाम का एक बंदा बाकी.
This is such a big opportunity for them though, Gibson. They cannot squander this. It's very rare in a lobby like this, you're given position like this, and they worked for it, don't get me wrong, but they have to make sure that they are picking up and cleaning these kills, and they do not get backstabbed, more importantly, by China.
Yeah, and Eddie, he's the player that's leaving an eye on China to watch that rotate in. Everyone else full focus. Vietnam are loving this as well, because Argentina are putting long-range pressure on. As Simoy got knocked in Thailand. Look like they're pushing up to that, but Jacob, one good nade. Now you see it being thrown into the distance. Is he going to find a couple of knocks? He gets another knock onto Simoy. And Thailand, you got to push aggressive. There we go. Look, 2 members from Indonesia have fallen. And all these little fights are playing into the hands of the likes of Argentina, Denmark, and Vietnam, because Indonesia were 4 strong.
Yeah, and I mean, this is even an opportunity for Vietnam to flex out if they realize too many members are not watching their edge. They can actually hold out Indonesia.
Guys, like नहीं हो रहे यार stream को क्या कर रहे हो यार?
But it is an option.
like हो रहा है इधर update नहीं हो रहा है
really
मैं
the
देखता
closest one in the circle now for Indonesia, as Thailand do have a corner of their compound still in. So I imagine they're going to take this northern ridge and start to really enact their control from there.
Yeah, and that's exactly right on cue. Rossiter has taken up that position, stepping in as IGL savior from Chinese Taipei, looking to get some revenge onto China, getting X left down to 1 HP.
भाई दोनों 1-1 HP का बचे.
Will get China really low now, but Savior
वो knock कर देता ना X left को, फिर उठ नहीं पाता वो.
नहीं रहे से चुना डाउन हो
गया.
They needed to start picking up some kills from this position and cleaning them up. That's exactly what DraftKings is doing.
Yeah, wonderful stuff, but they still have a lot of work ahead of them. They still have a full team of Thailand on the opposite side of the circle. They need to get rid of Vietnam first, maybe with the help of Indonesia, and then take the fight to Indonesia. And then they'll worry about BME and Denmark and China.
Yeah, China now
Zhao
into the circle to both players, just 1 shot away from falling as Xiaowu. He was just centimeters from safety as Chinese Taipei will fall to the blue. And X left, the last player standing. The vehicle's been completely immobilized, and so is X left. China are going to fall as Thailand pick up a couple more kills. 5 teams left alive. Argentina, the only team alongside Thailand with
4 बंदे हैं. अर्जेंटीना के 4 बंदे हैं.
Staying out of trouble.
And we're just waiting to see what the circle does at this point. You can see Argentina are holding their ground strong. BME maybe coming over to take a peek and see what's happening. He does see him. He's going to take some shots, but he's not going to find the mark. Meanwhile, it's going to be Thailand now that are starting to move
Vietnam
and flex
again in top
4. As you can see, Denmark has
Thailand,
been
Argentina का ज़्यादा वो है.
I love this. The 2 teams that are 4 strong are on opposite sides of the circle as Kiss will pick up Trick. Another kill on the board, and that leaves just Teddy left standing for Indonesia. Vietnam just getting more and more points. 93 for them now. Teddy's feet are exposed, but
कहाँ से किधर मारते रहते कहीं और से गोली पड़ जाता.
At least for now, from getting that kill, because Argentina want to get that one of their own. 567 damage for Capitan as things stand, and look at that circle shift.
Yeah, the problem though is even though they are 4 alive, they have to deal with the shack that Vietnam has, and you can see that there's a window they can see out of. If that's not adequately covered, you can even see a deployable cover in there. If that's not covered,
दोनों एक ही शक के अंदर है क्या?
down for Argentina because it's
Vietnam वाले दुबक के बैठ गए भाई. किल हो गया, थोड़ा बैठते हैं.
And that's such a hard position to push, right? Because if you try to take Vietnam out by crashing that spot, Thailand or Argentina are going to put pressure on.
It's perfect for Vietnam.
It's so good. Like, you have to get
Luckily Vietnam circle में अभी.
Zones, but you're not going to with the other 2 teams, because the second you close that gap, the other team is going to get the angle. But look at Rossiter Jr. He's creeping in. He's making sure Thailand have a safe position inside the circle, and Argentina need to find some way to do the same.
See what they decide to do, and you can see there's indecision here. They're trying to figure out what their path inside the circle is going to be. Their edge that they have is just way too open for them to get anything off of it. So this is going to have to be a play where they maybe stretch out off of a knock. But I love this position as well from Jacob and Fluky. They're making sure that if there was a Western wrap, it gets floated with the C4. And here comes DraftKings. Is he going to go straight for the shack? It looks like he is. And is he going to make it there? He will. That's That's a suicide mission, but it's good enough. If he can just get the knock and a taboo, and he does! He gets them both!
Oh, I think Kiss actually got one onto Himas, but great from Argentina. But now it's a 3 versus 3.
अर्जेंटीना ने अपने पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी मार दिया चिकन डिनर. ठीक है, 2 किल तो मिले उन्हें. अच्छी बात वो है.
Now Argentina, yes, they lost a player, but look what they've just secured for themselves. And I think Capitan's going to try to get a
crate. You know what? That was worth DraftKings' life. Sure enough, they get the position, but they're not out of it yet. This is a 3-on-4, and now you can see that Thailand have made it inside the circle. They now have room to play with Fluky and Jacob.
Good move by Argentina.
Capitan, though, his position's going to be known. He made a lot of noise moving here, but he's got the benefit now of a fresh 3 vest, a fresh 3 helm, and a Groza, which absolutely shreds players. Thailand staying pretty close together. Emmy up on the high ground. Roston trying to keep the smoke down to make sure that Emmy cannot get that angle in the late game. But Ribo, he's the insurance plan for Argentina as things stand.
110%. You can see Argentina with 7 kills now. This would be a huge
बहुत ज़्यादा chances है अर्जेंटीना का.
with a win. Picking up all these
अगर गलती नहीं किया तो अगर ये नॉक निकाल दिया ना.
And look at this, Rosted is wrapping around. They know that Capitan's got the angle.
1 HP. Ah, nice.
And finds the knock. 3 versus 3 now. Emmy is temporary.
Second knock.
Capitan once more will find Fluky as Argentina are bringing the fight to Thailand. But Rosted, this is the fight right here. This is the big one. Emmy spots him out.
That's huge. That's going to be communicated.
Kiss
but it
last
doesn't even need to be because Emmy will find Rosted Jr. as well. And what a play off of the C4. It is now 3v1 for the team of Argentina.
And they know where Kiss is, but Kiss is one deadly demon on the server. He gets the knock onto Capitan, damages Ribo, and he's going to try to secure as many points as he can for Thailand. He's going to believe he can still win this, but you got to pick up as many points as you can just in case you don't get over the line. This nade could be the big one here as he tosses it up over towards Ribo. But he heard it. Ribo's going to confirm out another kill, as does Emmy. And this 2v1, though, you still can't rule out Kiss.
Yeah, great job getting those kills secured now. Is Ribo going to go for Capitan? That's the question. Emmy, with the possibility to cover, you can see Kiss now. He wants to make sure he denies this res, but there's just not much he can do. As you can see, more cover falling from the sky.
Yeah, he's pinned, right? The blue zone's going to be at his back in a few seconds. He's got to step in a little further. Emmy is preventing him from getting close enough to do any real damage of note. So for Kiss, look, we all know that in reality, Argentina should win this game. And I like the way Argentina now, they've got all 3 players back on their feet. They're all holding different angles. There should be no way that Kiss gets out of this position.
The only way Kiss wins this is if Argentina messes up and they give him 3 isolated 1v1s. Otherwise, this should be them closing out. They have center dot, they have everything, but a spray from Kiss! That could ruin it, and a headshot will land on the Argentina will shut them down and take a much-needed victory in match number 7. What a hell of a game to start the day off.
And how good was that from Emmy on the southern side of the circle, but on the high ground. The amount of times that you saw someone from Thailand trying to push Capitan, but Emmy got the angle. And even if Emmy didn't get the knock, he still got eyes on and was able to tell Capitan pressure was coming.
That, man, I can only imagine how the players feel. I need a break after that one. What an absolutely incredible game. It slowed down at the start. As you said, it wasn't as breakneck as we saw in the previous day on the starting day of this line. That makes sense, right? These teams went back. They were able to look at the bot and say, hey, this is going too fast, or hey, this mistake here, we got to fix this. And so you can see that measured approach. But
यार C4 ऊपर था लेकिन यार
once we got to the end game, it was
C4 यार वियतनाम वालों को छोड़ दिया. मेरा
man, what an absolute
मैं चाहता हूँ कि वियतनाम जीते यार. मैंने वोट दे रखा है वियतनाम वालों को.
Even more importantly than that, for those of you who like the history of PNC, that brings Argentina back level with Brazil for the most chicken dinners in PNC history. And that alone between those two nations is a fight in and of itself.
I also just, man, I mean, this fight, we didn't really get to see what happened between them and Australia. Because they kind of got Australia over. What was truly incredible was the fact that China went from one team to another. They were able to get the double.
अरे बिंगो भाई, बिंगो से ज़्यादा मैंने रिवॉर्ड कलेक्ट नहीं किया यार.
They eventually did fall.
Yeah, and honestly, I think for some other teams, that's not the way they wanted their day to start. You know, Team UK, USA, Korea did manage to find a couple of kills, but Vietnam still extended that lead at the top. And I don't know if you just heard it through your headset, but I looked up. In front of us, we've got a block of China fans, a block of Vietnam fans, reward. And then the rest of the arena, apart from two tiny pockets of Norway and USA fans, are screaming on the home team.
Yeah, this is an absolutely incredible crowd. I wish you guys were here to experience this watching at home, but the love for the game here and the fans that have come out, it's truly special, and it's why we love this game so much.
I spoke earlier with some of the UK players about yesterday.
कितने बजे अनाउंस होता है?
They know when Korea gets a circle because they can feel the stage shaking.
हमने तो नहीं किया ये. करेगा अभी कर पा सकते हैं.
Like hit by a grenade because it's so loud you can't hear anything else around you. But I mean that's just how much they love their players here, man. It's great.
It's really good though. Like again for Argentina, that was a brilliant start. And you know, you and I, we know these players really well. Capitan, he's so pumped to be here playing alongside one of his best friends at MA. It's really, really good for them. Let's have a look though at our top four from that game. Argentina, of course, 11 kills, 11 for China as well. But most importantly, Vietnam, 7 kills. They didn't get the win, but they're still picking up points.
They didn't get the win, but they still got 7 kills on top of getting placement points, right? Like they were in the top 4, and that is just so difficult. If you are in the chase, if you are, let's say, Korea or even China, who did very well this game, you need Vietnam to slow down. And so far, I mean, we say it's only been one game, but they're not slowing down because they've extended that lead even more, which makes it devastating for the teams that are trying to catch up. So Vietnam, if they can't be stopped, they might run away with it, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, I just looked at the utility usage from Argentina as well. Only 4 frags the whole game, but 14 stun grenades and 12 smokes, as Capitan will get man of the match for the side. You know something? Sat beside him watching some of the maps on day 1 when you were casting beside paper. He was so
result कहाँ था सिर्फ बताना?
Because you know he's got 2 lands back to back now. He is feeling so good, and look at those damage numbers.
Yeah, I mean it speaks for himself, and he held such a crucial angle on the north side of that circle against Thailand that pretty much won them that fight. So great job for them. Now looking at the match leaderboard for that match, we can see 21 total points. The side of Argentina, again, that's going to be a massive boon, setting them up the leaderboard. China, 13 points, and it basically came off of kills. It was all kills for them. We saw them fight Brazil again. Australia in the beginning, they were just relentless.
Yeah, only 1 point for Germany, USA, Australia, and Poland, which is not what they would have wanted, especially Germany playing that passive game and trying to get into the late game. But let's have a look at our overall leaderboard now. 95 points for Vietnam through 7 games. Korea, 21 points behind. But importantly for the Chinese fans, they have closed that gap to Korea now as well, as they're hunting down that 2nd spot.
Yeah, and we saw it with what happened to Poland. It was, again, the story of them getting in a fight with the Philippines, and that was all the way on the north side. That was a beautiful trap, by the way, set by the Philippines. They weren't able to get knocks, and then you saw them just start going for tires, and I absolutely love that, and they were able to corner them and recover. So, Philippines, if you're in this lobby, you just have to be very careful, because if they are in your vicinity, you know you're about to fight.
Yeah, we're getting ready now to jump into the 2nd game, and I am really pumped for this one. I wonder, will the tempo be a little bit quicker, a little bit slower, as we see some of the fan signs in the crowd? As I said, it is crazy how many Chinese fans have traveled to this venue as well. They're making themselves known, and as I said, they're right in front of us. Like, I look up, I just see them.
You can see them, they're cheering on their favorite players, but I do want to go back to a point we brought up, and that's Germany. How long are they going to try to play this passive game? Because there's going to come a point where even if they do get to the end game, even if they accrue like maybe 10, 15 points in some of these games, making it there, it's not going to be enough, because the leaderboard is on the left side is vastly climbing far beyond what you can get playing more passively.
And we see teams trying to up the aggression. Again, Chinese Taipei, we were talking about them in the survival stage. One of the most passive teams. They know how to get into the top 8. Yes. You know, they're not going to get 10 kills. They get like 4th place, 1 or 2 kills, and they pick up points that way. But they're playing with more aggression over the course of the stage, and I like it. You know, it's Leo's farewell tour. Let's get something going for him.
Get in there. Get involved, you know? Just get in the mix, and that's exactly what they did. They took we didn't see much of it, but they got rid of USA so quickly there while we were watching the fight between Korea and Vietnam.
Yeah, well, Leo got rid of USA, really. He was
it was just Leo. It wasn't even Chinese Taipei. It was just Leo.
Let's get ready, though, for Miramar for the second time today.
मतलब हम लोग नहीं जीते.
We're jumping in. This will be the last time we see the desert. Which team can take advantage of this desert and dusty terrain to try really leapfrog
मैच से पहले मतलब दिन फर्स्ट मैच स्टार्ट होने से पहले चूज करना होता है. अरे ये कोरियन लोग चिल्ला रहे हैं माइक पे यार इतना ज़्यादा. हट.
Teams love playing on top of that Hollywood sign, overlooking the rest of the lobby. But this flight path, you've not quite seen it at home just yet. But I think it's a little bit more friendly for most of the drop spots than what we had in game number 1, but not too much.
Yeah, the plane is much more central now. The teams don't have to stretch as far south if they, happen to loot those areas like we mentioned. Chuma or anywhere like around Monte is much more accessible. You can see Indonesia currently
अच्छी बात बताऊं मैं.
Argentina as well.
मैंने वोट दे रखा है वियतनाम कोरिया दोनों को दे रखा है. अच्छी बात यह है.
Yeah, and Emmy, of course, one of the
उसके बाद खराब बात बताओ. मैंने एक इंडिया को दे रखा था और एक इसको दे रखा है. कहाँ गया रे? इंडोनेशिया को दे रखा है. इंडोनेशिया में चाहता हूँ इंडोनेशिया आज अच्छा खेले, क्लाइम कर जाए.
They can't viably get to Vietnam without not only getting shredded by Vietnam, but also just getting shredded by the team of Thailand. And that C4 is that the pressure that it put on the players from Vietnam to get out is what was able to get them that much closer to winning that game.
Yeah, so moving into this one, all the teams are now out of the plane. Germany once more extending their drop to Puerto Paraiso. No real shoots of a hot drop at this point, but Australia, they're near the center of the flight path. They always like to take this power grid drop. And we're going to go to the very opposite side. So we're going west this time. Indonesia, center of the circle. And this is a topic that I love talking about. Some teams drop places like that because they want to play from the outside in. What do they do when they get this?
Well, it goes back to the conversation we were talking about in the previous game. When you're that team that's gifted center circle in the first phase, sometimes that can be more of a curse than a blessing, as we are about to head to yet another wonderful interview.
สวัสดีครับผมฟุกกี้ภัสกรกิจฉลองครับมาจากทีมชาติไทยครับรู้สึกภูมิใจแล้วครับที่ได้กลับมารับใช้ชาติอีกครั้งครับเป็นทีมชาติครั้งที่2ของผมนะครับ PMC ปีที่แล้วมีจุดพลาดหลายจุดมันมีสิ่งที่เราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับปีนี้เราฝึกฝนที่จะทำแผนวิธีการเล่นให้ดีกว่าปีแล้วครับเพื่อที่จะคว้าแชมป์ในปีนี้ครับก็พวกเราได้ทำการบ้านเรื่องวิธีการเล่นของทีมเกาหลีครับเราก็พร้อมรับมือแน่นอนครับปีนี้อยากจะไปให้สูงกว่านี้ครับพวกผมจะพยายามเอาแชมป์มาฝากครับ
Big words from Fluky there, but I got a bit distracted at the amount of times he tried to reload that Dragonov during the case of that interview. Just got me going a little bit, but yeah, Thailand, they got into the top 2 there with I think they'll be disappointed they lost that game, but when they look back, they'll have to give credit to how bold Argentina were when they got that win. But we were speaking about Indonesia before it. I just want to make that point where sometimes when a team like that gets center circle, they spend too much time looting. We've got loads of time. Really, the best teams in the world, when they get center circle, they still do their 1 or 2 minute loot phase, and then they are out of there. They go, this is the compound we want. This is the 2-2 positions that we want to play in. In particular as well, I want to talk about Argentina to the south. They have a great spot in this zone, and they've got their pick of these 2 mountains on either side of the valley from Valle del Mar to Monte Nuevo.
Yeah, but this is where the difficulty in that decision-making comes in. If you choose the wrong ridge there on that valley, again, it's very similar to the Death Valley we talked about there just to the west of Azahar. Crossing to the other side is almost impossible. So that's why these difficulties, especially on the west coast, because we can see so much of this playable area is actually it's just unplayable grounds. So that's just more of the circle that's cut off, on top of the fact that you might have to make a decision on which side of the valley to play.
And even more importantly than just the fact that it's unplayable, it's unenterable. So realistically, there's only 75% of the circle that teams can enter into. So if you're one of the teams that take a position to the extreme west, you only have to focus then inwards. You know nobody's going to come from or behind your position, which means that if you like playing the edge, you like being aggressive, it's really good for you. While that was going on, though, we did see Germany get up into the sky. I think that's when they're at their best. Get Brax up through the sky, scout ahead. And we spoke about it yesterday with Paper. They play it a little bit differently than other teams. Some teams use it to scout positions and try to get in. I feel like Germany use it more to play the edge and look for isolated players that they can get free points and free kills off of.
Yeah, and they tend to do very well with that strategy. Again, they do like to play, like you said, cautious. They don't run straight into a fight, whether it's in the center of the circle. They are always going to be lurking around, and as you said, using that glider to find the players or find isolated positions, maybe of a split, in order to punish and get those points.
Vietnam rotating in as well. I wonder if they're tempted to stay in and around the hills south of Chuma to use that recall system, but I think for them, they're going to look more so to the ridge line below and maybe work their way up. Argentina, we spoke about the decision of picking the, making sure you pick the correct leaderboard or the correct ridge line. They've gone for both. They've gone for that 2-2 split. As we look what Vietnam are talking about, I love this addition to the game, being able to see what they're pinging, what they're identifying. You can see they're like choosing between two compounds right now on both of those ridges.
Yep, and those are both arguably some of the strongest compounds in this current circle. I love the pathing that they're taking. You can see that as well. They're marking everything. This is just very good fundamental PUBG that they're playing in their macro.
That's all they got to do. When you've got a lead that's this good, you just keep the fundamentals right. Don't overextend yourself. Don't play too aggressive. And you can just keep that gap and gap at the top.
But that's what I love about them, is even with the lead, they don't slow down. They still play their game. I mean, how many times have we seen? Unfortunately, we saw it in the Survivor stage. Oh, hold on, we'll get to that point in a second.
फिर से Poland, Philippines, Poland, फिर से.
What do you know? It's the Philippines and Poland, as a tale as old as time.
They both went out for food in the same restaurant. Maybe someone said something as tantrum.
Oh my goodness.
Marcelek फिर से बोल रहा होगा, फिर से tent trip. Not again.
Blink of an eye. Now, there's one thing for Poland, right, that they tend to do, and I really hope they don't do it. Sometimes they're guilty of trying too hard to get the blue chip back and trying too hard to get Marcelek back in the fight. If I'm Philippines and I know that, I'm going to stay in this position and I'm going to wait, because Poland will probably think about going back at some point to try to get Marcelek back.
That's fair. I mean, at this point, though, Poland, they kind of have to. They need more than two players here. They need to have a big impact on every one of these games. Their time to catch up is slowly running out. They still have, of course, today and tomorrow, but every time they run into the Philippines, every time they lose one or two members, that's less points they're going to get later. It's a late game.
Funny, I spoke to Marcelek after the day yesterday.
कौन live कर रहा है Tiggleton के channel पे? Tiggleton थोड़ा ना कर रहा होगा live.
Happy way, because I know tomorrow can't be worse.
Well, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it started real poor so far for the Polish boys, and I hope they can pull back. But they do still have two members alive, so we'll see what they do. Korea, meanwhile, is rotating very far on the south side of the circle, and just above them is actually going to be the UK, and then just to the west of them, the team we were talking about, Germany's waiting.
Yeah, I'm worried that Korea might think that this rotate down through Dropstick Island could be available to them. Germany have set up with Brax.
Usually coach करता है या फिर उसके girlfriend करती थी बीच में.
Still be there. That's the thing. That's what would really catch Korea off guard here.
Yeah, because you look at it, you're thinking that this section of the map by Valle del Mar is going to have teams in it, so you go, oh, well, maybe they'll go. But thankfully, I think the fans watching the same would be glad to see that Korea have elected not to make that crossing. Although it looks like they're scouting it out just a little bit. Oh, no, Sol just flipped his vehicle.
Hey, it happens to the best of us. The Murado on Miramar, the terrain with how long and low that vehicle is, that's a common sight. So it happens. See, it happens to everyone. So if it just happened to you in your PUBG game, don't worry. Sol, he's one of the best players in the world.
I love it, right? When that vehicle, Demir was like, right, we're going to make the fastest car in the game.
At the time, yeah, it was the fastest car.
That loves to flip if you turn
आज किसका POV दिखाया जा रहा है?
And we're going to put it on the
एक वियतनाम का दिखाया जा रहा है और पता नहीं.
Oh goodness!
Imagine what this thing would be like on Erangel. It'd be a ton of fun, but Germany,
लोगों ने glider land किया बढ़िया से.
I think Mika, he'll have a look to make sure nobody's on the other side. We have the benefit of knowing it's completely safe as you make your way over. And at this point, Germany and Korea are the only teams that aren't inside the circle.
Yeah, and you can see now Germany, though, they do have that bridge, and I imagine they're going to see Korea rotating past them on the east, especially with the position they've held, and they've opted to not even go into. They're still scouting it. They still think that someone might be in Valle de Mar.
Yeah, and look, you know they're hyper cautious. This is the way that they play, so at some point they'll go over or observe.
अबे ये भी तो है, zipline भी तो है.
Zipline across. Don't. Anytime I've ever gotten a zipline, I've died. It's instant death.
It's so much slower than you would think it would be when you actually use it, yeah.
But look at this. Denmark are trying to time this E-pickup perfectly with the zone closing, right? They're over by power grid. They're thinking this circle's going to be packed. There's so much unplayable ground to the west. Our safest bet might be the E-pickup. So watch for this zone popping, because if it shifts towards them, they're going to stay put. But if it goes away, they're taken to the skies.
You can see the circle. What is it going to do? What funkiness will we see? It's going to be all the way down
obviously,
south.
Obviously.
Korea, the team that was rotating in outside of the circle.
Home team इधर भटक रहा है तो obviously circle इनके तरफ आएगा ही. Obviously. उससे कुछ नया नहीं है. चलो कल से देख रहा हूँ ऐसे ही हो रहा है जिधर कोरिया उस तरह सर्कल थोड़ा-थोड़ा होकर खिसक जा रहा है. बड़ा सर्कल वैसे होता है लास्ट के सर्कल में obvious ना हो जाए इसीलिए.
Look at the rat race now. Poland, Germany, Korea, and you've got Philippines, Thailand, Denmark, all moving as quick as they possibly can to get inside this circle. And it's just a smorgasbord of color in there, and something's got to give in this circle.
Yeah, not all these teams or players are going to be able to occupy all that space. Argentina, from their high ground, dictating as many rotations as they can away from them as quickly as they possibly can to make sure that they don't get crashed. Meanwhile, you can see the UK here with a pretty wide but very nice spread on the east side, and this is actually a lot of control just below Chumacera.
वापस.
Algin bots as Philippines and Paul.
Oh, उसका गाड़ी पलट गया उसके सामने.
Right, I want to see his POV of this one because this is just cruel as Algin bots picks up. And Cappy, he knows he's dead there. He knows the second that car starts flipping, there's nothing he can do.
भाई Cappy यार.
Just state of Poland right now and what they're having to deal with. You can see Masters now, the last one alive, with nowhere to go, stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Surely he's not long for this world.
Poland were driving north. Were they going for Marseille's blue tag?
I think they were trying. Yep, I think they wanted those chips.
And Philippines know it. Remember what I said from the VOD review?
You're not wrong. You called it.
They stayed in that position because they knew this was going to happen. Poland have been eliminated now. Marseille was saying things couldn't get worse. Well, 1 point after 2 games, they'll definitely need to turn things around. But Philippines again, just so good at winning fights. Now, their biggest problem is they find themselves on the wrong side. But look at the pocket of space now that they're rotating into.
Yeah, they have a lot of space to work with on the west side. Now, again, they are going to have to, at some point, cross that ravine or valley. But for the time being, they're in a good position to at least scout ahead and see what they want to do. They actually might run into one of the members of Germany. Breaks is actually moved. Oh, no, he's flying.
Yeah.
He's fine.
He's just going around telling the team, you know, we got players here.
Yep.
This compound's free. You could have a team rotating from this section of the map. This is just Ascend 101, right? This is what the players from this team do. He's going to seat swap from time to time, maybe put some pressure onto some teams below and catch out their rotate. But I'm looking at Zerath. He's creeping up the hill to Vietnam, which is usually, you know, usually it's Delwyn that is creeping up the hill to somebody else. But Cal from the Philippines, he spots out Thailand. And I think that maybe, just me, this is the section map, right? Kiss can pull in here. Think about what his next step is. He's done them. Look, he's done them. 2 players from Philippines got off on foot, expecting him to go around that side. And he's 180, and he's going to go way back up to the rest of the team to the north.
Yeah, the rest of his team not close enough, though, unfortunately, to get anything off this. Maybe find a knock or 2. But again, the way that Germany just took so much space because of the information that they have is just fantastic.
Chalo, trade away.
But the trade will come from Himas.
And that knock is so big for Vietnam. It allows them to safely go for the Reds because they know Germany are going to do the exact same. And that is why Vietnam are so good. Now, the circle shifted, and it's gone in favor of Brazil, Denmark, Korea, and the UK. Now, Gustav, he's going to join the rest of his team. But watch for Denmark cresting the hill directly towards where that Brazil split is being held.
And we also have 2 pickups actually coming in. It's going to be Australia and China that we're able to find pickups. So they'll be flying into the circle, I would imagine, somewhere to the southeast of Chumacera. It's a large city that can accommodate at least a couple teams, as we can see Germany now backing off of this fight.
Yeah, that knock. That's what I mean. You get, like, if they didn't get the Vietnam, didn't get that second or that knock onto Germany.
The trade, yeah.
It's a completely different story at that point. Australia, they're going to be the very, very last point they can get off that E-pickup. They're going to. And have they spotted a vehicle? Is there Or are they just going to go in and foot? And yeah, I think this combo is just about inside.
Yeah, they're going south, but the problem now is Brazil can see that. Brazil is just going to try to gatekeep them on the south side. That is a very difficult uphill battle to fight when you are Australia in that position currently, especially when you're just barely in. And then you also have Germany on your west side. Yeah, this is going to be a battle for Australia for sure.
Yeah, the only thing that
Let's
could
go,
work in
Maro.
Australia's favor is if Brazil and taking the
Nice.
He'll get that knock on the Capitan, and that's Argentina losing one on the rotate. But back on that point, like if Brazil and Australia get into a long fight, Denmark are 100% going to get involved in that one to clear their southern border.
And probably it's possible Germany. Well, actually no, not Germany. They're set in their way. But look at China has opted to go for Chubasera, but look at all the tracers.
Lil Ghost tomorrow. Oh, Lil Ghost khatam.
Is shooting at China, and BB will find a little ghost. Ming very low as well.
He's going to get there.
Oh, 1 HP.
He gets inside, but China, look, Leo.
Leo
is just going insane again, this time with a P90 in his hands as his farewell tour is looking like a fun trick. He gets the nade out, but Mao Rush will get that knock onto him. And Chinese Taipei, they're up to 2 kills now, and Simoy too far away to do anything. And Chinese Taipei pick up another couple of kills on the edge of the circle as Vietnam extend their way to the northern side of the circle.
Yeah, and they're just sending it dead center. They found the gap in between USA split, and they're actually going to make it just to the warehouse right next to Norway, which is prime real estate right now. So what a crazy good rotation from Vietnam. And there was no way for them to really know what's going on over there. You can see they're still trying to find position as we now see Zerath is going to get entangled with the Philippines. The trade goes back and forth.
Yeah, Philippines just flexing again, but Germany managed to find that trade as I think Brazil stole that kill away. Looking over in this distance, Mikhail will look to pick up Algen bots as they get 10 trip will fall. Yeah, and Korea get that circle shift once more. And there's a lot of teams in brilliant compounds, but the problem is there's so many people on the edge of the circle that they're going to get so much pressure coming their way. Look at Brazil, look at UK and China. All these teams are in heavy traffic sections of the circle, and normally you don't get into situations like this.
No, not at all. And you can actually even see USA is just like, you know what, we're getting off the edge. They actually had Purdy Curdy go up and find a forward position in this one shack, and they're going to send it there. Now they will be okay.
SLR ke hit bhai. SLR itna deadly hota na bhai.
It's a huge threat and a big stopping point for them to even get to that position. Alo might fall, but no, Kurt's going to shoot him off.
Yeah, that's a great shot from Kurt. It's not a knock, but the shot puts the UK back into cover. It takes the attention away from Alo, and it allows you to pick up and get it. Like, you don't always need to get a knock or a kill to buy your team a massive favor, as CJ is now moving up towards Germany. The nade's going to get thrown, but Sparking
CJ
from Brazil
with a
great off angle will find that knock. Leo again, and it's Delwyn this time.
I love the way that they are playing this edge. They are taking their time, and they are finding the most inopportune moments for the other teams rotating away from them to strike. And so far today, you can tell that they have a strategy, and they are enacting it beautifully. This is the second game in a row they've been able to do this.
So much better from Chinese Taipei, especially from an entertainment factor, as Seoul will tag Tanvu's Vietnam now really struggling inside this circle. Mao Rush will get his kill confirmed, but we have Korea, USA, Vietnam, with a big need as they look to breach onto Brazil.
Okay, and this is the fight we were worried about for Australia. They managed to actually make it all the way up this hill. Impressive to say the least. James will find a bird of Taipei. He's going to get that confirmation as well, but back to the fight. Brazil with only 3 members left. You can see Australia playing for trades on the right side of this compound, and Brazil have retreated.
Yeah, 3 players up with no real opportunity to get back to a 4. And Australia, led by Tig, who is IGLing, will look to secure this compound. On the other side of the circle, James gets a great
Denmark का क्या हाल है बे? आज Denmark नहीं दिख रहा है.
Just smokes his way back towards
Denmark is top.
And look at Calbs from Philippines,
top में तो था
last player
Denmark.
standing, but realizing that might be able to pick up a point. Maybe this is the best way with 15 teams alive for the Philippines to maximize their point tally here.
And that's what you just said is the crazy part. 15 teams still alive in this circle, in this phase.
Trick भी recall हो गया शायद.
You could just see how bunched they are. Everyone is just clumped on these edges. It's so difficult to play the center here, which is why everyone is just vying for what control there is on the edge.
X left, wrapping around. Thailand looking to take the ground as We also see Thailand is firing towards Rossiter Jr. as he makes his way inside the circle. Korea with another big shift as Philippines will get eliminated. Santa able to spot him out, but now all these teams on the south need to work their way in. I love this clip, this scene. You've got UK, Vietnam, USA, Argentina, and Korea all in that one frame. And none of them can really do anything about any of the other teams because of that terrain.
And this is the other thing, Vietnam, whenever they do lose a
पिछले बार का PNC में भी यहीं पे हुआ था. इंडिया टीम वहीं पे थी जहाँ पे वियतनाम टीम फंसी हुई है.
Right below UK, that's on a road, that's on the face of a cliff. They just can't be shot by from anywhere else. They're so good at salvaging the games, finding spots where they can be protected by other teams.
Yeah, T-Bone got that kill, but now Brazil sparking is going to fall as Australia looking really good in this fight with Brazil. Luke will drop down to 47 HP now. Stand up on top of the roof, will tag flood, but only 18 damage is there to be found. On the other side of the circle, Ketter from Denmark. He's putting the pressure on, and Jacob will fall at the hands of Vexen. It's a race to steal that point, but Vex will get another point for Team
Vietnam वाले बहुत बुरा जगह फंस गए,
in
कुछ नहीं कर
13th
सकते.
place. But look at how much more coordinated and clean this is from Australia. We didn't see this at all yesterday.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया अच्छा मार रहा है अभी इस वाले गेम में. एक-एक करके मारते गए.
It's taking too long to get rid of this last member of Brazil. You can see Dofi from Denmark. In fact, Denmark's position is fantastic the way they play this edge. They were kind of looking to see if they could third-party this fight, but finally Australia has gotten rid of Brazil, which means that they can start to make their trek up towards the circle.
Yeah, and the next shift I think is going to be vital for the circle with the stepstones the way they are. Germany pushing up now towards Korea as Seoul gets within throwable distance, and he's been so good. But China, Teddy and Trick, he is so damn, as I said yesterday, he just keeps putting people to bed.
Good Indonesia, good. Let's climb.
Over
Keep
to
climbing.
The micro Uzi as well, knowing what urban warfare is. And here comes James as he misses the pass, and Trick makes them pay.
Trick already came out to make sure he pushed that angle before they could get comfortable with the fight. Intense going for it, but no, they're split. And their angles are so good to stop this push.
Setsuna will get the gas can explosion.
Team wipe, Norway khatam.
Perfect nade there, as that is going to be the end of Norway on this map.
Trick
left alive now as Australia push into the circle. And this is mental, because again, Argentina in no rush to move. USA, they're not leaving the ridge. Vietnam are not going anywhere. UK aren't going anywhere anytime soon. So really, Denmark and Australia is the most likely natural fight to happen next, unless the circle does something crazy. If this goes south, and Argentina,
guys.
USA, Vietnam, UK are somewhat displaced, this could be curtains.
Yeah, the big issue as well, you can see why there's so much space in between. It's so open. There's not much cover there. And more importantly, the UK actually have devastating sightlines. And what a circle for them as this shift will favor their ridgeline. And you can see the amount of control that they have.
This is a really good opportunity for Team UK to kickstart their grand finals weekend. Australia, 4 kills on the board for them. On the south side of the circle, they seem to have a pretty good idea that Denmark are not too far away. I think that I think Germany's natural push is in towards Korea, but it's really hard, especially when you're on the low ground. You can see that Mika's got a bunch of nades that he can use, but he's just creeping and crawling. Korea need... It's Salute. Salute's the player that has to be the first warning bell for Korea if Germany push up over.
And what I will say is Salute has been phenomenal for Korea. His sprays, I mean, we saw with the barrel, he was just deleting people in that last game. See if he can...
USA वाले बीच में कैसे पहुंच गए मैं इस तरह वियतनाम के 2 बंदे बैठे हुए चुपचाप से शांति से
starting to push up here. You can see the utility coming out, but this off angle from Salute is just so damn strong.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the angle just yet. That nade, it blows up the door, which means that Seoul, when he peeks, he'll not have the ability to bait some shots away with the barrel of his gun. But here's the push. Shrimsy looking to repel Argentina on the other side of the circle, off the back of their last win. Australia making a send into this direction as well, as we got 3 teams dancing on the southwest of the circle. Vex gets some damage on as well, but Chris gets the knock on the Salute. Your safety is gone.
That was supposed to be their anchor, their safety, as you said. And now the 3 just sitting in the compound have to kind of just hunker down. There's really... I say that, and of course, Rating is going to go out looking for more. This is a risky situation here for Korea.
Yeah, Vietnam just staying out of trouble while all this is going on. They're on 96 points as they enter the placements now. Gumin with the nade, one thrown his way, chases that nade, but the molly will force him back a little bit more, but it also reduces the angles that Brexco can push from. Raining, stepping out, taking the fight. Australia really locked in.
अरे ऑस्ट्रेलिया वाले थे ना अभी इनको मार तो अरे नहीं
Gets the angle, but somehow won't find the knock. But the extra cover is here. Here's the rest of the team. Gumin will wipe out Germany, and Australia are really disappointed that Germany couldn't get more knocks, which means that they have to be slower in this fight.
You could see how difficult it was for Korea to even spread out and finally or break out of their compound and get those kills, but well done to them. Also, I want to point out the UK 12 kills. They absolutely cleaned up Indonesia while we were watching that fight with Korea and Germany. So just utilizing their position and making sure they get every single inch out of that is what's been so impressive about the UK right now.
Yeah, Kick doing some damage on defects as the UK really do hold the high ground within this circle.
UK पे अच्छा सर्कल है.
Just goes towards UK once more.
UK पे बहुत अच्छा सर्कल है.
Need to run the gauntlet, but look at USA, Vietnam picking up a quick double knock flush, and Shrimsy will find him ass. But that is not what the USA thought at all. They didn't expect them to be there. And well, I think that USA, they're going to have to do magic now with Shrimsy and Kickstart as the Falcons duo will need to maximize points for the US as they push up, and the UK just ain't making things any easier for them.
And those nades, I mean, they're not even getting close to where they need to be, unfortunately, and it's just USA trying to fight back. If they can get on that road, they do have some sort of a reprieve of cover. You can see the nades that Kickstart was trying to throw, trying to get rid of Argentina, but he just can't. He can't move out because the pressure from up top is too great.
Yeah, no, Shrimsy's going to go for that quick res as Australia begin pushing this way as well. Tanvu still alive for Vietnam, but look at Denmark wrapping up towards T-Bone.
Yeah, Denmark with an opportunity here to backstab the current game dominators, and that is the UK up top of this hill. They did open this up with a knock, so now this is also going to be an opportunity for the teams below them to maybe get up, to maybe start to move up that road. You can see Korea now, the duo of Seoul and Raining, holding out what's remaining of Australia.
The momentum is just swinging back and forward as Australia move towards Korea now. You can see that Luke 12's got an angle. Gustav, though, holds back Tig. Tig, you're in a really dangerous spot now.
Nice.
Vietnam get another knock and a flush. He will.
What? Tanvu ne maar diya dono ko. Let's go.
Wild as you can hear a pin drop.
Tanvu ne maar diya be.
Kick's going to get knocked once more.
Oh my, dono ko maar diya.
Not sure how much good that will do. They got to worry about Denmark, but Duffy has moved back. Denmark now bringing the fight to Monty.
100 ho gaya Vietnam ka.
How is Vietnam just getting away with this game after game? The salvages are just absolutely incredible from every single member. And the nade!
Shrimsy
gets them again!
Tanvu.
Oh,
nice.
Points for Vietnam!
And it might not be done yet. Tiggleton
Vietnam,
is pushing this way. Is
dekho.
another player going to fall at the hands of Vietnam? Tanvu with a smoke. He's got the angle. He gets another one. He deals even more damage and he gets another kill. It's 4 for Tanvu. And Tiggleton is the next target. Tig is in the blue. Tanvu will swing one.
Oh, let's go.
It's 5 for Tanvu. And Vietnam. I said
ठीक है भाई अकेले बैठ के कितने सारे किल निकाल लिया इसने पोजी भी निकाल लिया किल भी निकाल लिया टॉप 4 भी लिया टीम को भाई
acquired the kills. He did that with a sawed-off, just disgusting display of skill and resilience from Tanvu.
भाई क्या ही हो रहा भाई अबे क्या खेल रहा है क्या फुक्का है हेलो
They want to climb the gap.
मजा आ गया भाई ये वाला फाइट देख के
with a couple more points on the board. Raibo for Argentina. He's going to surely Tanvu does get
well. He's going to get him as well. I feel it. Tanvu can't be stopped, and this is the last kill he needs to just send himself off into the sunset. Feeling good about the work he's done in this game, but it's not done as far as work. The UK now fighting, looking on the other side of the barrels here of Denmark.
I love this from Denmark. They're just sprinting at them, going for a Keter. Another one. Beamy wipes out Fex.
नीचे होने वाला फाइट वो मार दिया इसने one more kill.
Yeah, he's just him. He's decided he's the main character. He's winning PNC. Although there's a lot to play, but oh my, what a start today too for Tanvu and Vietnam. Denmark are going to, yeah, he's going to go to the blue. There's nothing he can do. But what a salvage game that was. Beamy's going to try to get the kill. He does it! Beamy through the sky, wipes out Tanvu.
What an absolutely insane game. What a legendary solo play.
अबे देखो डेनमार्क में चिकन निकाला ठीक है, लेकिन वियतनाम का तानू ने जो गेम निकाला ना उधर, जो उधर किया ना उसने भाई,
those points. They were so methodical on the east side of the circle. They wrapped down to the south. They were able to find those kills. And then when the opportunity struck, they were able to open up the knock on UK and take over their hill. What a game from them.
And if they want to make a push to get into that top 4 and maybe even close that gap to the two teams at the top, they need to keep playing like that.
Yes.
That was excellent from them. I feel like they've grown into the game. But Tanvu is phenomenal at the game, and honestly, the fact that one of the TT wiped was Korea too, those kills are worth the
मारा था ना.
As well as Australia, you want to talk
अबे ये पोलैंड वालों के साथ तो कॉमेडी हो रहा है भाई. भाई देखो वियतनाम के 2 बंदे मर गए थे जब 95 पॉइंट्स था उन पे.
From the start, just because of how little space there was to play, we saw the Philippines and Poland once again, shocker to absolutely nobody. And it was just, yeah, it was wild. And then Norway, they pushed in, they tried to get rid of Indonesia. Teddy is just a demon in the server.
Yeah, gotta give a lot of credit to Team UK as well for the decision to take those hills by Chima. You know, they were on their point tally going into that one was in the 20s. I think that looking at this, they were actually on 18 points going into this map. They got 14 from kills alone.
Yeah.
They essentially doubled their point tally in that game.
Yep, they're going to be close to 9th, even 8th place. We'll see. Indonesia, though, did get some points. And then, again, the stop here just with the damage done from the blue to get Tig was just...
कल भी मारा था शायद. कल किसको मारा था याद है क्या?
Denmark's push was picture perfect. They picked their spot and they absolutely...
सिर्फ ब्रो याद है कल भी इन लोगों ने मारा था वियतनाम वालों ने पहले ना दूसरे गेम में शॉट ऑफ. आज तो टिगल्टन बेचारा बहुत बुरा मरा है.
Right. So yeah, that was a well played match from Denmark. An even greater play from the individual Tanvu, but man, so far PNC has delivered. The finals have delivered. And you can see the fans here from Vietnam supporting their team, and I'm sure that gives them a lot of help as well.
It's the best Vietnam I've ever looked. Like it
really is.
They're looking so good. Obviously, UK with those 14 kills and a bunch of points as well has them top of the overall point tally from that game. Good game from Australia as well. Only 5 kills. The great wipe of Brazil.
UK का 14 kill था.
Just Tanvu all over them and didn't really give them much to do. And Vietnam, like. The best teams always find a way. Yeah. And with 1 player left, with 2 players left after they got pushed by Chinese Taipei, nobody would have seen them that amount of points.
We saw the same thing in the last game when they were able to get to
that
shot.
I mean,
the fact that they got in that position in the first place was kind of crazy, right? So they just refuse to die, but another man that refuses to die is our man of the match. It is going to be Beanie, the flying hog, I believe it was, to get that kill. 642 damage. Again, Denmark just had so much control on the southeast, and they made damn sure that no one else was going to be able to encroach on their position.
And they made no mistakes. Like,
they really did.
You saw them think about pushing some fights, and they didn't. They fell back. They were like, does this fight help us win the game? No. Play on. Here's our match leaderboard, though. UK, they picked up 19 points, 17 for Denmark, 13 for Vietnam, and Korea once more only 4 points.
Yeah, Korea did not. I mean, they had a somewhat tough road. They got a few shifts early, sure, but then they had to go through multiple teams, one of those being Australia. Then they had to deal with the Germany thing. And Brazil, I think, at some point was even shooting at them when they were trying to poke out. So it was a lot, but even still, I mean, they were able to get 4 points. It's better than 0.
Yeah, let's have a look at the total leaderboard as we have a quick look. Vietnam, 108 points, 78 for Korea, China on 65, and Denmark now 1 point off over the top 3. USA for the fans at home in Argentina from PAS. Pretty far off the pace now at 52 and 48 points.
इंडोनेशिया टॉप 8 में है मैं चाहूंगा कि टॉप 4 में आए लगे रहो
I mean, we've seen wilder swings, so it's not out of the realm of possibility, but the way that Vietnam is playing right now,
मेरा prediction था
they are not slowing down, and it's really the onus is on the lobby to get rid of this team so that everyone else can
जर्मनी
have
बहुत
some
नीचे हो गया रे
some room to breathe for those teams, but that does bring an end to Miramar for the day. It'll be coming up to Tego right after this commercial break.
UK after so many kills फिर भी बहुत नीचे है. चलो गाइस 5 मिनट का ब्रेक. ओहो अपना दूसरा फोन लेके आता हूँ.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Dominate with speed. Octopus 8K HE. Scanning every key at the speed of light. Customize every key and setting to build a perfect keyboard for your play. Superior keystroke feel. Experience speed like never before. Octopus 8K HE. Azra.
8K HE. Azra.
Smooth and original, straight from the underground. Listen to the real funk. Hold on. You better don't stop me. Watch out if you furious. Better be focused. Listen to the real funk. And it goes a little something like this. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. Listen to the real funk.
혹시 모델업팅 좀
भाई ये रैंक वर्थ है क्या अपग्रेड करने जैसा? नहीं, वर्थ तो है अपग्रेड करने के लिए, बहुत चीजें मिलती हैं, बट क्वेश्चन इज तुम रैंक खेल पाओगे, रैंक खेलोगे? डू यू हैव अ टीम जो रैंक खेल पाएगी तुम्हारे साथ? देखो हर बार हर सीजन रैंक के साथ आपको स्किन मिलता है, मतलब प्लैट या फिर उसके अबव जाओगे ना आपको गन वेपन स्किन्स मिलते हैं हर सीजन.
2 games down here, day 2 of the finals at PUBG Nations Cup 2025. And what a wild 2 games it's already been, Gibson.
It has been crazy, particularly if you are a Vietnam fan. But it's pretty much the trend that we had yesterday. Vietnam continuing to extend that gap over the
रैंक खेलने ऊपर हैकर्स का क्वेश्चन है.
However, this is where things started to slow down.
चीटर्स आते हैं, ऐसे नहीं कि भर भर के आते हैं, थोड़े बहुत तो आते ही हैं.
This is the final game of the first half of the whole weekend. Once
ये क्या लगा रहा है बस स्टिकर?
it is essentially the second half.
Yeah, and we are heading now into Taego.
स्ट्रीम साउंड ज़्यादा है आपका, कम आ रहा है. अरे हाँ, मैच ज़्यादा आना चाहिए ना, मैं सिर्फ दूर से बोल रहा हूँ.
Of Miramar today, I imagine Taego would be no different, and probably the same for Rondo and Erangel as well.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one to keep an eye on. I know for a lot of the teams, though, I hope it's going to be, that basketball could have thought they had us in the first half. I'm not going to lie. Really,
मेरा आवाज़ है, क्या ही करना है, मजे करो.
For the rest of this event, but Taego is a map that we saw some crazy. This is essentially, I believe, where we saw the start
हो गया क्या मैच?
Yes. UK, Brazil madness.
Yeah,
अबे कोरियन कास्टर लोग का इतना ज़्यादा आवाज़ क्यों आ रहा है भाई?
Because I want all 3 of these teams to show us the very best foot forward. They need to try to avoid each other, and a flight path like this, it's another player-friendly one because it means everybody can essentially get to their drop spot. However, we saw the Palace hot drop between USA and the Philippines yesterday with Thailand backfilling and third partying. I wonder, are any of those teams going to... It looks like Thailand are off early, but do you think USA and Philippines are going to run it back?
I wonder if it's worth it to the USA. That's the thing, right? We did see that fight initially in Palace. It didn't really work out. It looks like USA are already out the plane, and so I'm not convinced. No.
Drop
yeah, USA, they're going to go towards a little bit further towards the other side, and I think had USA been on 60, 70 points,
they probably would have gone to Palace.
They go for that hot drop, but they're thinking to themselves, it's not in our best interest to go ahead and try to continue that. We're not going to cut off our own nose to spite our face, right?
Right.
As Brazil will drop nearby Norway. Norway will pick up some of the hard spawn vehicles. You'll see Brazil try to get a knock or two in those players as they leave. But at this point, all teams are off the plane. UK though, they're really late drop south side of Shipyard.
Yep, and as you can see, Norway wants absolutely nothing to do with Brazil. They just want to steal their vehicles, and this circle is going to be fairly even for most of the teams involved.
Yeah, and a lot of people would look at this, right, and say, oh, this is bad for UK, they're the furthest team away. In fact, it's not. They can rotate all the way down the eastern side of the circle and come in around Ohyang, or even if they want to go further south towards Hospital. So even though the UK don't have the zone, it's a really good circle for them, and they should be guaranteed a 100% safe rotate into the circle. Don't be surprised to see Germany maybe follow the same track and go all the way around that east, because as of right now, you know for sure it's going to be safe. And look how quickly USA have made a move to get into the circle on that side as well.
Love that from the USA, and I completely agree. Your assessment of the East is going to be, again, most likely what the UK as well as Germany is going to take. Also just based on the play path, right? Not a lot of teams are able to stretch that far. None of the teams really do stretch that far to loot anyways. And so that area around Ohyang, I, again, imagine is going to be where a lot of these teams end up coming in from, or just the south itself.
Yeah, other things to keep an eye on. Obviously, we had Brazil, UK, and Australia get locked into that. Oh, there we go. Marselec's caught out, maybe potentially by intent. This is a 1 versus 1. Marselek with the M249. Having a look at the map, the rest of Poland are now on their way here. Pufax, Masters, and Cappy are coming. And really, for Norway, you needed to get that knock quick. You didn't want to give the rest of the team chance to get here. And you can see Norway are trying to back off now. He's looking to get in his vehicle. He wants to get out of dodge before reinforcements get here.
Well, Sparking is going to try to get rid of 8C, but it looks like he might just make it past.
That
One of the tires is out. Hold on a second. Is he going to spin? It might be safety for him, and it looks like he will get away. Something else that I noticed that I'm very actually happy about is that the Poland has not run into the Philippines.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. There's still a chance. Wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being Indonesia they bump into their other colleagues, but Intent has stayed here. Oh, 18. He should be done. He should be done. Himman gets knocked by Sparking as the South American, the LATAM team.
Nade will go easily.
Little Ghost actually stealing that kill away as China get the first kill, but Emmy will find 8C. And for Norway, who were stars of the survival series, it's just not going the way they would want them in the grand finals.
No, not at all, as Cappy is going to find Intens, and so Norway is just
finally a kill.
Not only the two South American teams, but also by Poland.
For Poland, finally.
You can see James just quietly coasting in.
Yeah, he's just...
I hope this match में Poland has to succeed. नहीं, kill करा उन लोगों ने.
Blue chips back and bring his teammates back into play. China, they're going to rotate not too far.
Norway is about to eliminate.
We'll just keep the terrain.
Marselek बच गया इस बार सायु.
He's fine. It'll flip. Nope, I lied.
It did flip. It just didn't flip back.
It just didn't flip back, yeah. And something actually I was just thinking about as we were both talking about Norway and Norway and James getting his team members up. I agreed with you until I just realized where their chips actually are. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that.
That's a fair point. I think one of them are out in the open, one of them's in a compound that Poland are going to hold, and realistically, it would take an extreme ship for that Poland compound to not be in the next zone. So that's a fair point.
This might just be a James show.
Yeah, he's done it before.
He has.
Argentina, though, close they've gotten to Vietnam. Himas usually doesn't miss those, so that's really good for Argentina. But Ribo's not out of safety just yet.
And man, what heroes Argentina would be to this lobby if they can get rid of Vietnam quickly here. Or not even really quickly, just get rid of Vietnam at all.
Yeah, there'll be a big shout from the crowd if Vietnam are dealt with. But I don't think Vietnam, especially with Delwyn, getting into this flank, he sees him, he knows exact. Look at this, Argentina, like, this is, they're like, we've been in this situation before.
1-1, oh, मार दे. नहीं. ले धर लिया. लेकिन हिमास नॉक हो गया.
Immediately from Solozli, and Ribo is flushed out.
Yeah, and DraftKings gone. He's not. Look, he's wrapping
Vietnam
around.
Still collecting points, yeah.
But this is the thing. Hosan with a recall system. That's why Vietnam are playing there. Yeah. They can take this position. Had Himas been flushed, you just bring him back in a few minutes' time.
And I'm really curious here if Australia is actually trying to jog for position on Vietnam. Maybe they think that they can take them out and also not only get points for themselves, but maybe just kind of help the lobby and slow things down. But that's wishful thinking, because of course Australia is not going to do that. I mean, that would be a crazy play for them to go for. I just saw them rotating up towards there. They heard the fight with Argentina and maybe thought they could get something out of it.
Okay, Trick ko kill milne wala hai.
And Monty's just checking out the compound. The Trick is in right now. Korea setting up somewhat of a late bridge camp here as well as Denmark. Everybody through, but here comes that crack. They know the Trick's alone, and they get the knockdown. Trick will get one from the grave, but Teddy is coming right on in. So that one knock, and now the rest of Indonesia potentially get involved. Setsuna with a great knock on to Monty. Now he's look 12, will throw a nade as a rebuttal, but Setsuna with one of his own. He comes under pressure from That's a great nade from Setsuna. And Argentina is gone. Poland look like they've left their compound. They want a taste of what's going on right now. And Matchsters is just going to delete Teddy.
What a shot from distance. That was disgusting. But even more disgusting is just the state of Australia. They just cannot catch a break.
They got the first knock. Had that nade from beyond the grave not got the knock, I'd say Australia would have been fine. But that just goes to show how things are in such a fine balance inside of a game of PUBG. Indonesia now, they're sharing, it looks like Poland, they got their point, I think, so they're going to fall back now. No need for them to fight with the rest of Indonesia as they get everybody back on their feet. But in doing so, that's opened up a ton of space on the west side of the circle now. Thailand, they've got a bunch of space they can play. UK, the position that UK are in right now, they're going to extend a little bit further north. I wouldn't be surprised if they stay within touching distance of the recall system just south of their position. And Brazil, they're the same. Like Brazil are playing right by that recall system near the center of the circle. But all in all, you're seeing places that teams maybe didn't necessarily always play in the past. Now we get increased value because of those systems.
Yeah, especially if those systems happen to fall.
I think trick recall हो जाएगा.
Not only is it in the circle, but it's advantageous for them to hold, which this is. So
क्योंकि उसके बंदे वो है ना.
We'll see if Thailand is going to indeed do that. Now they have a large majority of actually space to play. If they want to, is Purdy is going to rip off BL's helmet.
Yeah, now the question is, are USA close enough to push? Because BL has got Sparking coming in for cover. Oh yeah, this is good. I like this move. I like this move. In the past, this does... Is he doubling down?
That is a lot of explosive
नहीं
power
पहुंचेगा.
right there. He's sending 2.
Oh, Kick, you need more. Here's the thing, right? It takes, what, 4 or 5 seconds to place it?
Yeah.
It takes 15 seconds total for it to explode. By him placing 2, he reduced the time to get there to 7 seconds.
Yeah.
I think 1 would have been fine.
Well, 1 would have been more than enough, but I mean, a C4 just for 1 flush is... I mean, they don't know that there's no one else in that compound, which is fair, but yeah, the double was excessive, we'll say that.
Yeah. I think, though, for
I like
US,
the idea.
Yeah, and they didn't lose Kick. They didn't lose anybody off the back of it, so it's kind of one of those situations where it's not the worst in the world. They're still going to do their due diligence to make sure that there's nobody else here. BL, he's not going to call for any help. He knows that his day's dusted. Brazil aren't going to give up a center's compound circle to try get their teammate back or go for that tag either. So, you know what? That's the way BL plays. I think he's a really good long-range player. He's great with his DMRs. You'll see him extend out a little bit, but not like a Delwyn where he's extending out to try find kills. He's more on a scouting standpoint.
Thailand का कोई बंदा जा रहा है अर्जेंटीना पे. Thailand का कोई बंदा जा रहा है फ्लूकी.
What about that for a shift?
That is not what you want to see if you were one of the teams on the southeast.
अब ये जा रहा
You can
वियतनाम
see
पे.
Germany was making their way into that rotation. Chinese Taipei, USA was set up in that circle. UK, the team that actually you were mentioning had a really good strategy for the south, just has to throw that right out the window.
They could end up going all the way over to the side. I know that we, again, this is just us trying to have a think of, oh my God, that shot from
Headshot,
so
bhai.
insane. But UK, I think it looks like Michael's set up. They want to maybe go a little bit further north off the back of this one. Poland are driving in and around Hosan. I think we'll see a couple of teams make the send in for there. Looks like Thailand are going to play there, Philippines, Vietnam. And, you know, you've got Argentina not too far away as it's becoming pretty full inside of the city. But what that does is free up tons of space on the periphery of the zone. Like, you look at the northwest, it's completely barren.
It's completely open. A lot of these teams also figure that they want to be inside of
the city. Team to yahi
just
ghus
in
gaya.
case it does go there. It is looking that way, but I like Korea's stance better. I think it's much easier to crash the city than it is to get out of it, especially if Circle happens to shift off of it. So I think they're doing great. Same thing with Philippines. They have a split on the edge of the city. You can see Algen bots up to the north. Wonderful stuff. And Australia is just down to Flood. And he's just going to hang out here. There's no reason for him to do anything else. He just needs to solve the points.
Australia को जाना चाहिए अभी अपने भाइयों को चिप उठाने.
Does he wait till late? Because it is only phase 2.
Yeah.
He could wait for the blue zone to close, go back in phase 3, get those chips, go to somewhere like school and bring them back. So I don't
think it's a bad play.
Yeah, and it's a play that 2 or 3 months ago isn't possible, and it changes what a salvage game can be.
Yes, the only issue is that even if he does do that, where are they going to land? Especially when we look at how much time it's going to take. This is probably going to close, so wherever they would want to loot is probably going to be in the blue, and that's not a guarantee of finding enough meds to actually tank it so that you can loot.
Well, if I'm Flood, I'm putting some stuff in a car, right? I'm going to get a couple of medkits in there, a couple of helmets and vests to make that possible. Indonesia now pushing in towards Himas from Vietnam. Himas with the nade at the ready. This could be really good. He tosses it underhand.
That actually might be
cool. The fence caught it.
Yeah, I was going to say, if that fence didn't catch it, that might have landed right on top of Setsuna. As that one pretty much did, so he's going to get low. Yes, Indonesia trying to cover it here, but Himas putting damage on everybody.
And the problem is Himas can peek from 2 or 3 different spots, which is a problem for the side. DraftKings with a good nade will wipe out Cappy from Poland as all these teams inside Hosan start to lock horns. Delwyn joining the rest of Vietnam in this fight now. To Setsuna just wants to smoke his way back into some cover. Himas 320 damage so far, no kills on the board, and that's good shots. Those shots from Teddy just pushes him back into cover, and it gives Setsuna the time that he needed to join the rest of his team inside the barns.
320 damage कर ले Himas इस game
You were
में.
calling from southwest to south, or southeast to southwest. It's actually Germany that made that rotation. Of course, Breaks doing what he does best, and yeah, he's led his entire team to a completely open West Coast.
Yeah, and I spotted that Florida is gone now, so I think he has gone to get those. The compound he left, depending
Obviously,
on how quickly he gets back
Korea
in.
है, उनके पास circle जाएगा
now
ही.
becomes a problem.
कैसे नहीं
Because
जाएगा?
all those teams in Hosan are begging for that to go their way, but if it doesn't, it's just meat grinder.
This is what I was talking about. It's much easier to get into this or crash the city than it is to get out, especially when you have this just absolute crazy condensation of teams.
Oh,
my God,
nice.
Just deleting Algin bots on the north side of Hosan as Philippines move in as well. And it's something that I've always been
भाई मैं भी वही बोल रहा हूँ जाएगा ही मैं कब बोला कि नहीं जाएगा जाएगा ही कोरिया है जाएगा ही
but if you're Argentina, if you're I think not China, I think that's Poland that are just inside with them. It's so hard to get out of Hosan from here.
Well, also if you're on the extremities, you can just try to farm the teams that are trying to get out. So it just works out beautifully. As we can see, Korea Salute now is taking the fight over towards the UK. And they're now sandwiched in between Denmark. This is a very precarious position for the UK.
Yeah, what did Denmark do? We saw their decision-making be perfect in the last map. I think if the UK or Korea get a couple of knocks either side, they might just be tempted to go this way. Salute down to 42 XP, but Soul with a scar will find Vard. Wrapping his way around again now, getting the nade at the ready as Vard is about to bleed out. Team UK, after a huge game in match number 2, they've gone head-to-head with Korea, who seem to be pretty annoyed that they've been losing ground to Vietnam all day long.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया का बंदा ब्लू में है मतलब वो रिकॉल करने गया है.
Sending mortar. It is. Denmark too.
It's double borders here, just on the side of this hill that you can see the UK fighting on, and these are not getting too close, so there's still some time for the UK to try to recover. But Keter now will find another knock.
Yeah, Raining keeping an eye on where Michael is playing. Salute has an idea that Fex is down on the other side of that rock, having read the kill bird. We'll keep on casting as Keter will get that point onto Fex. But UK, they wrapped into the one potential place you didn't want to go, and that was right into Korea. And while all this is going on, nobody else is really pushing off the back foot because everyone else is locking horns. Look, USA and Brazil on the south side of the circle, they're causing themselves some trouble as well.
Yeah, the issue for them is China waiting in the wings for whatever happens
between
these two teams, especially if Narcs start to go out and they're no longer able to recover efficiently. That's when China's just going to come in and swoop up all these kills.
Yeah, sparking inside the blue. Really get that knock on to Michael. He was trying to escape, and that leaves it all down to one player. Oh my God, it's a T-bone!
What is happening?
You know what?
Huh?
All gas, no brakes. Brazil.
Let's go.
They
Srimji ने निकाल लिया kill.
With them, USA with just Alo.
कौन recall हो रहा है?
Now and Kurt. But that was, you know what? If you're gonna go down with like Brazil, go down swinging.
I mean, if that's what you want to call it, they just drove straight into the vehicle of USA. For better or for worse, as you can see now, Korea making their way into the new edge, and the Hosan saga will continue as it is starting to just barely get inched out.
Does T-Bone have any utility? Can he throw anything into the smoke as Denmark begin wrapping around Chinese Taipei, who've been much improved over the course of the last 2 days from an aggression standpoint? They're rotating in. And I think, you know what? Go back. This is not where you want to be. You don't want to go near the UK and Korea at this position. I think they'll just wait here for a little while, find some more meds. T-Bone, though, let's jump back to Vietnam, though, as they're in that battle for Hosan.
You can see that's a knock and flush onto Luke 12, so he was brought back by his teammate Flood. And This is the problem, though. You get brought back so late. What are you going to loot? There really wasn't anything for them.
Was Luke the only player he got?
It might have been. I mean, you can see Flood currently, the south side in the blue is Indonesia fighting desperately for any form of reprieve, but it's going to be Samoy taken down. Hamas is going to flush TD with a grenade, and even Thailand is getting involved in this.
Yeah, Vietnam, they are on top of the leaderboard. 3 more kills, 111 points for them so far, as we're getting closer and closer to the halfway point of PNC. Setsuna, who's been so impressive at getting damage for Indonesia, has only got 42 this time around, but was involved in that defense. As Thailand now are looking.
Where are these going?
Is 157 meters the right distance?
I'd say.
Ooh!
Yes, it is. Right on top of them, they just spread out just barely, but Cumin will find Keter because they have to get out of cover.
Yeah, this is good for Korea. 2 kills on the board for them now. Fluky looks like he's sending another one in. Might just adjust it a couple of meters back and forward. Still at 157. This one's going to land.
Oh,
Denmark knows that they can't move around. Like they have to keep jumping through the smoke.
Mortar to जा रहा है लेकिन यार.
It's Lil Ghost this time from China who gets the angle and gets that knock onto Doffy, but it's not looking good for Denmark. It's a good position, but the utility usage from other teams is putting them under threat for the teams that can provide Overwatch.
The problem is it was a good position even before, but they knew this. I mean, Gustav knew that this was going to be the case. If they can somehow survive this onslaught for the circle to actually close and put pressure on the other teams, they're in a wonderful spot. But because everyone is so focused on them, they have absolutely nothing left. Smokes, probably next to nothing. Their vehicles exploded, flipped. Probably not even providing that much cover anymore.
Yeah, China going for Denmark now. So are Chinese Taipei taking to the sky, but China, they're going to go right into this position. They'll use the fortress that Denmark created. There's the crash. Exit jumps out. Beanie got one, but Denmark eliminated. And now Korea need to move inside the circle. Does anybody push on to China? Ming Ming will fall to
Oh, nice!
What in the heck is going on inside of Hosan?
Just desperate, trying
7
to get
kill
down
waits
You
now.
won't get it, but China also being punished. This is the issue. You cannot take this position too early. And now Korea is in the mix.
Yeah, this is big for Korea. 5 kills for China. Exlift, the last player standing.
Philippines.
They're throwing nades in there as well as they look to do some damage. 10 Trip is going to get Salute. His soul will rock on in.
You mean?
Will go down. 10 Trip with another knock onto Korea. Philippines stepping up Exlift with a knock. This is huge for China. This is devastating for Korea. And Philippines are just being a problem.
Are you kidding me? The graveyard of dreams here. It's just China that
Germany भी आ गया वहीं पे.
How long? Because Germany know exactly where Exleft is, but Philippines, they have just been the holders of the gate for so many teams over the course of the last day and a half.
And Exleft, there's no reses left. It's just down to him. He does have 4 kills. China at least with a healthy amount of points so far in this game, but they're still not even to the points yet. There is still 12 teams alive in this circle, the majority of which are now stuck in the north side of Hosan.
Germany with a fantastic position on the north side of the circle as well. Angles everywhere. Draft kick and best case scenario for Korea now is for somebody to deal with Vietnam as they have 7 kills on the board. Another point for Argentina, who are in the center of Hosan. UK finally fall at the hands of Mika as we go down to 11 teams. There's almost 22 minutes gone, and we're still 3 teams away from the placement points.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, and this is what happens when you have like a big city ending like Hosan, and then you still have enough of the extremities we were talking about earlier, where teams occupy and really dictate how the teams inside or even on the edge of the city move. We saw that with Exleft. We saw the multiple teams trying to take that. I mean, that position was so good, but it's just nigh impossible to hold when you have teams like Germany and Korea and even the Philippines looking at that dip.
Yeah, and I think
किसको मार रहा है? अच्छा बॉडी को मार रहा है, बॉडी.
Knowing that Philippines were allies.
Crazy.
And He was running to exactly where
देखो कोरिया में कोरियन रेटिंग रहता है जो भी हमारा PUBG हम लोग कास्टिंग होता है ना कोरियन रेटिंग रहता है तो क्रेट नहीं दिखता बॉडी नहीं दिखता है जो कोरियन रेटिंग में नहीं खेलता है उसको बॉडी दिखता है डेड बॉडी
He's repairing something. He's got a repair kit. I wonder if it's some gear, whether it's a vehicle. He might need the vehicle now because what about that for a shift? Keeping Hosan in a little longer.
Vietnam here on the south side of this will have to make their way in. They do limp in here. Tan Vu will be the front man for the team. As you can see, he's trying to get some damage here on what's left of Indonesia.
गया हिमास गया.
Yeah, Flood's still alive for Australia as well. He can hear all these footsteps. Could he be the ally that these home fans want?
Elo.
Elo. Elo says no. As USA. Elo.
Hello.
We won't do any more in case we get in trouble on the broadcast. As the nades and mollies go, this is Vietnam pushing in now towards Indonesia. And honestly, Flood being cleared by USA has done Vietnam such a favor as well.
Yeah, it really did. That was a backstab waiting to happen. Is now Kiss and the rest of Thailand in a beautiful position to punish all these teams trying to get to the edge. This phase 6 will be closing somewhat soon, but the battle and the movement here for, oh, what a, so clean the awareness. Himas is gonna just get rid of Indonesia when he finds Trick.
Himas and Xlef, two best players that we've ever had, are just putting on a show today and over the course of the weekend. Poland still alive, 2 points for them, but look at that, Pufa, MG.
It's the best position they've had in arguably the last couple days, so good for them. They have 3 members alive. They do have something to play just in front of them on the edge. That building is still in, so they will have to deal with Argentina and the solo of Norway, but they do have a path in, which is the most important thing with 3.
Yeah, but look at Argentina's position in the circle at the other side of the crossroads. They can gatekeep
Poland surviving
really effectively.
surprisingly.
On, like they're fighting with James, but it's Emmy or Cappy.
Oh!
Matchers is kind of nasty with it.
That's a second just.
बहुत अच्छा स्नाइप करता है यार मास्टर जी
shot. Oh, that nade. That is it a smoke?
I think it's a smoke. Yeah, self-thrown smoke.
Yeah. Sometimes you see the color and you're like, oh no, this could be really bad. But Tentrup going to get back on his feet as X left will be forced to move now by the blue as well. Maybe he's just going to stay in there and med and try to limit into the placement points. Tentrup goes down to the blue once more, and I think for Philippines, you can't really get that res now. Maybe there's a chance. It was a BZ, I guess, that got him, right?
No, they're in the blue. It's hurting too much. Masters will find the nade, and so Philippines will fall. A little bit of revenge there for Poland finally onto the team of the Philippines.
Took long enough, right? Took long enough. I love Germany's position. Like Germany, if anything, Germany needs to make sure that they don't get too busy, right? Sometimes you can get bored in a position like this when you see everything else happening and you're just not involved.
Well, again, it's just their playstyle right now, and so far in this lobby is really not giving them a lot of credence to points, right? They have good position, but they haven't been able to kill much or even steal much.
Vietnam kept in by that circle as Thailand now hold the center of the zone, but they'll expect a lot of traffic to come their way pretty soon. I think once the fight between Argentina and Poland starts happening, you might see Fluky fall back.
ये survive कर रहा है.
Get a little, he's going to make that move now. There's no point risking it with so many players left alive. Argentina, James with a C4 play here. Is James going to send us towards Argentina, or does he go somewhere else?
What is he just planted it on the car that he was next to? I mean, he's using it for Poland.
Didn't need it. Didn't need it in the end, but Norway pick up another point on the Pufa and Poland.
भाई इनका भी screen वो हो जाता है lag हो जाता है.
As the team that are in second last pick up a point off. Do you hear the crowd as they saw XF just get into the circle? They got so excited about that Godspeed.
And that's a good spot for him as well. It's going to be impossible for anyone to see. Now, he is just outside of the circle, but that building, he's got so much space to work with. Meanwhile, Emmy is going to get the double onto James, and he will go down, so Norway is eliminated, but a nice salvage from him for his team. Norway struggled in the beginning of this one, and he was at least able to get them in the points.
Xlef now prone inside the polytunnel. He'll be able to catch anybody that moves this way. I think this is just good for him. Stay alive, stay in the fight. Argentina, USA, Vietnam, all on the southeastern side of the circle now. USA have done a great job having lost players earlier, avoiding trouble inside of Hosan, but they've got to make their next step inside the circle. Do they go towards Argentina? Do they go towards Vietnam? But Vietnam, look at where they're looking. Those players' eyes are solely locked on the edge of the blue and any potential threat coming from inside the city.
And I'm trying to see the terrain that Germany is working with on the outside here. And how much they're actually going to have to move as Elo sets up with the Panzer. It's just him and Purdy. They've been able to move and navigate throughout the city fairly unscathed as a duo. So you can see the three members of Argentina and Capitan are also in this very position. The spray from Himas still 3 strong, 9 kills for the team of Vietnam, but they are currently not even in position to get punished by anyone else in the lobby. I mean, they're just going to crew unless Thailand pushes and takes more space, which I don't think they will because there's no need for that risk. Vietnam's probably just going to get right underneath them.
Yeah, Thailand are just happy with what they have right now. And one thing about Himas shooting that window, that gives Argentina a good idea of where USA are as well, because they hear that glass break, so you now know where the other team is. Argentina, they look like they're on the move now. They're trying to consider their next step. Elo, he lets the first one go. Much like when you see cars rotate past, he's waiting for the last player. He wants to get the final one that moves in, and this could be so clever from Elo if he pulls it off.
USA are the furthest ones out of the circle. They have to move forward into that nade on Capitan. If he can get a second one and a knock, that's an opportunity. He is going to get out of the way. So it's going to have to be the hard way here. Nice. There we go. Elo will find one, but they need to cross the street. Time is running out. Blue is starting to push them.
Big thing is that
and Tanvu steals it.
Of course, Vietnam steal that point away. Kurt now with the S12 shotgun. Elo will fall with a nade from Capitan. With the shotgun, wipes out Argentina. It's another point for USA.
But he's not in. I don't think there's no time for the res.
It's going to be tight. No,
I don't think there's time. There's just not enough time, and Kurt realizes it.
Yeah, so he's going to get whatever he can off of Elo. He'll get whatever med kits. He's going for it. Oh, he gets him.
Oh, my goodness, that was so tight.
Oh, he's going. The walls just outside the circle, though. They still need to take another step, and it looks like Vietnam are ready to take advantage.
But they need smokes. They're not in. That's not in the circle.
Oh, this is tight. Vietnam as well. They're still... Vietnam are in the circle here as well. They're in such a good position for another salvage game. The X-Left from China will get that kill. This man... He is just loving life, and Fluky gets both with the nades.
Yeah, they had full vision of exactly what USA was trying to do. Even though the knock came out from X-Left, it didn't matter, but X-Left with a P90, hold on a second, he finds and flushes Fluky.
5 kills and a P90. He is still not done yet. Vietnam, they're going to close the gap now. All that happening has opened up the opportunity for them to get closer and closer to Thailand. Thailand desperately throwing whatever utility they have this way to hold back the push. But Tanvu is still alive. Germany, they're hoping to pick up the pieces here.
Yeah, but I mean, Germany has to move into the circle as well because it's Thailand that actually has control of center dot, but I don't know for how much longer. As you can see, Vietnam is starting to push, and they are right on the they're on the doorstep as he's gonna come through. Jacob will find one, but he will not get another. Solozzi with the trade.
Vietnam are on the move once more. They've got 2 players up, but Kiss is going to get a double, and he's going to step up, but Himas will find the kill, and Vietnam 1 player alive. China
1 player alive. Germany got chicken hai boy.
Himas, who finds another kill. 14 for Vietnam. He's the last player standing. Another knock, and another one. He is him, and he picks up so many points, and they're looking to put not just Vietnam, but their Vietnam on the trophy with the way they're playing today.
This is disgusting in a 1 versus 2 now. That grenade will do some damage and buy some time for Germany to push up, but he pushes the angle. There is no way he's going to win this. Doesn't Germany will put it
भाई इसने क्या खेला वे तानवू नहीं कौन था ये तानवू ही था ना
कि
हिमास था
but even look at Germany.
Last time भाई Vietnam ऐसे खेलेगा तो चैंपियन बनेगा ही obviously.
They would have hoped when they took that position outside the city. But if you're trying to make a case for who is the best player in the world.
अब मेरे को लग रहा है मैंने सही जगह वोट दिया है.
Both put in really good tape on that game.
That was almost a disaster from Germany. That angle that he took as well on the right side of that tank, water tank, whatever it was. It was so dangerous. But the problem still remains, even though it was Germany who claimed that game. Vietnam just got too many points.
They're insane. They're actually insane. Like Hemas running up, like Kiss thought that he'd done enough, and then Hemas just runs up behind him. And the fact that as soon as he got that kill, he didn't stop. He was like, I know Germany are there.
He immediately switched on to Germany. Exactly. It was
like, honestly, this has been an incredible first half of PNC.
जर्मनी के बारे में नहीं बोल रहा कि उन लोग कितना मेहनत करके आया चिकन डिनर निकाला वो नहीं बोल रहा है.
But as of right now, through 9 maps, they have been phenomenal. And it's, yes, you look at last year, the argument was they had too many fraggers.
भाई ये वाला जो था ना ये जगह पे क्या टीमें वाइप हुई हैं.
They make the change. My God, do they look like they're on another level?
It's also what's really astounding here as we look through these highlights is that this is arguably one of the craziest lobbies we've had. I mean, every single team is stacked. There is no quote-unquote weak link, right? And it's just the domination that they're still exhibiting is something else.
Think about the players for Vietnam that aren't here. Think about Chloe's. Like, it's insane. And then, you know, you talk about stacked lobbies, or second place team Korea. You could make another roster of 4 players from Korea who could perform just as good. Like, they're so stacked. Again, we're getting away from it. Like, the fact that Germany played a brilliant game. It all kind of stemmed from that.
यहाँ पे थाईलैंड का किस ने जो अच्छा मतलब तुरंत नॉक करके तुरंत खत्म कर दिया बहुत अच्छा किया किस ने. इससे हिमास था. ये
great transfer was perfect from Himas, and he knew that there was no angle on him, so he confirmed out those extra kills as well.
The fact, again, just the wherewithal to know that he needs to clean up those 2 kills, right? It's just, he's a very cerebral player, and that's what makes him so dangerous. On top of the fragging ability that he has, he's very intelligent in how he approaches those frags, how he approaches those fights, those angles. Man, look at him. He's just eating it up. Just an absolute stud and a monster.
You know those little, like, little pentagram signs that you get, or, you know, the, like, 5s, it's the right word, where it, like, has awareness, fragging ability, you know.
जर्मनी का चिकन है लेकिन लोग शांत बैठे हैं क्योंकि उनका
not the pentagram.
उतना अच्छा नहीं किया लेकिन ठीक है.
They've maxed out.
They got the chicken.
He's maxed out everywhere for sure.
जो नंबर 1 टीम है वो still जीत रही है हर मैच में कुछ ना कुछ पॉइंट्स निकाले जा रही है.
Of course, we'll get the most points. No surprise there. 16 kills.
16 kills for Vietnam.
And again, though, big congratulations for Germany. They held their space in the north so impressively.
Germany ने 4 kill करे.
Their playstyle is just not conducive for getting a lot of kills.
14 grenade use
If they really want to start catching up, they need to have higher kill games where they're still maintaining the same level of control and they're getting at least 2nd or 1st place, because this is a massive hill to climb now towards the top 3 teams.
If anything as well, I'd say Korea are starting to look over their shoulder at China, who've been closing that gap. Let's look at our man of the match, though, and it's going to be Mika with 2 kills. And yes, we're going to give it to the team that wins. But again, Germany, from a macro standpoint, played a brilliant game.
Yes, they did. I'm not going to disagree with that. But again, with how crazy this lobby is and how stacked the top already is when we look at the leaderboard, you know, getting 12, 13 points here or there, unless they're getting it every game, I mean, they need to have more kills throughout the day. That's just how it is. And that's just not Germany, by the way. That's every team that wants to try to break into that top 5.
Yeah, and it's going to be so hard as we look at our match leaderboard. See how many points were garnered in that game. And it was a 22-point game for Vietnam in 2nd place. Germany got 14, China with 14 of their own as well.
China 14, bhai.
Like, I hate to bring it up, but our reigning champions just have not had the start to today that they would have liked.
I believe
22 points.
They had like
Germany chicken के साथ 14
points. They were kind of
points.
getting in the mix there, but yeah, they have been.
China without chicken
especially when
14
we look at the last
points.
position that they had on the north side in that graveyard where we saw so many teams go. There really wasn't many options, and so it was kind of rough for them to get anything else off that game.
Yeah, Vietnam now 130.
130 Vietnam, Korea 80. 50 point का difference है.
The first 9 maps, but if they did, they would get
50 point का difference है, guys. इतना भयंकर difference.
Korea now just 2 points ahead of China. Thailand starting to close that gap as well as they get to 70. Denmark with another okay game.
सही में Vietnam war हो गया इधर.
Argentina still ahead of USA and Germany rounding out our top 8. UK though, still nice to see them climbing the leaderboard, but for Poland and Norway, who were opposite sides of the scale in survival series, right? One team dominance got into the top 3, the other team
Indonesia खिसक गया नीचे क्योंकि जर्मनी ने चिकन का तो ऊपर आ गया.
No, they haven't, but at least for Poland in that last game, they got out of that entanglement they had.
देखो अभी scoreboard ऐसा है ना, कोई भी easily top 5 में आ सकता है.
That at least is a bright spot.
Yep.
Hoping they can continue that moving forward because they absolutely need to.
Yeah. So last night on the bus on the way home, Shrimsey had said, you know what, it's not too bad. We're 2 games off the top spot, 2 wins off top spot, 3 before the 6th game. They're about 4, they're about 5 now. It's insane.
The gap is just getting wider and wider, but USA did manage to kind of salvage that game, right? We saw it was Kurt and Alo at the end, but even then, not a lot, but a couple of their kills got stolen anyways.
I think for Denmark though, like they're in a really
पता नहीं भाई ना मत बोलो भाई. तुम खुद सोचो क्या होता है, खुद सोचो इस वाले लॉबी में. गलती से उस वाले लॉबी में, अरे नहीं भाई, उस वाले लॉबी में तो खेल नहीं पाए थे. देख रहे होगा अपने जो बंदे जो गए थे ना PNC खेलने के लिए, वो लोग हैं यहीं पे, लॉबी यहीं पे होंगे, भीड़ में ही होंगे, देख रहे होंगे.
As an upcoming player inside of Europe,
a lot of talent,
so much potential.
Yeah, a lot of talent for sure. I mean,
पता नहीं.
I mean, we've even seen it from players that aren't even in this stage, right? Who didn't make it. There's a lot of talent up and coming in PUBG, and that's we need that.
पोलैंड को देख लो ना क्या हो रहा है उसके
fresh
साथ.
injection.
निकाल ही नहीं पा रहे, किल ही नहीं हो पा रहा है. 1 किल मुश्किल से, 2 किल मुश्किल से.
Learning from the experienced players and then becoming the superstars.
अभी होगा Rondo होगा Rondo.
Well, look at how good Brazil has gotten in the last few months with giving some new players an opportunity and sticking with some rosters too, with the likes of BL and Santa. You know, they earned the right to be here.
अभी इसने मॉनिटर कैसे रखा है ये तीसरा बंदा?
You look like maybe Argentina. The faces are a little bit more storied. You know, they've been around for a long time. But Argentina have had put on a good showing here as well over the course of the week.
Yeah, and they got that win early in Miramar, so that was a good boost for them, but they really need to build on top of that. And one thing with Argentina that I'd love to see is they are starting to get more and more proactive. It looks like even though it has been somewhat of a struggle, they're still finding that confidence to get those kills and push out of their compound and be more proactive.
Well, the 64 players have got through passport control. They're on the plane and we are changing our destination. It is Rondo coming up now for these teams, and this is a map that plays oh so different to the rest. It's got its own
कौन सा स्क्रीन लगा दे रहा है?
It's got the EMP zone. It's got those monoliths, those spires that teams like to play on top of, and not to mention probably my favorite vehicle in the game right now, the Pika Bus.
Yeah, Pika Bus is awesome. But the one thing to note about this plane is it's very southern, so I'd actually love to see a Tin Long Garden ending. Like, just the terrain all the way down to the south is so good and conducive for just playing on foot and pushing teams. So I would really love to see that. As long as we just don't go to Jadena City, I'll be happy.
The thing is, right, Tin Long, some designers, map designers and developers made an absolutely beautiful part of the map. Like, it's so scenic down there.
We never see it. We never see it. So, oh, what is this? Hold on, there is 3 teams in Jadena City right now.
When is there ever 1 team in Jadena City? Right, anyways, we're going to get stuck into the action here. Godspeed. James running towards 10 Trippy. Looks like he doesn't have a gun in his hand yet. Wonder how well 10 will he finds it. Oh, yeah, James. Point on the board there. Now, you look at it, right, Norway, it looks like Philippines went for like a Jadena City split. And Norway were like, yeah, we can't get to our main drop, we're going to go to our alt drop. But I can't remember the last time if I've ever seen a first kill of a game on Rondo being in Jadena City.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And if you're Poland, you're looking at the kill feed like, yes, you know how it feels.
If you're USA or Australia, you're probably going, yes, 10 Trip's not here either.
Right. I mean, the Philippines have been a thorn in multiple team sides.
What I love about that is we've had a kill, and the players met it up and looted, and Germany are still parachuting from the plane drop.
Nice and slow is the best way to describe their play style, but it tends to work for them. So
they want to be the PNC 2025 champions. I think that's a tough ask, but inside the top 8 as things stand, a good performance here can put them right up alongside Thailand and China if they can secure a win. I think this is map yesterday's where we started to see some of the good play from Argentina really start to come in. They've got another good circle. I think this is the sort of circle that suits them better. They did center, but they can loot and move into positions. Lil Ghost has extended up from China, from test track to take a position in the center of the circle as well. Shrimsy with the same mindset. So a couple of individual players with the same mindset.
मैच के बाद मतलब 5th मैच में फर्स्ट किल जैसे होगा साइकी तब आएगा और 5th मैच में जब टॉप 4 डिसाइड हो जाएगा तब आएगा.
That's kind of what Little Ghost did as well. Even though China was already well positioned in test track, you can see though that Australia is getting dangerously close to the team of China. Meanwhile, it's going to be High Man hiding from Calbs, trying to maybe get a little something cheeky off this rotation out of Jadena.
He's heard something. There's the only reason he's here is he feels like Philippines are going to go for that tag or try to take on the fight. Because let's be real, Philippines are another team that's been really good at using the recall system. So it's a good idea, a good situation of understanding your enemy, understanding your opponents. But Calbs is going for an extremely wide wrap, and that could be a problem for him if he isn't aware. And I think that Calbs is being really clever about how he's playing this.
He is, but the problem is Norway knows exactly what he's doing. Hyman heard his vehicle, so they know he's there. And even though he is trying to be sneaky, the element of surprise really isn't on it. I mean, you can tell he's not even worried about Jadena behind him.
Yeah, he's keeping an eye on the other side of the bridge to make sure, or just to double check if anyone from Norway had already left that position. But that's kind of the main talking point that we have. Other things worth noting, I suppose, at this point is how close Germany are to Denmark, as we just get that brought up on your screen by Zhao Tin as they look to move in. I think that Denmark should be aware both teams dropped off the plane at the same time. You'll see Germany rotating this way. And if you look right here, I think that's Doffy is getting so close to Mika.
Yeah, and I wonder if they're just going to run into each other here. Dolphy, I'm not sure if they've seen each other quite yet. And this fight is just taking right outside the circle. So realistically, if Denmark wanted to, if Germany wanted to, they could take the time to fight this. And there really isn't another team near enough to them to actually punish this. So this could just straight up be a 4-on-4.
Yeah, Calb's rotating back this way again. He's done a lot of scouting work, a lot of good work for his team. And Himon has not given up his ghost either. He has a job, but he's scouted the bridge.
I love this. It looks like the Philippines have actually tried to counter-camp Norway on this bridge because of the information Calbs was able to get.
I think that's great. It's really a good idea to counter that bridge. But look what Norway are doing. They're thinking that's a possibility.
So they're going north.
They're going north. It's these little
the layers.
It's chess.
Yeah.
It is chess. But the thing is, it's not one team against another. It is 16 teams on the same board, and it can just be crazy. But all these little decisions is going to impact everybody else. The fact that this has taken so long, games like Chinese Taipei, Savior has a chance to move. The fact that this fight here by Zhao Tin with Germany and Denmark has gone on for so long, it might give Indonesia the opportunity to get into the circle a little bit quicker than them. Korea could take some spots that maybe Denmark might want to play. Everything is having an impact on, every player has an impact on every other player, and there's no game like it.
Indonesia ka khoon kab kholega bhai Indonesia chalo
That's why we love it. Especially at this level, watching these teams make those decisions, navigate the difficulties, and just the variables, because that's really what PUBG is about. It's about managing the variables. Sometimes you can't. That's just the way the game is, but other times we see some truly incredible plays. You can see it looks like Australia is starting to really chase down China, and looking down, Norway still is in Jadena City, at least James is.
Yeah, Calbs has got the idea that they're still going to hold for that recall system, right? And that's why Himon is still here. He's like, I want to make sure that they have no chance of getting it. Himon has gone down to the low ground, and that might cause some problems. Look, they're so close. They have no clue.
This is crazy.
They're running.
Oh, I think he saw him.
He knows.
Hyman finally saw him, but Calbs turns.
They both know. They both know. The game is up. The game is up now.
The jig is up.
Oh, my.
What is going on? They're just nearing each other. This is the dance.
Both players like, I'm going to outbrain you. You're going to run back, or you're going to keep running. I'm going to run around and wrap and catch you. You know what we need?
Silly, but so sick at the same time. I mean, this is, it may look funny, but this is actually very high level.
You know the Benny Hill music?
Yes, I do.
You just play that over this, and it is perfect. Him in, though, I think he's got himself in a bit of a tough spot because he needs to vault up now or jump, which will make a ton of noise. I think Calbs, if I'm looking at the rest of the players, you've got CJ looking this. Oh, the rest of Norway have come back.
Oh, bhai, Norway ke bande samne se.
This is so much fun. Itzy's going to get up onto Calbs. Has seen Itzy now too.
And he sees it, and he knows he's in trouble now. But there's another player from Norway looking, and it's going to be Jeeves. He's going to take a spray. Nothing hits. Fortunately for Calbs, and he's going to make it out of there. They're just going to give up.
All that for nothing.
You say nothing, but I mean, oh, look at this. He's like, ha, I bet they think I'm truly gone.
It's just like every player's like trying to big
and
brain the other one.
This is all for 10-trip, by the way.
Yeah. The battle for 10-trip. That tag. It's like Saving Private Ryan.
Hashtag battle for 10-trip. I mean, that's literally what this is. Norway refuses to give up. And you know what? 10-trip is a damn good player to keep off the field because he is a menace.
And Norway have nothing to lose here either in 14th
They really
place.
don't. Yeah, I mean, well, also with the circle being the way it is, they have an easy path in on the east if they get rid of Philippines. So this is fine. And get more points. Why not?
And the longer this goes on, the more space that actually will be opened as teams move closer to the center of the circle. Now, as we see, the blue zones got involved. Norway are pinging out where they think these players are. Calbs has got, and Tens doesn't want to shoot until he's guaranteed the knock.
Yes, which is wise.
And that knock won't come until Calbs spots somebody. There you go. He needed the second shot. I think he fired at the right time because Calbs whipped out the bolty.
Well, he also stopped in that bush, and he thought he was probably unseen.
Yeah. So what's going on elsewhere? What's been happening on everywhere else inside of Rondo?
Not much, honestly. All these teams have just managed to find themselves a good position in the circle, and everyone is just waiting. I mean, that's pretty much the game. And with a map like Rondo, generally every circle is going to be on playable land, right? You're not going to have too many areas that's unplayable. So this is generally what happens early in Rondo. You don't see too much craziness happening as far as fights, early crashes, because there's just so much real estate that you can actually play.
And Saving Private 10-trips looks like it's about to happen, so Philippines will go get that tag, and 10-trip, the menace, will be back. Inside a Neox factory, you've got UK getting really close to Australia, who are holding on to this position, not only due to its value, but due to the fact the recall system's there. Australia's done that a few times over today.
Yeah.
And number plate ढीला हो गया रे.
In the sky, decided, you know what, I don't think this is our best play. I think you're better to fall back. And Var's going to scout out the circle. And that's going to shift heavy to the south. And that's really good news for Philippines.
That's incredible for Philippines. That's good for Philippines, but that's incredible for USA and for Thailand. They are in prime real estate position. Calbs, of course, will get up 10-trip. And you know what? I love the fact that Philippines just weren't going to give up. They're going to get that fourth player, or they're going to fight a team and die for it.
Yeah, and look, he's worth it. Like 10-trip to me has been
worth it.
He's the breakout player of PNC for me, right? His stocks are on the up. Denmark are hunting down China now.
Guys,
and Little Ghost are in the same Datsy. They're going to hit a tree. That'll hit them and move on. And I think Denmark, they hopped out for the fight. China are going to move on. They'll continue to go north. And there's no harm with Denmark chasing because they're still so close to center.
Yeah.
And I think that even though you didn't get a knock, just by putting that pressure on the China and forcing them away, it's a good move.
It is, and China also just getting away from that fight also find themselves in a strong position here currently in this split. The only real threat is going to be the split above at Brazil, but they don't have to move for a while either.
Chinese Taipei, they're rotating in from the north. They'll intersect Korea and Australia, going past test track as things stand. Salute spots them out, but even as good as Salute is, give us some dogfight. Come on, Vard.
Oh, glider band. Glider band ho gaya.
Battle, if you will.
Flight of the Valkyrie should be playing. Now we had Benny Hill earlier. Now we should get some Flight of the Valkyrie as these two
but the blue zone, or I say the EMP zone. Ixlef will find sparking in the distance.
That's a really long knock.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the sparking should be able to get picked up. That shouldn't be a problem for him. Little Ghost, though, is going to take some time to get a spray out towards Chinese Taipei, and they're, I mean, I would be surprised if he hit any of those. That is a crazy distance.
Denmark. अबे इनको तो भाई सब मिलके मार रहा है.
Damage, but nothing crazy. I say that, but Ixlef will find Malrush, and the flush will come from Zhao Wu.
Yeah, Saviors looks like he's going to jump out too. It looks like they're going to lock into this fight with Denmark as Gustav will start tossing his nades across the road. They've got deployable shields up to provide extra cover. Leo is looking to wrap up onto the high ground on the other side. All these nades are going to naturally flow into the valley that Denmark are in, so even if you go long, it rolls back. But Leo almost had the chance. He had him dead to rights, but he didn't get the knock.
Oh, the Snade, though. The Snade could be absolutely huge. It bounces, fortunately, for Denmark, but it's Savior now with a separate angle. And a Molly, this is so much pressure for Denmark to deal with, and they're getting picked apart.
Gustav down and out now. Doffy and Ketter need to work together. Jawei with another nade of his own being thrown in. That's another good nade, but the vehicle's going to take the brunt of the shrapnel. That nade could be a little bit better. The vehicle explodes and Jawei eventually gets it done. And Denmark deleted, and here come the Chinese.
Chinese now trying to pick up the pieces. The problem is Chinese Taipei didn't incur any losses at all. None of them knocked, but they might get punished here for going for the loot.
The terrain works for China as they push towards Chinese Taipei. Good nade thrown on in, could do a ton of damage. Ming Ming will find the knock on the Savior, and now it's all systems go for China. Another nade will be tossed as he tries to read a player, going for the res. Fluky was in the sky, and he's just been...
I love that opportunity.
I
was going to say Fluky generally will flex out from Thailand and try to get involved in these third parties to pick some points, but he just happened to knock himself. I don't know what happened there, but China now full steam ahead is going to push forward. Leo will find one to try to stop them, but Zhao Wu will get control.
And Brazil got a push now. China are weak. They've sustained a knock. But how quickly can you get into position? Sparking and BL just do the exact same thing China did. Throw your nades into the valley. Trick from Indonesia gets Sololze from Vietnam, and that's a big knock for Indonesia as they look to secure this section of the map. Himas is still alive, though, on the south side of you. He's just
better.
It's not fair.
He's just better. It is what it is.
It's like, honestly, it's not fair. He's literally got plot armor, he's got level 7 gear, he's just insane. Himas is going to move in, he'll get the res on the Tanvu. Trick will do the same on the Setsuna. But Delwyn, he'll start to get the off angle here as well. The rest of Vietnam, or these Vietnamese players, they've been in this situation before.
And this is a crazy rotation from Korea, as this is completely blind. There's no way they could have known that any of this space was open. That's why they currently are out in the open area.
I don't like this position.
I don't like it either. I mean, they can get protected by USA depending on what UK does here, but yeah, I mean, at least they made it into the circle for now.
Yeah, UK will rock up onto these silos here, and that's bad news bears for, I think, Korea if they get that angle. But for now, Korea will just look to set up.
Looking at the position, though, there really isn't anyone that can punish Korea, so this is low-key genius.
Depends on if Norway can get to the ridgeline to the north of them, and then they've got a great line of sight in towards Korea. Yeah, Korea, I think they've made the right decision.
They realize that the west is way better. That ridge, I agree 100% with them and with you.
Yeah, so I think they heard UK fully. Maybe they wanted to check that out, but they heard UK, the shots from USA fall back, and that cuts off Norway from that position now too. So in reality, not only have you got there first, you've given Norway less of an opportunity for a rotate into the zone.
Yeah, this is wonderful decision-making from Korea. They will find themselves now in one of the stronger positions currently.
Yeah, Himas just doing Himas things. He get the knock and flush onto Setsuna, as that's point 132 now for Vietnam. They have sustained one knock as a player is down, but that shouldn't be for too long, as it should get everybody back on their feet. Norway just a couple of seconds to...
Oh, 80!
I was going to say they were too late to the party, but that knock all of a sudden gives them a chance, and... Oh no, Korea have got a Panzer. Korea have got the perfect answer if Norway try to full send it in.
Oh, and what a shift.
Look at Himan. Himan got Raining and Guman. And USA are helping out Korea.
That is craziness. Norway fighting tooth and nail, and USA just coming in and ruining things for them.
I like the aggression from Norway. Korea now sole the only real player standing, and tends will pick up kill number 3. You can hear the Norwegian fans, they like that. The Korean fans, not so much, as we have silence elsewhere. China will move into the circle now as they get pretty close to where Seoul is playing. This bowl right now that China are in, I like it. I actually think it's okay.
It's good, but unless Seoul makes a heroic effort here, he's coming up on the backside of China. I don't know if they're ready for this though, but Ming will spot him out.
Oh, he's going to switch over to the gun now. He doesn't have time for the nade. Kickstart though is going to help. Seoul is eliminated, but just like that, Korea lose even more ground in China. They now jump with Eller in second place, and Vietnam are going to get Sololze back. They're back to a 4. It is big for Vietnam.
Someone needs to stop Vietnam, man. They are just running away with this. They are unstoppable.
It's going to need to get like a bounty on their heads at this point.
Might take the whole lobby, honestly, at this point. I'm not even sure. Australia continuing to struggle. Luke 12 out all the way in the blue. And he's going to get taken down by Algin bots.
Yeah, Philippines, they got their man back. 10 trip. He'll get the knock onto Santa with the Dragonov.
10 trip देखा आते शुरू हो गया मारना शुरू.
Showing why it was so important to bring him back into play. Brazil, they don't want any of it. They're going to leave Santa to his fate. They'll keep going into the circle as Thailand will get a kill confirmed on to Argentina. And here come the Germans.
Germans indeed. And they still have to contend with UK as well. Micah is going to find Draft King. That's going to be the first of them to fall. Emmy now just trying to survive, get the hell out of there. He's going to stop down tentatively close to China's dip. He'll be okay for now. In fact, it's just Emmy.
See if Emmy gets a couple of points from this position now for placement. Korea are going to be like, we had that. That's exactly where we pulled up. And we left a little earlier. We were like, oh, this is brilliant by Korea. Just to get wiped by Norway. China, Vietnam, there comes Sololze back into the fray. He'll be able to land and hopefully get some loot for himself. Philippines as well. They're going to wrap in very close now to Thailand. It looks like Calbs went for the crate. Thailand are really close by, and USA are looking this way too. But the thing is, because of the terrain, USA can do nothing about it. Even though they're so close, they just can't see these players.
Well, and this is an opportunity for Brazil to third party if these two teams start to fight. And that shift is, wow, that is money for China.
Well, that'll be the end of our Jacob will get a kill on Algin bots as Philippines now getting put to the sword. Brazil are here now too. Rosset Jr. with 10 trip. And then that'll be a kill confirmed. In Philippines, one player left standing. CJ up on the high ground by the blue, but Brazil with a utility to throw this way as well. That nade actually, that was friendly fire potentially, that nade from afar. And here come Indonesia as well.
Indonesia now with an opportunity to get some more kills across into the circle. And they're going to backstab beautifully, but no, it's sparking. And the rest of Brazil able to hold them up, but now Sparking has to get them both up. And you know Thailand has recognized that this is an opportunity for them to wipe out Brazil.
Yeah, nades being tossed on. No, hear them drop on by. They don't land close enough, but Sparking will get out of there. He's going to keep on moving, but for Brazil,
Sololze down.
Gone to plan. 5 kills on the board will get them into 10th place. Dead. Sparking though inside the blue. 3 damage every single second. Make that 5 damage every second he stays inside the circle. Ain't looking like a good game for them. But while all that was going on, Thailand chased UK. They're wrapping in, and Braxco will find a knock on the T-bone.
Poland now.
Germany versus
huge opportunity to get rid of Vietnam and stop their points from just overflowing and becoming too uncontrollable. And there it is. So Vietnam will fall outside of the points.
And now the door has been opened. Can China get themselves another 10, 15 points to close that gap? Well, 10 points would be great for them from this point now. Thailand wrapping in. Here's the push on to Elo. Kiss will step on in and Kiss will shut him down. Thailand will deal with the first player. Kurt, he'll reposition. Need at the ready. This is what Kurt is oh so good at. Bounces it off the wall. It should be good. It's great from Kurt. He fell. But is someone going to take advantage? Shrimsy Wraps around the side, deals a little bit of damage onto Jacob, but a follow-up nade will be thrown. Jacob uses the smoke to disappear off into the distance, and while all this is going on, Kiss is getting that res.
Yeah, this would be a disaster for USA to fall. They've been in this position for so long. They've held it, but they weren't able to get any kills out of it. You stated it was rough. Poland now fighting back.
Kickstart.
Kickstart
C4. He C4'd him. He got Jacob. He took himself down, but he might have just opened up an opportunity. Itzy with the MG3 firing towards Poland as they want to get involved. Cappy will fall.
Oh,
Norway
let's go.
eliminated 5 kills from Poland. So much better from the Poles over the last 2 maps.
They are really coming alive, but it's just down to Shrimzy. He has the Panzer. The Molly is out the front. He's gonna get one, but it's not done yet. His work is not over. As he's still low, Jacob, as well as Kiss, still stand.
Yeah, he's gonna step into the smoke. Blue zone nades to try.
Oh, the double!
Back the push.
Double blue zone!
It's gonna be really, really good, but Kiss is wrapping around the edge. There's a shield protecting Shrimzy. That is all Kiss needs to know to work out where Shrimzy is. Smoke in position, Kiss will just bide his time and wait, but a good, the stun actually helps out Shrimzy a little bit, but Kiss
1
will
HP
get
था
the
रे Kiss,
kill,
5 HP
and
का बचा
down
Kiss.
fall the USA. Thailand, they jump into third. I think they've now leapfrogged over Korea as well.
What a save from
कितना
Thailand.
फर्स्ट एड है 18 फर्स्ट एड है.
And as you stated, the leaderboard is getting even tighter there, at least from second to fourth. As Germany now, relatively quiet, but still managed to get 5 kills controlling the south side of the circle. Great job for them. We said we wanted to see more kills out of their edge control, and so far this game they've delivered.
Yeah, and back-to-back wins for them if they can get it would be huge. And honestly, this is even better because they're holding zone control. Chris and Zeraf are staying in the circle. Brax and Mika are watching what Poland are going to do from this point. I think Poland are making the right choice, maybe play the edge of the circle a little bit longer.
Even wrap north.
Yeah. And like, Parking's still alive, by the way. It's worth pointing out.
Crazy. This blue is hurting, by the way. This is phase 6. So the fact that he's still alive, I wonder if he has enough meds to get in. You can see Ike's left now and Little Ghost, a duo left of China, trying to fight the duo of Thailand. Kiss and Jacob now inching closer and closer in. This fight is happening inside the circle, but look at Poland. The opportunity for kills is there.
Yeah, the opportunity as well. China looking to get up into the 90s, and you got Thailand looking to hunt them down. Except throws it down. Cappy gets the angle onto Jacob, but not enough with one to get the knock. That'll be Chris finding matchers as the Germans turn their attention to the Poles, and Chris will pick up that kill. Poland down to 2 players left alive, but Cappy not done yet, firing towards China as they will dip back into cover. 2 players up. But do Thailand have the utility? It looks like they don't after that fight with USA.
No.
1 nade could be all it would take to deal with China.
And you can see the position here of Germany. Brex holding far anchor, and then the other 3 members pushing up towards the team of Poland in order to wipe them out and get a few more kills on the board until they start to turn their focus onto Thailand and China.
अच्छा खासा यूटिल्स है, आराम से खेल रही है जर्मनी. हो सकता है उनका चिकन.
See the damage he has taken as he sprints directly behind Thailand, and you know this guy as much as I do. If he sees a Thai player, he will die in the blue to get that kill. He will. Oh, he couldn't. Puba spotted him out. Another point for Poland as they climb that leaderboard even more. With Thailand with a 2, China with a 2, Poland with a 2, and Germany with 4. But look at how
Germany has to be careful. Yeah, I was going to say, if they eat a knock here, and Chris will go down, and so their man advantage is just down to 3 instead of 4.
And you look at the angle that Thailand have. Why was Chris extended so far? He had 0 cover.
I mean, he just wanted to get some utility onto the feet of Poland, but yeah, it definitely came back to bite him as they're all going to retreat. Now you can see Germany very careful now. They do not want to lose another player and throw this game.
Yeah, 3 is a lot. It's a lot more difficult to win a game with a 3 than it is with a 4. You can see Kiss using that shield, but Thailand need to move pretty soon. The circle is closing in on their position.
I will say, though, the good news for them is that the other teams are not in, and their path in is not easy. So Germany's still in the driver's seat. We'll see if they can execute properly here, as China is just looking for a way in, but there really isn't one.
It's just rocks. The only cover is really rocks inside a circle like this, and Germany have great angles on all of them. Cappy, no kills yet, but begging for Jacob to peek this way. Mika, don't take too much ground. You know, you don't need to get too aggressive at this point. You saw what happened a little earlier. Smoke is now going to bloom as Brax. Yeah, this rock. I think it's a good move for Brax. Go. Jacob turns his attention over, and Jacob is going to get a knock on to Cappy as Poland will suffer a lock at the edge of the circle.
Exliff now. You can see that he's looking for that angle, but time is running out. The blue is closing in. This is phase 7. It is, you can see it chunking. Jacob will go down. Kiss will follow.
Yeah, Mika finds that kill. It's a 3v1v2 now. Poland desperately trying to get that res onto Cappy, and China closing the gap. Looks like he's picked him up. He's going to carry him to the rock, but time is an issue, and he's going to fall. Jacob gets the shots, and Pufa 1 HP as Thailand with 1 player up will manage to get a kill secured. Or sorry, with 1, a kill from beyond the grave, I should say. But this should be Germany's game.
Yeah, and to Germany's credit, they're really difficult for the other teams. They're taking a good position. Zerath will find
Germany 8 kills.
Will go down, and now it's just a 3-on-2. Germany versus China. Oh, but a knock from Exliff. That could start things.
That's the worst thing you could have done. Don't give China a knock. And the way Germany are playing, they're all isolated. You're giving another one. You're giving Exliff another chance to get a knock. And this time it's on to Zerath. Nade. This could be brilliant. This could be so good. It bounces. Mika almost falling. But China looking to bring this game back from the brink. Mika delivering 24 damage of his own here. Godspeed. But this is 50-50.
There's no support here for Mika. He's got to do this solo. You can see that angle's cut off from his teammate of Zerath. And Exliff is just working this angle.
Nobody apart from Exliff and Mika are in it. There's nowhere to play for these teams once that next circle pops. So Lil Ghost is going to try to crawl his way all the way around the edge of the circle. Zerath isn't even looking this direction. He's focused on Exliff's position. He's dropped his backpack. He's dropped whatever he doesn't need to make him as low profile as possible. I'm getting flashbacks to day 1 PUBG.
Yeah, the snake in the grass strategy, and he's making his way. I mean, Little Ghost might find a spot to play. Exliff with a massive double and another headshot. Unreal.
China looks set for victory. Germany snatching defeat from the hands of victory, but China's Exliff is so damn good. Little Ghost back
double tap कैसे दे दिया उसने?
Looking to put Germany into one. The nade is thrown, but it's a little bit short. Mika needs a knock. Desperation plays now for the Germans as they try to get the win. Exliff forces Mika to eat another round of 5 of 5 and 6. But China are so good. Little Ghost with a win, and they close that gap to Vietnam.
That's gonna sting.
काफी ज़्यादा close आ गया मैं वियतनाम के. अबे चाइना को तो वोट दिया ही नहीं हूँ मैं. दाना तक नहीं दिया हूँ. ये लोग निकाल लेगा तो जीजी है.
But it just goes to show.
चलो guys, इस गेम के बाद आएंगे कोड्स, तो stay tuned. तैयार रहें.
Position you're in. If someone like Exliff is given just an inch, he is going to take it and more.
And it started with them losing Chris. It started with that, then they had 3, then Exliff isolated another angle, then the pressure was on, then Little Ghost was able to throw, so it was all down to Exliff to really make the play, and of course, the second that he was given anything, just barely a pixel of a head, he ripped off Mika's top, and he was able to close out the game.
5 minute का break होगा.
And that's some of the better aggression we've seen from China. That whole game, they didn't back off of a single fight. They brought the fight to Chinese Taipei with a third party. They did it successfully. They brought the fight to Thailand. They held their, I think just staying alive in that fight with Thailand was so vital to their survival in that game. Like Thailand not having a nade because of the fight with the USA is another reason why Thailand were able to get that victory. Like it goes to show everything that happens is going to help somebody and hinder someone else.
Yeah, it's the butterfly effect, right? These dominoes fall and then they just shape the way that the game is. I mean, you look at how long USA had control of that compound, and then it was just one fight that went kind of awkward with Thailand that caused them to just go down, and they unfortunately didn't even get a lot of kills out of that.
No, they
How
didn't.
many teams
It's
are
just kind of
there
a
in
story of
total
the
in
tournament for
PNC
some of
this year?
these
24
teams
teams थे.
positions
24
have been
teams
good.
में
Here's a
से
little look at the Kickstart C4. This is a great C4, right?
16 का मैच चल रहा अभी.
It was. He could
Final.
have gotten so much more. The problem is he hit that building. He had to reposition. And he was out of time. And then, yeah, Kiss just with 1 HP getting it on Shrimzy. But that
Bottom
was the
8 को
game.
बैठा दिया गया
That
है.
knock from Ike's left was 100% what was China's path to victory.
And Ike's was just keeping all the attention on him as well, which allowed Little Ghost to make that move. Like, even when he's not getting knocks, enabling his teammates, helping
India out.
everybody get the win.
हाँ बाहर हो
That's
गया
a
ना.
big win for China as we move forward.
Hashtag
So
14 था.
I think we'll have a look at
उसमें.
the, we're going to have to see how many points teams got off the back of that
survival
one,
stage
particularly the top 4 teams. But big game for
चलो guys
China.
मैं आता हूँ हाँ.
But massive
थोड़ा
shout out to Poland as well. Like, these last 2 games
BRB
have been
करते
fought
थोड़ा
a lot
break
better.
रखते तो
This
कुछ
is
खाने
exactly
को
what we
लेके आता
needed to
हूँ.
see from
खावा
Poland.
के
They
फिर
were able to kind of
continue
right
करते
the
हैं.
ship
5 मिनट का break रहता है इनका भी
and mainly
official
because they
break.
just didn't have to deal with the Philippines, which has been such a thorn in their side. And you can see all the Chinese fans, and again, it's just so cool to see fans from so many different countries actually coming out to support their teams.
Yeah, and I think most of the fans that have traveled this way have seen their team win a map as well, apart from, I think, the poor Norwegians on the grand final stage. But there's a lot to go. But let's have a look at those top 4 teams from that matchup. And China, 20 points. Germany, disappointed they didn't get the win, but it's 14 more points.
It was still good points, especially after their win last game. I mean, this is definitely the trajectory that they want to be on, as they are, again, set for 14 points back-to-back. You can see Thailand finding 10 points, and then Poland finding at least 6, and some placements as well.
Yeah, look, as I said, Marsalek said to me last night, can't get any worse. It was a bad start, but they've doubled their point tally over the last 2 maps with 2 more games to play. So, the more placement points they get up, even if you're not going to win the event, if you get into the top 8, the money ramps up big time. And this is what it's about for some of these players at this point now.
Especially with the crowdfunding, right? Because the base prize pool was 500,000, but at this point, I'm pretty sure crowdfunding is over 800, maybe even over 900,000.
Yeah, we're getting close to that million mark as we look at our man of the match. Could have very easily, alongside Himas, got man of the match in other matches today, but 5 kills for Exlip. But the big one for me, look how efficient he was. 700 damage, 5 kills. His efficiency was so good.
Again, and he is the reason that they won. He was able to just open that fight up, even though we thought Germany had, I mean, they did have the majority of control on that south side. So yeah, just super impressive. 20 points for China, my goodness. Germany, but impressively again, will find that 14. And then you have Thailand with 14 of their own, and Poland, getting double digits with 11. That's a great, again, not a start because they started last game and now they're building upon that.
Yeah, well, they got 12 points, I think, was it total yesterday? So, 11 points in one map's good. Brazil picking up some more points as they look to overtake Argentina, which I know is a goal of theirs. But let's look at the total leaderboard. Vietnam, 132 points. China, 33 points behind. Thailand overtake Korea, who are now in a bit, I don't want to say free fall,
but they did get 0 points in the last game and not many in the game before that. But the important thing here as well is that Vietnam didn't get many points in that game. I think they only got 2. So if the other teams can manage to kind of slow them down further in these last 2 games, that really does open the door for like the top 5 to start to, I'd say the top 4 to break in.
Yeah, and there's still 8 games to go, 2 more games to go today. We're going to jump into a quick commercial break, and when we come back, it'll be Arangel. They get involved as they're at the wall for the 2nd time. But Mika with the M249, how many times have we seen this in the past? Really shredding Denmark apart. They fall. The overlord, what's going on, and if they can spot out Adam, like Philip Philippines hold the key into the circle for both of these sides. Look at the 3 players stacked up now. Adam is going to get knocked by Tentrip, and this could not be going better for TUK. They're trying to steal the kills away. Tentrip with another one. Vex gets the last one, and Canada fall. They assumed that this position was clear. Trick was there. Elsewhere though, Turkey, they're going to run into Chinese Taipei as a quick triple knock will come through. Savior, who we heard from at the start of the game, is holding the MJ3 and that weapon.
No, not like this. Don't do Cappy like this. Don't do him like this. Oh, what a shot, Trick. No, not like this, Poland. Come on, man.
Lemon will get himself lost. Chinese Taipei fall.
Another reposition, switching between sites, wants to find the best one for this moment. Red dot seems good to me. Coming over, AT headshot found. AT has to prone down, needs some help from Intens. Intens right behind him there. Oh, he goes for it, he's got it! Baby! Woohoo! The double kill!
To sit is to progress. Sit is.
스펙스 BMX 팀 유소년 선수 김한결이라고 합니다. 어릴 때부터 자전거 타는 걸 진짜 좋아해서 지금은 본격적으로 선수 생활을 하고 있어요. 처음 경기장에서 BMX 레이싱 선수들의 경기를 보고 와 진짜 멋있다라는 생각이 들어서 본격적으로 시작하게 된 것 같아요. 스포츠는 나 자신과의 싸움인 것 같아요. 어제보다 발전하기 위해 계속 도전하게 되는 것이 스포츠인 것 같아요. 내가 과연 유망주인가? 책임감 있게 행동해야겠다라는 생각도 들어요. 가장 큰 원동력은 더 잘하고 싶다는 욕심인 것 같아요. 저를 계속 도전하게 만들어요. 저에게 스포츠는 도전이에요. 넘어져도 다시 일어서면 된다는 것. 실패가 아닌 새로운 시작이 기다리고 있어요.
Smooth and original, straight from the underground. Listen to the real funk. Hold on. Watch out, the furious. Better be focused. Listen to the real funk. And it goes a little something like this. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on.
혹시 모델업팅 좀...
original. Straight from the underground.
And PNC 2025 has just got 2 maps left on day number 2 of 3. And I said today was moving day. Well, one thing is for certain, Vietnam have not moved from their spot. They have just been picking up points after point after point. But Godspeed China, they are having themselves a very tidy day.
They really are, but you could argue that Vietnam is just moving more and more into the stratosphere with how many points they've been able to get. But China, as you said, is on the hunt. They've had some fantastic back-to-back games now, able to get so much, a lot of which has been off the back of ice left, man.
Like, you think about the salvage game that he had the game before on Tego. Picked up a ton of points for his team. And in the last map, he just obliterated Germany at that point. And I think that going forward, China have a real chance of catching Vietnam because there's still so much game, so much to play.
Only if Vietnam slows down. That's really what that's kind of been now the narrative of today is when, if ever, is Vietnam going to slow down? So some of these other teams who are actually in the chase are able to catch them.
Yeah, and speaking of teams in the chase, Thailand have entered the fray now as they seem to have finally gotten their feet beneath them. And we are getting ready to jump into Erangel for game number 11, game 5 of the day. And we'll see who can take the first chicken dinner on what is essentially the most storied map inside of PUBG. First question to you. Australia, Philippines, USA backed off the hot drop earlier. Do Australia do the same?
Australia is in a big slump right now. They're at a big struggle, so I just don't think it's wise to hot drop. But I mean, maybe they feel more confident in today. I'm not sure.
We'll see. Pachinki is able to be dropped on from the flight path that we have. Very southern, going from the east to the west, just below Milta, finishing just north of Quarry. As we look at China on the plane. Thailand dropping nice and early, heading towards Novo for that potential Millie Island circle. And here's the thing, you drop a Novo, you're like 90% sure you're going to find an E-pickup, so even if the zone does go really far away from you, you've got opportunities to get out of there.
Yeah, but for those teams that don't find an E-pickup, right, that's going to be a long rotation depending on where the circle is. And again, with a lot of it kind of being more southern, we'll see how that plays out. You can see multiple teams still opting to go for Sosnovka. It's going to be, looks like actually Poland and Korea.
Yeah, Poland.
And Hot Drop is live. We're here.
Yeah, we'll jump on into the action. I think it's 1 each, right, so far in this Hot Drop. But I'm going to put an asterisk beside it because it's 1 each in the Hot Drop. But if you remember correctly, Vietnam third-partied and ruined the Philippines' chances of winning it the first time around.
Yeah, so then in that case, I guess it's just 1-0. If you want to really push that, sure. Whatever you want, Gibson.
I just want to make things dramatic, right? You know, add a little
West Coast circle as well.
Big circle, bad circle for I think Thailand, unless they can get that E-pickup. But Tentrip, the menace, is ready and waiting, and he hits a headshot on the Tig, almost getting that knock. But Tig, he's down to 1 HP. Tig's got a Panzer though, and the Panzer does hit a little bit harder if Tig can get it in the right angle.
1 HP, no heals. Again, they just dropped in loot. This is the first building Tig's touched, and CJ is gonna find Monty on the roof. He was going for the high ground. He had the same idea. CJ was there first. Elgin Bot's taking some damage, and it's gonna be another knock though. Luke 12 will go down, and Australia,
brilliant,
they
guys.
just can't find their footing.
Code aa gaya, brilliant.
Players go down, but the viewers at home could see their G-Coin stocks go up if they enter the code BRILLIANT on the PUBG esports website. One of my favorite phrases is brilliant. I like to say that's brilliant for people from time to time, but Calb's with a Panzer of his own. As Tig will look this way.
Oh, the trade!
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
ये ऑस्ट्रेलिया वाले कल भी यहीं पे मरे थे आज भी.
But all in all, it's still net up for the Philippines. Australia now with 2 players down, Philippines with 1. But look at the angle Flood has with the M249 of CJ. Crests the wrong side of that roof. He's in trouble.
Especially if CJ didn't see him. Now this will be yet again a recovery game here for Flood. He is seen and he doesn't
Not a winner this time,
that would have been
दिया.
huge. Or at least an
PUBG
opportunity.
Esports में जाओ, न्यूज़ पे जाओ, फर्स्ट किल वाला वहाँ पे ऑप्शन रहता है, वहाँ पे डालना था.
Get the knock on Calbs, and Tentrip gets it done. He gets the kill. A little team ace for the Philippines. 1 kill each.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
Still, I think that might make things interesting tomorrow. Do Australia even hot drop in the next map, or do they just say we can go somewhere else? We have alt drops. It's fine. We still want to make a lot of money at this event, and we're not going to get as much as we can sitting in 13th place.
No, not at all. And that's the thing. There's still so much money. Even if you don't win, there's still so much money to play for.
ऑस्ट्रेलिया वाले कल अपना 3 मैच खराब किए इसी चक्कर में. मतलब कल 2, आज का तीसरा ये.
We'll see if that's the decision that they make, because the last 2 losses to the Philippines has been decisive, to say the least.
And it all comes out. A lot of these hot drops.
मेरे लोग का बंदा का POV अभी गाड़ी से उड़ेगा.
Getting some space for yourself in the early stages. Philippines. What I like about that too, 4 minutes have elapsed, and they've dealt with Australia already. So they're not really too far out of sync when it comes to rotating out of Pachinki now either, so they've given themselves the opportunity.
That's a good, that's
brilliant is the code.
Spent almost no time at all with that hot drop.
So
random hota, random.
You look at rotation opportunities, right? So if you've got the map stream open at home, !map, if you do have a secondary device, you'll see that
Brilliant is the code, yes.
They're going to rotate all the way up to north. The flight path that we had has basically told them they can have South George for free. They're not taking any risks going down by Boatyard. It's really smart decision to make for them. And they'll get tons of space as they go that way. The teams on the opposite side, though, of the circle, Germany, Indonesia, they're in no rush. Like, you're that far away from the circle. What you want to do here is let some other teams get in and then free up some space at the edge. But I suppose the big point to point out, Kick, is...
अब एक और कोड आएगा जब top 14 बचेगी.
Maro. You know, you're as talented, but...
That's okay, let's not lie.
I looked at his name on the screen, but the big point I wanted to make was, look how much water is in the circle.
Well, not only how much water is in the circle, that is a big point to make, but how free the north is because of the plane. Because most of these teams also realize the circle, the water, the shift around phase 4. They've opted to go more south. You can see Chinese Taipei currently have Corey. You can see that USA actually landed in and around Hospital. They ended up going to this position on the west coast very early. So any of these teams
one bullet, Simji, one bullet.
Have a free rotation in the north side, as we can see. Getting out of there is going to be Gustav.
Yeah, now Kurt's going to attempt to get the knock on the other side. Kick sprinting on the other side of the mountain to find Gustav, who will stop for a moment and pop a first aid. But this is big for both of these teams. Denmark, they want to get back ahead of Germany. They want to get closer to Korea and the top 3. So you don't want to lose a player early. And the problem is, if you lose Gustav here, or if you lose, you know, this is a very tough spot to lose a player, because it's really hard to get that blue chip if you want to a little later on in the game. Now, Beamy is going to make his way towards the beach, but look at the pinch. Kurt's going to take the high ground. Kickstart's going to take the low. If they time this right, this should be a free kill on the Gustav.
Yep, and it looks like, hold on. Yeah, it is. But Beamy will find the trade on the kick. And that's going to put pressure now on USA. You can see that Beamy isn't really in a position to flush, but now the rest of Denmark actually just, it's just not worth.
Yeah, USA, they'll get the res here. And I think that, as I was saying earlier, you're not really going to get a chance at this blue chip, because for now USA aren't going anywhere. So
is there any team from India? Shubham Kumar Games India का टीम थी डिस्क्वालीफाई हो गई. सर्वाइवल स्टेज में डिस्क्वालीफाई हो गई. Day 1 और Day 2 को सर्वाइवल स्टेज हुआ था, उसमें आउट हो गया.
You got to be so accurate, because I think it's got.
You got to find a rhythm, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, it's with the bullet drop, it's pretty significant. Plus, I mean, he's got a suppressor on there. He doesn't have a comp or a flash hider, so recoil is going to be a little wonky. Yep, it's going to be tough, even for a player like Beamy.
Yeah, Thailand are going to go for the E pickup here as well. A big factor with that is they don't know if anybody's going to be.
Oh, Beamy फंस सकता है.
Korea were there a little while earlier. Right. There's the potential of that. Now we know Korea have left, but Thailand just can't take that risk. So the E pickup is how they're going to get into the circle. Now realistically, because of the flight path, they're going to go to the very end of this as well. They're going to maybe look to go towards Hospital, maybe towards North George, and work their way into the circle from there. Interestingly enough, way to the north of where Korea is playing, a lot of teams had the same read that we did, with it being a very southern flight path. With the fact nobody's really going to extend up to North George. They're all going to the north.
PUBG Sports में जाना, News tab में जाना, एक होगा. 2 बैनर होंगे, मतलब ऊपर में होगा.
There was just that much space available. They knew with the plane path that it was probably going to be fairly empty up top, and so yeah, we saw
भाई
multiple teams.
मैंने तो वियतनाम को वोट दे रखा है. मैं बताता हूँ मैंने क्या प्रेडिक्ट किया था जब मैच मतलब टूर्नामेंट चालू होने से पहले. ठीक है, वियतनाम को मैंने वोट दिया है, दूसरा वोट मैंने कोरिया को दिया है, और एक आई थिंक चाइना को दिया है शायद मैंने, एक इंडिया को दिया था. एक इंडिया को तो आंख बंद करके दिया था. इंडिया जीते ना जीते बट इंडिया के लिए देना ही था पॉइंट. मैंने दिया एक वोट इंडिया को. वियतनाम, कोरिया, इंडिया और चौथा का याद नहीं आ रहा है.
I think Poland are starting to get into rhythm and have some fun.
I think they are. I think they're finally starting to find their footing again. Like Marcelik said yesterday, it really can't get any worse, and it's gotten a lot better towards the end of the day. As we can see, Thailand now, they.
मैं देखता हूँ अभी थोड़ी देर में फिफ्थ मैच के बाद गेम खोलूंगा, दिखाऊंगा.
Still free to the north, so if they really need to, they can just go for a safe drop towards that shark fin to the northwest of what is South George.
इंडोनेशिया को दिया हूँ क्या मैं? हाँ, इंडोनेशिया को दिया हूँ. Yes, इंडोनेशिया को. Thank you. Yes. कैसे भूल गया इंडोनेशिया को. चलो इंडोनेशिया, तुमको आना है, टॉप में आना है. #4 तक तो आना ही है. चलो. भाई यूके पता नहीं क्या कर रही है. यूके और ऑस्ट्रेलिया दोनों क्या कर रहे हैं टीम.
Trying to get some cover on the other side of things, but James will throw another nade. James is all by himself, by the way. Like the rest of Norway are a little further away, so this is a really good hold.
It's a good hold, but how long is he going to stay is the question. Because if he gets knocked here, that's it. James is gone. Yeah, and he's going to back off wisely, so he gets his one and he's out. Great play from James.
I'm looking for UK to see if there's any, they can. If you look at Everest, there is just by the ice cream shacks a recall system inside the circle, so if they want to bring him
ये
back,
कैसे हो गया?
they can.
कोरिया से दूर कैसे चला गया सर्कल? How?
James has done first. Thailand, they've got themselves a vehicle. They're moving into the zone.
और फेवर नहीं कर रहा क्या कोरिया को?
The south
ऐसा
side of the
कैसे?
circle. USA, Chinese
कौन
Taipei,
सर्कल
Korea,
अपने
you've got
होम
Denmark,
टीम को धोखा कैसे
all
दे सकते?
pushing up. And that could lead to a bit of a problem when it comes to rotates, but I like the fact that USA are moving really quickly off that shift.
And most importantly, for this entire lobby, the first phase shift did not do something crazy with water. It immediately went to land. So this is arguably one of the better shifts for people to actually know where they need to end up after as they go into the next phase.
अबे तो same
still on top of the hill, might just catch up Korea as they begin to rotate around the beach. This is exactly where we saw Gustav fall a little bit earlier, and Kick's going to hide and wait. I think Korea are going to scout this position first, and Kick, you've got to make a decision. And his decision is he called fight. He's called in the USA. They're taking on Korea, and that's more like the Kick that we're used to seeing.
Such a good position to go for the surprise attack, and they
do
indeed land the first knock on the human, but they should be able to get him up with smokes. Unless the push from Kurt comes through.
Yeah, Kurt's going to spot the smokes, and this is where Kurt makes his money. He's got the nade at the ready. Throws it up inside the smoke. He could get two for the price of one here. He does get Gumin, because Raining fell off it. I think if I'm Gumin, I'm like, right, this is USA. There's probably going to be nades thrown her way pretty quickly. So Seoul will now need to work with Raining and Salute to win this fight. Raining's going to go pick up Salute, and I think Korea are just going to back off.
Yeah, that's the important thing, is Korea can still get the chip and just back off if they need to. This is not a great fight. The problem is Denmark is actually pulling up behind Korea now.
This is such a good read from Denmark. Beanie realizing exactly the teams that they're fighting to. The vehicle's only a couple more shots away from explosion, so Korea might be forced to clown Carrot here over in this situation as well, as Doff. They're cutting off all. Doffy has moved over to hold the push if they go directly towards the east. Beamy and Ketter are holding the south. This is bad news for Korea, and it does look like the UK did get Vard back in, so they'll have 4 players back up and ready.
Yep, and in fact, he's going to go loot his own body and probably get all the same loot he had. So really no harm, no foul, just a point for Norway as far as that situation is concerned. Savior now. Opportunity here to do some damage to Indonesia, but it doesn't look like he's going to get it. No, Savior will. He'll find TD.
Yeah, that's a big knock for Chinese Taipei as they look to catch Norway, but Ketter gets the kill on the Seoul. Going from bad to worse. The tires on the Datsun have been popped. Seoul's cars further away. This is really not good for Korea and for Denmark.
Team Korea के पास गाड़ी नहीं रहा.
A couple more kills, which is a long ways into the future. They could usurp Korea's 4th position. Beanie from the blue, still rocking the SKS. And USA, Well, they've kind of decided with Denmark getting that one, they're going to move now. There's no point wasting any more, spending any more time trying to get 1 or 2 more points when they can go secure somewhere like where that next recall system that Kurt's going to, and put themselves in a good position for the late game.
Yep, and they're going to stop a lot of teams that are coming in with chips, trying to get those reses as well. Again, I just really love the res. It's added so many different layers and options for teams.
Chalo, kickstart time to pick.
Addition this patch. Oh, but what is that? A Gatka proper shift? Okay, let's go.
And look who are in the middle of it. Vietnam with a 2-2 split in North Gatka and South. I question though,
how high is their confidence? Will they keep that split?
It's not. Look at the pressure they're coming under, right? You've Norway, Philippines firing this way. They're going to fully collapse on the Gatka, and I think that...
And they should.
And I think even if they weren't in first place, I think that's still the exact same move they would do.
You can see BB is still actually watching this. And it's got to be frustrating. You know that the Korean fans are not happy with him.
Yeah, and well, there's some Korean fans that are. Remember, he's got a little fan club here.
He does have a fan club here, which was very funny to see, but they probably aren't very happy with him.
Yeah. Oh, well, Kickstart's still here. Shrimsy is as well. They know that Kurt secured a position inside the circle for a little bit later. Poland are going to rotate through the red zone. Here's hoping that it's not going to be for the worst for them.
ज़्यादा better था. हाँ, मेरे को भी वही लगता है.
We'll look to take advantage of this rotate as the convoy goes on by. Marsalek taking a lot
esports
of
में काहे का
recall भाई? You can tell that the UK know they have Marsalek, and that's why they're not hitting the last player in the party. That's why they're focusing on the front car.
Ooh! And Shrimsy will find Salutes toesies. He will get the knock and the flush, so now it is just down to raining.
And I think Denmark are gone.
Yeah, they
should be gone. I'd imagine they're going to go all the way around here and maybe rotate back in towards Chopsticks. USA will watch their rotating. The bad news gets worse for raining.
There's no, yeah, that's the thing, is like he has their chips, but I'm pretty sure all of their vehicles got battered. I mean,
Phase 4 lag jayega, mar jayega bhai.
Both of the front and rear, that's going to be tough, and there isn't even a res station close to him unless he goes to the one that Kurt had occupied. But now we see USA actually push straight down to the south into Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, Chinese Taipei's Leo got the better of them last time, and it's Leo again who gets the initiating knock. Beamy providing some support for the USA, but Kurt is done, and the rest of USA will back off the fight. Leo just seems to be activated anytime it's USA that's locked into his sights. Another kill for him. Kurt's going to fall. I don't think they're going to get that recall. I think they're going to have to play as a 3. And it looks like they're going to fight on this hill line. So Savior, he's going to hear them pulling up just to the north of that position. But Leo being down now with the blue closing in and a red zone, this is definitely bad news.
This could be bad news for both teams. You can see that USA took that dip on that dirt road. It's going to be United Kingdom getting damage onto Germany. Micah's going to fall. That's going to be a flush going their way. Though Varda's been knocked, that should be an easy pickup for them. It's all going to come down to what this red zone really does.
Yeah, I think Denmark are the only team we've really seen suffer from it earlier. Survival stage. Circle shifts north, keeping Gatka again. Look at Poland. They took North Gatka after that one, and they're now in a brilliant position for the circle. And it's far too early to make a send for the little dirt path, the little gap below Gatka North. It's a little too early to go for the little dip as well by the dirt road. So at this point, teams are going to play on the edge until the herd thins out a little bit.
I mean, you can see that it's Chris has that dip right next to the crossroads. That is it's too early. That dip is so susceptible to nades and utility. I can't imagine they stay alive there too long.
But where are the other options, right?
They don't really have many. I mean, you can play the crevices here just to the north underneath UK and go for the fight there at Everest. But yeah, the options are not great. You can see Leo, they just get we used to call them tempo reds for free. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good position for them to get. I think USA beaten to the punch in that one, and now they're moving in a vector. China back up on top of Everest. Kiss gets the knock on Defex. That's the second time the fall. Now Michael is closing the gap, but he's taking damage. Fluky has stayed below to watch, and T-Bone might be about to get an off angle. You can just see Fluky lining up Michael, but T-Bone is there. Come on, T-Bone, you gotta hit those. He was dead to rights, and now Kiss has got Michael exactly where he wants him, and it just goes to show in the matter of a couple of seconds, Team UK are going to suffer, And the missed opportunity from T-Bone has led to Thailand picking up a couple more points, and now they are on the brink of breaching 90.
Gameplay देखने के बाद मेरा gameplay is crawling on the floor. देखो देखो कैसे खेलते प्रो प्लेयर देखो मैं इसलिए ये कर रहा हूँ ताकि जो भी अपने व्यूअर्स हैं सबको पता चले क्या होता है इधर.
And this is what we were talking about. You just can't play there this early.
And he just has to hit the exact same mortar strike again, and he should find a little bit of success. The second one comes in. It does so much splash damage, but not enough. Germany will get a couple players back up. This is not good for Germany though. USA, they're going to crash on in, and this is so bad now. Little Ghost got a bunch of the kills. Alo got one of his own, but USA now, they're going to rush to get Shrimsy back on his feet. Back on top of Everest though, Argentina here, Godspeed. They're getting pushed by Thailand as well.
I also want to point out it was Norway actually that got a mortar kill onto I believe Shrimsy, as we see Seoul coming back down.
जहाँ जगह दिखता घुस जाते
Korea
भाई.
has 3 members coming down with no loot. I mean, they're about to just feed points.
एक मरा, कोई एक मरा.
At this point.
Draft King मरा.
And there's one down. Yumen's going to fall.
नहीं Salur मरा, Gyumin मरा.
China are the team that are taking advantage of this situation.
That's terrible for Korea because China is the one that just surpassed them.
I know, and it might just get worse now as Xlef will look to find another one on his tally. 3 innings dealt with. This is not good for Korea, as what's been a disappointing day 2 here on home territory. Where does Saul go? Do you just land on Everest and try to find a little Cragmire on Hyde? Do you try to...
yeah, he's going to go Everest. That's his best option. He can see it. There's a fight. There's smokes there. There's probably a crate that he's going to be able to loot. He sees the vehicles. Oh, but Rossinen says, no, sir. You are denied clearance to land.
And the
ये होता है recall का नुकसान. Free में points देते हैं.
Thailand up to 9 kills now.
टिगल्टन भी खेल रहा है. टिगल्टन खेल रहा है. ऑस्ट्रेलिया का टीम सबसे पहले एलिमिनेट हुई है. आज के ड्रॉप होते ही 5 मिनट के अंदर मर गए.
One thing to point out, though, we didn't even speak about the shift yet. Poland now with North Gatka, and a great spot. Vietnam with the tiniest little sliver of Gatka that they can play. But this zone should not go to them after this point. But they're the team once it's dealt with that can move up to that ridge line below North Gatka.
They're going to move last because they can see everything in front of them. That ridge is juicy to play, but it has to be played when everything else is out and they are just ripping apart Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, that's not good. Now Leo and Mao Rush will push towards Vietnam. It looks like Ketter from Denmark is pushed in as well.
अभी मस्त kill उठाने वाला मेरे को लग रहा है.
Ketter C4 that position by the way.
Need!
No way! Look at all of China! What a play!
एक नीड से कितने मारे थे? 1 2 3 बंदे उड़ा दिए एक नीड से.
Vietnam now gifted the opportunity to really increase the gap now at the top. So Lolzy.
Oh भाई चलो बढ़िया.
Alo still in that position. Cappy death
Alo अच्छा खेल गया यहाँ पे.
And Alo, look at the amount of bodies he has.
Good, good. USA climbing up, guys.
That's a lot of utility. That's a lot of smokes. That's a lot of nades, mollies, whatever he needs. On top of that, there's so much cover he can dance around. If you're a team crashing, you're not exactly sure where he is, then that causes confusion. And look at him go. 8C low on the right side. But with 3 members, it's going to be too much. A beautiful nade lands from Intense.
No, what do Brazil do? They're not too far away. Do they third party this fight as Tanvu will get another
Brazil
kill as
के पास advantage है अभी.
Second third party. With the M24
Taiwan eliminate हो गया उधर.
This way, Norway with a down
Vietnam
player
ने eliminate कर दिया Taiwan वालों को.
back Brazil long enough to get the res. Does Thailand have an angle from up on high? And Fluky will get that knock. And
मैं surprise हूँ Poland अभी भी खेल रही है अच्छा.
To let Norway get the res, and at some point now, Vietnam will take this position, and then Philippines and Vietnam will probably fight it out and around that session. But look at Philippines. They have a 2-2 split with 2 players to the north of the circle, 2 players to the south, and this shift.
Okay.
Wow.
Vietnam के लिए अच्छा playable area है.
Vietnam, that is probably the best shift they could have gotten.
Yeah, but Thailand here, they are really making it difficult for Brazil to do what they want to do, which is clear out that dip on Norway and then get ready to
अगर गाड़ी है इन पे,
Vietnam
वालों पे तो अच्छा आ रहेगा.
So Rossinen and Fluky are just
Poland वाले कहाँ हैं? Poland वाले किधर हैं?
And Highman IRONHIDE is going to find
Poland वालों compound में
with the
बढ़िया.
bolt.
At this point, you start thinking about blowing up the coop.
Smoke नहीं है क्या इन पे?
That's their cover.
They
That's
don't
their
have smoke.
mobility. That's their hidey hole. Just keep firing through the smoke as Vietnam get closer. There we go. That vehicle's going to blow. Get out of there, Brazil. Get out of there. The vehicle flips. Santa is down. But James is actually just... Oh, sparking. No!
Oh! The cover came down and flattened sparking.
Oh. It's going so wrong for Brazil. But this is oh so right for Norway.
It's still recoverable.
Oh, Philippines.
It looks terrible, but it is still very much recoverable as now Cabs will step over and get rid of Rossodit, so Thailand will fall. As you can see, James now trying to be the one player that holds off the Philippines for Norway.
Yeah, Philippines in 10th place looking to hunt down Brazil.
दौड़ा के मार दिया भाई फिलिपिन वाले कैसे दौड़ा के मार रहे भाई.
We'll deal with James now. Norway split.
अरे अभी कोड आएगा गाइस, कोड आएगा तैयार हो जाओ.
Back towards intens now. And that nade is good, but not good enough. Here comes the rest of Norway. No, Himmon's in position. But I still think with 4
जैसे एक टीम खत्म होगा.
Exactly, but that's the thing. Brazil now don't have to deal with the high ground of Rossodit and Thailand shooting, so they have more room to work. And you can see it. Norway stuck here. Are really at the mercy of these two teams, where you can see it's Calves. He's literally driving directly into the lines of Brazil. What an animal!
नहीं read किया
I love it. It's such a brave play. Himon takes damage from Himas's nade.
यहाँ पे दो टीम है. वियतनाम क्या कर रहा है? चिल मार रहा है उधर आराम से.
Another double set of nades from Vietnam. It's going to be thrown this way.
ये वियतनाम विनर है. लग तो रहा है.
Norway on the back of it, but this one is not too far away.
Links भी है क्या?
That Vietnam are currently holding.
Yeah, Vietnam has come alive. Brazil was really the only team that could have stunted their push here, but because they were being done what they couldn't, and now the nades are coming down towards Norway. Vietnam have already cleaned up the Philippines for the most part.
I think गया ये.
Intense is gonna burn, and
Intense
he's gonna
knock
get knocked as well. The Tan Vu.
The thing is,
Norway का आखिरी बंदा है क्या?
Going to push over that ridge line, so unless they have throwables, Norway should get back. This is what you would call an opportunity for Brazil to push, but because they'd sustained the knock on the other side, they can't take advantage of that.
Philippines का 10 trip जिंदा है तो थोड़ी देर टीम और point farm कर लेगी easily.
We get ready for that next circle
काफी अच्छा player है.
And that shift plays into the hands of Vietnam even more. Poland still alive in the late game, but now Brazil have to make a decision. Do you go to Norway or do you go to Vietnam? The smart money's Norway.
Yes, but at the same time, Solozzi is such a factor in what all of Brazil does. He is single-handedly holding them down in that dip. So even if they wanted to go to Norway, as long as he's still watching that angle, they're kind of stuck, which is crazy. And then you have the Philippines that have to make a move down. It's just 10 Trip and his teammate CJ, but they're not in the circle either. And that's Poland's job to make sure that they get those points.
More drops coming in here to provide even more cover for Norway. And you got to be careful. We've seen what can happen whenever you throw them in the wrong way. Brazil desperately looking for that knock that makes the push in towards Norway even easier at this point. Tan Vu, who's given that guy a lynx, by the way. He doesn't need, he's good enough as it is without giving him a dangerous
Links में चलने में थोड़ा time लगता है.
Push, and they've got needs to spare.
The issue is for Poland is they're really not.
Hey!
Oh! Sparking will hit Iman with a nade, find that knock. They're starting to push up now. Philippines with angles looking for this, but intends with a P90. That is so dangerous. It doesn't matter if it's a 1-on-4. If they don't push correctly, he's gonna melt them one by one, even 2 by 2. That thing is disgusting. Up close, the nades come out, damage is going out. He's gonna find the heal, but it's gonna be BL.
Yeah, the level 3 gear is like an extra life, but the BZ ain't gonna help as Intense uses that jammer pack to stay a little while longer. It'll be butt empty, the P90's at the ready, but BL takes the ground. And Philippines now will start thinking about pushing this way. But the thing is, for Philippines, for Brazil, the big help is, say Poland and Vietnam, we're holding them out.
The issue though is that Poland hasn't been able to get any kills.
Go for it, guys. Go for it is the code.
They really weren't able to flex out, and so because of that, all these kills have gone to the wayside to either Vietnam or Brazil or even the Philippines before they went down.
It's a 4v4v4 to finish things off. Phase 8, if it donuts, still keeps a little bit of that ridge line on the road in place. You know, you think about the dump truck that's just by the edge. That's a good position. You just see it in front of Himas right now. Like, that's a good position to go to. The circle is going to shift, and it's exactly what we thought. The donut. So that truck now being in is bad news for Poland.
And what are Poland going to do? Now, they do have a ridge that somewhat hides them from where Vietnam currently is, but yeah, the dump truck is going to be an issue. They need to smoke it off. If they can smoke off that angle, they can start to move in.
भाई यहाँ पे क्या chaos हुआ है इस जगह पे?
Brazil's on the opposite side of that with a wrap, and Vietnam doesn't really have a way to punish them right now.
The last team to fight's probably going to win this game.
Agreed.
So whichever fight kicks off first, Vietnam want to force Poland towards Brazil. Brazil want to force Vietnam towards Poland. It is literally a game of chance now, and somebody's got to make the first move. Now, I'll say this, if I'm Brazil, you're technically
Poland chicken निकालेगी.
We know that Vietnam shouldn't have any throwable utility. They
smartly खेला
a little while earlier. And Brazil are the same. Poland are the only team that should have anything, really, when you think about it.
Oh, BL just fully recovers.
Yeah, look, 3 nades for Pufa.
Yeah, they don't have... Vietnam doesn't have much. You can see that Brazil recovered that 3 armor and helmet, so they're going to be very healthy, as well as that P90. You can see it on BL. You can see the deployable cover coming out now for the side of Poland, and this is going to allow them to sneak further and further into the center of the circle, because Vietnam's sightlines otherwise would just be much too strong. The fact that they were able to find that many deployable covers is very fortunate for the team of Poland.
Yeah, look at the amount of, as you said, it's movement to ground, but it also creates gaps that Brazil could potentially exploit if they throw smoke grenades.
Very true.
They control that ground. Cappy will throw another one down in this position. Himas peeking over towards Brazil. Sololzi will just keep that UAZ closer and closer to the circle. They still have the ability to full-on crash and full-on send if they need to do so. I just spotted Brazil. I see a Panzer. I see a nade. They're not fully spent on util yet either.
Well, no, with the amount of boxes there, I'd be very shocked if they were. You can see Vietnam now starting to move up. And they have to move first. That's the thing. Poland doesn't. They have Magsters on basically what is that center dot. As long as he doesn't get knocked, he's going to be able to help Poland move forward. I love this Pufa moving up as well, using that vehicle. Himas desperately looking for a knock.
Yeah, Vietnam are using their last bit of utility now. Here comes the airstrike. Nade after nade after nade. They're going to do damage, but BL will strike first blood. They're fighting Poland now. They're on multiple fronts, but the smoke will create a fog of war. Pufa drops low. BL will confirm out that kill. He is holding back Vietnam. That is his job. He gets the knock on to Pufa's Posa. Magsters turns his attention to Delwyn as Vietnam fall to 2, but Brazil still with 4 up.
And the crazy thing is Brazil is fighting this on 2 fronts and they're winning. They're actually winning. That's crazy. But look at this. Poland will find a nade. And now this is down to a clean 3v3 and a battle for the center of the circle. And don't you forget, BL still has 3 armor, 3 helmet, and a P90.
And Santa's got a Panzer. Brazil are going to go for the res, but Posa drops the nade on him. Cappy.
Oh, nice. Chalo, come on, Poland.
Poland now.
Time to shine.
Numbers in their favor. As they said, it couldn't be worse than yesterday. It hasn't been BL though. He will find the knock on the Mars. Like you said, the level 3 here will be telling. But what a spray that is from Pufa. He subs in today. It's a 2 versus 3 here, Godspeed. And Poland though, the blues right on their back.
They have to be careful about the blues. Sparking is still up as well. The P90 is in play. BL going for the peak, and they are flash. He's getting the angle. He'll find one. All he has to do now is close it out. Masters is so blind. And Brazil
निकाल लिया.
Fight in the end will close out game.
ब्राजील के पास यूटिल्स था, वहाँ पे इतना क्रेट था, इतना यूटिल्स था ना, सब भर लिया था. सबसे भयंकर भाई, इन लोगों ने सब यूटिल्स यूज करा. आज न्यू विनर एवरी मैच.
Second win on the grand final stage for Brazil. This is the thing about Brazil. When they get hot, they are so good. But the problem is they don't get hot often enough.
The inconsistency, yes, but all 4 members of that team fired on all cylinders. The fact that they were taking the fight, they were winning the fight, against both Poland and Vietnam. That was insane, and it did come off the back of BL being smart, having that repair kit, fortunately, getting the armor repaired, getting the P90 out of the hands from one of the many crates that was there that traded multiple hands. That was insane, but Poland as well, props to them for fighting that tooth and nail, making sure that they made that as difficult as possible.
China वाले जो यहाँ पे मरे थे.
That was the 5th game of the day. Match number 11, we still have, oh goodness, one more wrangle.
The best thing as well, Brazil won out of that dip, and when we saw the move there early from Germany, we said too early, right? And then Norway pushed in. It was too early. It was the last team to push that dip that ended up getting the victory, because what happened is what happens when you go there too soon.
Well, it's not even just the mortars that were being sent in that direction. Once you had like Vietnam and other teams within nade range, I mean, it is so easy to just get utility in that dip, and that's exactly what we saw when USA was there, and after they crashed, and then after Norway crashed, and then Brazil got there. It's just madness.
Yeah, and even if you look at the grand scale of things too, Vietnam, 6 kills inside the top 4. They're still increasing that gap. Brazil, they are so happy with that victory. But I think for Vietnam, they needed, for just the way things were going, they had 130 points. They only got 2 points the next game. They've bounced back really strong, the way the teams that want to win titles do.
Yeah, and man, you could see the relief on their face, but it's not over. Sparking is still all business. He wants that. I talk to him pretty much every day we've been here. He wants this bad. They all want it bad, and the amazing thing is he's been an MVP at EWC. He's been a leader for this team now for Brazil multiple years. He's learned so much playing in the Americas on a team like Liquid, and so it's showing how much experience that team has. Plus you have up-and-comers like BL, Santastico, so it's just such a solid team.
Yeah, it's still when you consider how many games we've been through, the pool of teams that have won maps is still relatively small, right?
Yeah, it is.
It's been a situation like that. Top 4 teams though, 20 points for Brazil. Poland though, this last 3 maps has been so much better for them.
Yeah, phenomenal work. They really turned things around.
Missing your gameplay, bro. PUBG. मेरा gameplay तो मत देखो भाई. अभी बहुत खराब हो गया. मेरा भी आजकल मैं डेल्टा फोर्स खेलता हूँ. देखते हैं. ये PNC खत्म होने दो, उसके बाद मैं ट्राई करूँगा कि बैलेंस होकर दोनों गेम चले.
And second place here, a good point game in the game before. I think they got a 3rd place.
परसों तो खेला ही नहीं, कल खेला था डेल्टा फोर्स थोड़ा सा लेट नाइट, फिर रात को PUBG भी खेला था थोड़ा सा, ऑफ स्ट्रीम ही खेला था.
It means getting into the top 8 is not maybe as hard as it could be as we look at our man of the match BL, and I'm so happy for him because Santa, he gets a lot of the credit on Rock. Sparking's incredible, Post has done it, but I've always said BL is one of the really good anchor players in the game, and for him to show up like that with the P90
तो भाई सही में बहुत जबरदस्त है.
Yes, he is a great player, and I love that he's also getting some shine. But something we didn't really talk about was Thailand, man. Thailand in that last game was on fire, coming out from the north.
कोई बात नहीं, ये लोग भी कभी noob थे.
Quite a bit of work. I think they got 10 kills that game. They were
ये लोग भी हमारी तरह
harassing
खेलते थे, but ये धीरे-धीरे खेल के
Brazil.
सीखे हैं, एक्सपीरियंस गेन कर-करके इतना टॉप पोजीशन पे आए हैं.
Another great game down the back for them, and Thailand with 12. Yeah, so they did manage to get 10 kills after all.
Who sat them down though? Who was the team that knocked them out of the lobby?
I don't know, you tell me.
Philippines.
It was the Philippines.
They have been a nightmare. 10 points for them in this game as well. They won the hot drop. They backfilled fights successfully. I'm impressed. They've come in. Really, really good part for them. Vietnam, 11 more points. Good game for Norway, picking up 8 of their own. But for Australia, they have a decision to make on the next Erangel. Are they going a hot drop with the Philippines? Or do they just give up the ghost? It's 2-1.
फटाफट कैसे मारना सबको.
And we'll look at the final leaderboard though. Let's see who is on top now as things stand.
Shocker. Vietnam, but China with 103 points. Thailand
China century.
is caught up in 3rd with 96
Thailand third आ गया.
points. They are now only 7
Where is Poland? Poland कितना climb किया है? सिर्फ 13 आया. ठीक है. वही तो भाई मेरे से तो रैंक भी नहीं खेली जाती.
Second 0-point game in a row.
Yeah, and you think about Brazil are right behind them, and
सब very low setting पे खेलते हैं.
Who was the biggest benefactor of China, or sorry, of Korea bringing back the players? It was China. They got 3 of those kills, so that was 3 more points for China as they close the gap to the top.
Yeah, I mean they're getting. We say close. The problem is Vietnam just
time for
is not
second
slowing down.
Erangel
Even in that last
in the
game,
last game of the day.
Absolutely relentless, and the thing thing that is most impressive to me about Vietnam isn't necessarily their killing potential with, like, you know,
ये last match है
it's their positioning.
आज match miss कर दिए क्या सारे?
It's not just kills, it's not just dumb luck. Their positioning, their decision making, their splits, their ability to punish other teams around them is just second to none in this event so far.
Well, you find yourself in a good position in the late game once or twice, it's chance. But when you do it over
system
and
check,
over
system
every
check.
game, it's not chance anymore. It's just the great decision making. And that all ties back to a discussion you and I had. I'm going to say we had it about a year ago when we had a quick conversation. It was like, these players know who's dropping where, who's going to be where after like 5 or 10 minutes, and you can map out your game just with that knowledge alone.
Yeah. Well, Gibson, it is time for our final game of the day, Game 6, match number 12, as we head into a wrangle one more time to close out the day. And we'll have to see, is Australia going to go back to Pachinki? At this point,
यार ये होता है FPP या TVP? FPP होता है, फर्स्ट पर्सन होता है नवीन ब्रो। PUBG PC में फर्स्ट पर्सन टूर्नामेंट होते हैं, बट अभी TPP का भी स्टार्ट होगा कुछ दिनों से, इस साल से स्टार्ट होगा, बोला तो है। फिर से ऑस्ट्रेलिया होगा, ऑस्ट्रेलिया जाएगा फिर से।
Australia have a good game, man. That roster is so strong. I want to see Tick succeed, especially if he's IGLing. But it's been rough. It's been rough for the boys.
Even like the likes of Luke and Flood, like they're great. Like I love the players
Flood,
of that team.
Monty, they're all just very good.
I have to back Monty because it turns out he's half Irish as well. So
इसके बाद कितने बाकी हैं फाइनल विनर के लिए? कल और 6 मैचेस हैं।
I love how you
डे 1 को 6 थे, आज डे 2 है, डे 2 का 6 मैचेस का मतलब वही 12th मैच है ये अभी, उसके बाद और 6 मैचेस होंगे कल।
Maybe I could play. Maybe you could play. If I've done a terrible job at casting and they decide I'm not allowed to cast.
भाई ये लोग नहीं सुधरेगा।
So from what I can tell, Philippines and Australia once again are, you know what? Fine. You know, I'm about it. Tig, if you want this, I'm about it, but you got to win this. You have to win this fight.
I wonder if they're just looking at the leaderboard going, you know what? What are we going to gain or lose by doing it? Let's just keep the fight going.
I mean, if they can get the 4 kills and recover, that's 4 points early, right? Then they can go on to the next fight. So, you know what?
How have we gotten this shift with that flight path?
यहाँ फाइट होगा।
All the teams. We have 3 teams have gambled.
अबे भाई ये क्या है?
One of them. Yep.
You've got.
They haven't landed Millie Mace, I think, this entire time.
We have a hot drop in Primo.
Oh my God, we do. It's Denmark and Vietnam. Okay. Oh, but here we go, back and forth. Trade. Luke will get Calbs after Tiggleton falls. CJ now with the overall.
Chase him, you know, both players had the reload. Oh, that's awful timing. Tanbu picks up a point and to beam me way back on the other hot drop. But Tig is down. Australia's Luke is really
come on.
Monty, he's trying to get a knock on to Algin Bots and he takes just a little bit of damage, but not quite enough as it needed to be.
Take down,
I like this though. I feel like Australia is just, they've had it. They're over it. They just want to get this fight done and dusted. They want to get it over with, and they're pushing the pace this time. Much more than they did last time. Flood is going to find the flush. Tig still knocked. A possibility to get him up, maybe.
Why are Argentina and China fighting over here as well?
I have no clue, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
It's a very awkward spot for them to be fighting.
This is what happens when the circle does this on a flight path like that. Like, it really makes it... you'll see a lot of fights that you're not usually going to see. CJ gets that knock on the Monty. Philippines are dominating this hot drop at this point. The only time Australia won was when there was a third party from Vietnam.
देखना, सही तो देख रहा था.
I think when you look at the mentality of the hot drop here, Philippines take the more aggressive pot. They try to hound in Australia. Australia drop as a 4, Philippines wrap all around them, but that's a good knock from Luke.
Yep, that's going to slow things down a bit for the Philippines. Again, it doesn't really matter if Australia or the Philippines are down to 1 member. There is a res station and they can recover. The real danger is Chinese Taipei. I can tell that they're kind of sniffing something out here and they might want to get involved. In fact, Xavier is just on the cusp of this fight looking for that third party.
Vietnam, Denmark.
Sneaky player that he can be. He's got the M24 and I'm pretty sure he's probably...
Oh, भाई, kickstart को दौड़ाए जा रहे हैं ये लोग तो.
Chasing down kickstart.
Yeah, this is an SKS with iron sights as well. Is not the best weapon, but Soul will do it with the MK, and Kick is going to be livid with that one. Halo will try to get it back, but you know what?
भाई कैसे बे 3 बंदे कोरिया के 1 बंदे कैसे दौड़ा
They're
रहे
not going to get a 0-point game, and for the USA, I'm sure they'll get that.
1v1
Here is this is just now down to Algin Bots and Flood, a one-on-one. This hot drop has come down to this. Is it going to be Philippines to win yet again, or will Australia finally put a stop to the bleeding?
ओह बच गया तन्वू
Saviour's landed. He finds 10.
उधर का क्या हो रहा है
Stealing that point away.
पुचंकी का क्या हो रहा है फाइट 1v1
Even this
पीछे गया
fight that's going on with Denmark and Vietnam, not a single Vietnam player looks to be knocked.
No,
it's so efficient.
Or even damaged. It's
third party
crazy
आ गया
frustrating if you're watching as the other teams because they just seem nigh unstoppable, immortal at this point.
Chinese Taipei looks like Leo's gotten into the real thick of it as well. Still that battle going on. Flood's still alive. Running backwards now towards him well. And it's the wrong decision. He's going to get caught out by Leo. But how was he to know that Leo would be holding that angle and Australia for the third time lose
कल
on
दूसरा
Puchinki?
strategy बना के आओ
Well, if I'm going
boys
to put an asterisk on their win, I'm going to put an asterisk on this one as well.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, Gibson. It doesn't matter at this point. They're just losing games and opportunities here to get points that they absolutely need. They're currently sat in 15th place.
2 kill मिला ऑस्ट्रेलिया को
Which is, I think, the lowest they've been, I think, ever at a PNC.
I think 3 मिलना चाहिए था
It's not what you'd expect, right?
टिकल्टन का क्या हाल टिकल्टन
It's
हार गया
disappointing. I mean, I'm just going to say it. It's disappointing.
I'm going to add one
टिकल्टन की
caveat.
टीम
They're one
गलत
of the
फाइट ले रही है यार
teams at this PNC that don't have teammates on a team.
That's true.
When you think about it, all the other teams are going to have natural chemistry, natural cohesion, even if it is a little bit splintered. This is 4 players from 4 different rosters. It's going to be really difficult.
I'm still not giving up on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bad day, but I'm still not giving up on them. At least to climb the leaderboard. I don't suspect they'll be in...
Oh, Gustav!
Gustav! What a shot!
No. That player is isolated. You're not able to cross because you're being held by Delwyn.
Miss कर दिया Delwyn ने.
As desperate as Gustav would be to get this point, yeah, there you go, Delwyn. He is so good at that. And now Doffy is the last player standing. Little bit of damage onto one player.
बच जाएगा. Revive हो जाएगा शायद.
Drive up the road a little bit, give it a little while, go back, bring your players back in, let Vietnam focus on playing the long game.
But you know what? Vietnam has nothing to lose. If they really wanted to, they could camp here. They could just sit here and wait Doffy out and rotate in phase 2 or 3. They're going to have more than enough meds. Why not? They literally have nothing to lose.
Look how much space is in the circle as well. We've not seen it in a while. But there's so much free real estate because of the fact you got that river leading up to the Tadpole Lake or Snake Lake. Oh, a little look at Martin on screen.
What a good-looking man he is. All right, moving back here. Looks like Vietnam will 100% hunt this down. Marsalek coming down, and that's not what you want to see if you're Poland.
Marsalek गया हुआ है.
How hard do they try to get him back? Because they do like to try bring Marsalek back.
I mean, he's somewhere in...
Marsalek हर जगह उल्टा-पुल्टा मरता है.
I don't actually know where his body fell. It could be recoverable, but...
The only good thing is he'll know, because you know the way on the map you can see where your blue chip is. Something that I think that a lot of players might not realize, and it's worth thinking. You might go, oh, well, how come a lot of players aren't picking up blue chips? Well, if you pick up a blue chip, it's a beacon. As long as that blue chip's not destroyed, the player who owns it knows exactly where it is.
Right.
And you'll know where that team has moved to. If I was going to do it, I'd pick up the blue chip and just put it in the middle of an open field that people have eyes on. Just drop it off when you're driving past.
Oh, you want that?
Code क्या है भाई?
Yeah.
Code. पहला code आया था.
Let everybody know exactly where you are.
So
Brilliant था. दूसरा code था. Go for it.
Member of the Philippines. And again, he's going to wait this out. As we've seen, the Philippines will stay in blue for as long as they have to, as long as they can get a res off.
Yeah, and you can see in the little mini map what they're clearing. They're saying these buildings are cleared.
Brilliant का B capital था, बाकी small और go for it का all caps
These are the last 2
था.
buildings we need to check where I think Algin bots could be in. So they're working it out. They're clearing it room by room. The important thing for them is Algin bots has got a barrel and a shotgun. If you're going to push Algin bots, you need to do it as a 2 or a 3. That shotgun, it's fire, a second delay, fire again. So you've got to push it in a way where you don't give him the opportunity to reload. You send a player in, and you're happy to trade that player.
Yeah. We'll see if that's what they decide to do. Meanwhile, in the rest of the circle, Everyone has pretty much said it. This is after we have a yacht circle. Oh, it looks like Algenbots has been found. He's going to try to jump on the roof. Can he hit the... Oh, maybe not. He's actually just going to hold this angle. This is a cheeky little angle.
It's tech. This is some tech from Algenbots, is he?
No, he's going to go on the roof, yeah.
Yeah, he held it for... Oh, no. I thought the timing...
Great timing.
I thought the timing was going to work against him for a second, but you'd assume, look, all the members now of Chinese Taipei, they're holding these different angles. Savior is going to drive up on top of the hill to get a better angle on this spot. And I think Savior could be the one watching. Yeah, we can see the coach here of the Philippines. She's watching on, and you know, I think she's going. This is inevitable. There's no way. Oh my God, maybe there is a way he could win this.
Hold on, Gibson. Don't count Algenbots.
Yeah,
okay.
bye.
No, you were right to count him out. That
yeah.
That nade was perfection from Mao.
Good for
उन लोगों ने hunt करके मार दिया रे Philippines को भी.
They were, I think, 3 points away from Australia. Make that 1
How
or
is the
2
Logitech
points away now.
G335 headset?
They could get out of bottom spot. You know, that's a race to
Logitech
keep an eye on as we...
Oh,
Gaming
what a shift that was.
G Pro को छोड़ के कोई headset
And
अच्छा
where
नहीं है.
Vietnam? Way off to the
Pro
south, but Korea and China have got great positions. And Poland, they're going to rotate back towards the north. But a circle shift like this, look at him. Look how many recall systems are in the circle.
There's a crazy amount, which means these are more than enough opportunities for teams who have lost players or even lost almost the entire team to come back and go for those reses.
You got USA rotating back in. The question is, if they pick up the recall chip, Erath is hunting down.
सारे एशियन टीम्स ही टॉप में है बे. एक ब्राजील है जो साउथ अमेरिका से है. फिर USA, Denmark, Germany, Argentina.
They're far enough away now that at least Germany won't get the knock. But they make a wrong choice. They go to the wrong place. And maybe Norway's James could line them up. But yeah, James hears the cars coming. He knows he's solo. He's given up this position.
Spray's coming out. China looking for a few knocks here to get an opportunity. The split very strong from them. But it looks like they are going to consolidate here. Or maybe not, actually. You can see UK have taken over Volcano. And it's actually Germany that have come to play, but not in the way they would have wanted. Wait a second, Mika gets a trade. He's almost good for 2 there.
Nahi.
Oh, and he got stuffed.
Yeah, he ran that close to him that his gun went up to the up animation. And
Germany
still putting on a fight. But Vex will win that one. It's a 1 versus 1, and Braxco will win it. Team UK eliminated. And Germany will leapfrog above Denmark now as they all chain up. But Norway...
yeah, I don't know how much time they have, though. Norway is now chomping at the bit, kicking down the door almost. But James is actually going to give them time to recover. Okay.
I'm surprised.
I'm also surprised because they only had 1 member left, and keeping track of the kill feed, I feel like both Argentina and Norway could have known that.
Yeah, and now with that, Capitan is looking this way, but again, it's just a little too late.
का ट्रैक रखता होगा इतना chaotic fight होता है कैसे ध्यान रखोगे?
They have to have a recall. But look at Vietnam.
चलो हम तो.
Oh no. And where's Purdy going? I think he wants to rotate towards the north. Oh no, this is bad. This is very bad for USA. You can see Delwyn lining up the shot, but he's going to think better of using a bolt, prone in a spray, and there it is. He's going to melt Halo.
Yeah, Delwyn. I don't think anybody kills as many players by shooting them in the back as Delwyn does, as he picks up that one. Tanvi will confirm out the kill, but for USA, that was not what they wanted whatsoever. Shrimsy, he's going to rotate back this way. I think he's just going to get out of there. He's going to join Curtin, maybe go to the north side of the circle. But Vietnam find another point, and Indonesia are going to bring back their fallen comrade.
Indonesia is just getting out of there, and that's the thing. Kick is going to land, right? But where?
I don't know. Like, where can he even go? You can take damage inside the blue. You can maybe see Kurt maybe picks up some loot on his way into the circle. I don't know, it's been tough for the USA, and you're not to expect Vietnam to be in that position either, because you rotated in there, and they rotated a minute later.
They did, but I mean, you did use the,
अभी मैंने देखा AWM देखा किसी के हाथ
res point, right?
में.
So that
Erangel में तो
beacon does go
AWM
up, which
खूब
means that
चलता
a
है.
team could come and potentially backstab. But yeah, just to expect Vietnam there is not something I think anyone would do. And here's the issue: is the water, right? This
home team के
this
लिए
circle is so
zone बना दिया
precarious
गया
because
है.
you do have that amazing forest position just to the west of where Argentina is. There's so many dips that they can play there, but outside of that, this is a very open and barren circle.
Yeah, and look, you think about the rotates, USA and will go in towards Yaz over the north side of the lake past Nolene. And I think Thailand are probably shocked that they're getting across this bridge to the gas station for free. Germany, though, they're going to get some teammates back inside the fight. And Korea, they'll just send it inside of Garden now as well, as they get a really good spot inside the circle. But Trick will push back Rossiter Jr.
I was going to say Thailand actually just huge positional advantage coming off, or just coming into that. Very fortunate. They're going to eat a knock on Rossiter. I think they should be able to recover that, and now they're in a great position. As long as they can get Rossiter back, they'll be in a good position, but it doesn't look like Indonesia is going to let that happen. You can see Setsuna flying in, acting as a scout. Smoke's now coming in, and they desperately want to save him.
Yeah, he's getting so close to getting down. Nades being thrown by Trick just to repel the potential res. Fluky, he's running up. Fluky's going for the res. Jacob is going to provide some cover now as things stand. So for Thailand, it's not the first place to work. I also like this decision. Get him in the car. Because look where that nade landed.
Yeah.
It landed exactly where he would have been had he stuck the res.
Well, and this is also an opportunity here looking at the north side for USA. Come in behind, maybe get a knock or two while they're trying to recover, or at least play the other side of that water, of the bridge, until they can find a knock. The problem is, once that ridge on the north side is out, USA really have nothing to play up there.
Well, you'll see a lot of teams get good points from playing just below that bridge as well, and playing on using that position. It can take you up and towards fighting Korea. The only real team you need to worry about is Thailand if they come down to the riverbank in that situation. So it's something for USA to think. But I think Vietnam,
सारे टीम अंदर है, डेनमार्क का एक बंदा बाहर है.
Be able to easily cut that off if USA decide to use that. So the decision for USA comes pretty soon here. Do you cross early, or do you just try to play the side that you're given?
Dofi for Denmark still alive. I'm not quite sure if he was able to get those players brought back and inside the fight, as James will look towards Leo.
कौन से वेबसाइट पे डालने वाला कि गेम में डालने वाला? वेबसाइट्स में डालने वाला पहला कोड आया था ब्रिलियंट, कैपिटल बी, बाकी सब स्मॉल. ठीक है, फर्स्ट किल वाला. सेकंड जो टॉप 4 में आता है वो आया था गो फॉर इट कैपिटल में. इंडिया किधर है? सुपरसोनिक इंडिया एलिमिनेट हो गई ना. ये रेव मैकेनिज्म के कारण और टफ हो जाता है एंड सर्कल तक. नहीं, कोई फायदा नहीं है एंड सर्कल में रिकॉल का कोई फायदा नहीं है.
As it's going to cut off pretty much everything to the west, and now if you are one of those teams like Korea holding off the west, you're going to have to deal with Vietnam, and you're going to have to deal with a lot more once you actually try to get into the circle, because Brazil has just pulled up underneath Korea as well.
Yeah, Brazil will lock in J compound, which I think is what Korea might have had their eyes on. Just to the north of them, you've got China. Fantastic position.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, man, he's still great. He's still so good. Savior going to crash in 10s. Fire towards Leo. Dip out.
Oh, that was a mistake.
I'm not a fan of that. Look at that. Delwyn, Vietnam getting the knock. Vietnam are crashing Korea here in Garden.
And Korea, can they really be the heroes? Can they truly stop Vietnam's just domination of this lobby? It doesn't look like it. Salute will go down, Guman will go down, and China is involved as well.
Vietnam are like a tidal wave going through this lobby at times. They're fighting. They are just annihilating everybody. They're barely taking knocks.
एक कोड ये था जो गेम में आप डाल सकते हो जिससे आपको
way back in Primo as raining falls to Tanvu. He'll clean that one up. And it is all down to Seoul. And USA have used this gunfight to cross the bridge.
Yeah, that's actually perfect. It's just crazy because Vietnam just can't make a mistake. Like, it's crazy to watch.
They're just right. James, look at that. James with a C4. He'll get himself a knock. Mao Rush will clean that one up. And Norway will be hoping they can get him back on his feet sooner rather than later. USA will go for, as I said, Kurt off for a reposition.
Vietnam's so ready for them, though.
They just know.
It's just crazy. I mean, I'm sure they heard the vehicle, but they're just ready for everything. Nothing works against this team.
Yeah, the nades are going to get tossed up. Tanbu will chase Shrimsy with phenomenal cover is able to keep his teammate on his feet. Now Shrimsy will fall at the hand of P-Man. And there's a spray from Seoul as Delwyn takes damage. This could be an opportunity for Seoul to put pressure on, but look at that nade from Kick.
It literally takes a village just to deal with this team. Vietnam
भाई इस फाइट में चाइना ऊपर आ जाएगा मेरे को लग रहा है.
Delwyn and Himas.
Yeah, it's not done yet. Seoul holding the potential retreat from Himas. The blue zone will see the end of Shrimsy as Kick will pop a first aid, but it's not just the blue zone need, it's the actual blue zone that USA need to start worrying about as well. Phase 4, Seoul looking to hold back any retreat as Norway do go down thanks to a multiple of Chinese Taipei and Germany.
Nice.
And Seoul does get the knock, and the crowd love that one. But Delwyn is just nasty
Gross
as he
angle.
wipes them out.
That was, I need to take a shower. That was a gross angle to take to win that gunfight. And he's now going to drag Himas out, and of course he's going to get the res, because why wouldn't he?
It's
recovery
just nasty. Germany, though, they have a great position in the circle. China bang in the center of the zone. Germany, if they wanted, can take the top of Vesuvius, because it is basically free for them. You know, some people like to call it Volcano. I sometimes call it Vesuvius, but they want to take this spot if they want, because look at how much space there is, and China will look to extend out there.
You know, you say that, Gibson, but after watching them take all the space in that game on Tego and kind of throwing it, I don't know. I hope they're able to do what they're supposed to, but we'll see. It's going to be now Purdy and USA. A flash. Oh, he just runs straight in.
Another player shot in the back by Delwyn, though. He's just so good at it.
And Xiao Wu, of course, will find kickstart. You know, save Vietnam because they needed it.
If there's any positives to take for that, at least China got
कहाँ से मारा? वो जो छोटा सा गैप से मारा उसको बताओ.
You got to look at the bright side.
I'm running out of superlatives to say about Vietnam.
Argentina पे है AWM.
They're just them.
I could use mine.
Indonesia, please.
You're the one that's going to save some for tomorrow.
I don't have many left as we see Argentina now trying to hold back Indonesia. And this is happening just on the northeast edge. As you can see, Argentina actually got in front here.
Bye.
What a nade that's going to land from Rebo. Trick will go down.
मर जाएगा.
Rebo's really good. Correct. Chris gets the angle as well. The vehicle explosion confirms out that kill as Argentina will look to deal with Indonesia. Because if you do, it means that you can fully focus on the center of the circle. Himas will
बंदा क्या करे? गाड़ी से उतरा ही है, नेड आ गया.
Likely will follow him out the gate. So, you know, it goes through maybe the only way to deal with Vietnam is PUBG itself with the blue zone. He's got a couple of bandages, but he will fall. Vietnam.
It doesn't even matter though. They still had 9 kills. That's 9 points.
No placements though.
Oh, come on.
Here come Thailand though, crashing onto Argentina. Godspeed.
Yeah, they are crashing down indeed. Now, Forrest's position was great for the time being, but now they need to get onto Argentina's case, and the onus is on Argentina to win this fight. They need to. Thailand really being the aggressor and putting a lot of pressure on them. Meanwhile, it's going to be Poland that are trying to find some kicks off here or there.
नहीं, दूसरा विंडो फेंकना था.
I believe they did get a knock at the very least, Gibson.
Yeah, confirmed. Indonesia have now been eliminated, and Thailand and Argentina can fully focus on each other. You can see that there is a down on the outside. Jacob will try to hold it back, but for Poland, they're now playing for the late game. Back off this fight, take control of Forest. Argentina, they want to get a res of their own on the Draft King. And China's Xiao Wu, he's just looking to do some damage, but they have essentially not had to do anything. So, this game. And they're probably going to get a good shift this time around, because why wouldn't they? And they do.
China को favorable circle दिया भाई.
For Poland, Argentina, and Thailand.
China really in the driver's seat here. They have so many players ahead of them to the north that they could potentially take down or help take down and really just cripple the efforts. So we'll see. Argentina's Emi is going around. He's got to find a knock. It's just him and Capitan, but he keeps just getting pushed back. You got to commit to something.
Germany putting shots in, China the same, Thailand all stuck inside as the mortar strikes will land just a little bit further away. Emi though with a good knock onto Jacob. Fluky's going to expect the repeat, but the good stun grenade buys himself a little bit of time. He's going to gas can. No, it didn't get inside the building, but Fluky will get the knock. It was a brilliant idea to toss the gas can in the door.
I love the attempt, but yeah, it's just the timing was off. That broken door, he needed to be quick.
Need.
Are going to come out, and he's just going to clean that one up. Kiss does.
अबे नेट से वो गैस कैन फुट जला नहीं.
But there's nowhere to go. I mean, the reward is a run of
China
doom
का चिकन है.
Yeah, Germany
सर्कल अच्छा है ना China पे.
Well, now they will start to take up on top of Volcano. Poland will clown Carrot. Look at how low the health is in this UAS as well. This is a heal merry attempt from Poland to get to that dip, to give themselves something to play.
Oh, they're just gonna go past the dip. Let's just go for it, why not? They might as well. Left is gonna find one out of the spray, but at least the others make landfall.
Yeah, but for how long? For how long? Blow up that vehicle and you'll blow up the poles. Matchsters will try to do it. Ming Ming, and down go Poland. But again, inside the top 8 placement points, it's been a massive revival for Poland on day 2.
Much better day. They find themselves now in 12th. Considering where they started, you can take that. As Germany now with an opportunity once again, a lot of space. In fact, they have the majority of space in the circle.
Little graphic there about it's Chris as well. 516 damage this game. He's played 79 maps at PNC, and he's averaged over 216 damage. That is not an easy number to keep at, especially with that many games played.
And he is the opportunist for his team, for Germany, for Ascend. He always flexes out and finds.
देख रहे हो, सबको पता है कि वहाँ बंदा है, क्या kill fit पड़ते हैं, अपने को तो पता ही नहीं रहता क्या हो रहा है.
Stealing the kills, scouting, he's that person, he's that absolute information hub for his team.
Yeah, and look at this, Fluky, he's in the blue. He's just meting it out to see if maybe he can outlive some team. He doesn't want to gift any points away. We're at that point now where you're starting to think about denials and positions in the leaderboard. Germany not too far behind. So just stay there, maybe outlive somebody. Maybe Dofi could fall and you get that extra placement point, because let's not forget Denmark still in the circle. He didn't get to bring his teammates back. But I don't think Brazil have any idea that Dofi is there. China have gotten a massive shift, but Dofi could ruin Brazil's game.
Yeah, he absolutely could. Even if he gets 1 or 2, that's a huge loss, as we can see Germany now starting to flex, and I think they suspect that their south is about to get encroached upon. And look at, I mean, just look at the angles here for China and for Left. So much control now has been shifted over towards them because of this, and now Germany finds itself on the back foot.
Yeah, Brazil are trying to create some cover for themselves as they want to make a shift in.
डेनमार्क का एक बंदा कहीं दिख रहा है मेरे को.
Just try to rotate in. Left. We'll try to get that.
पीछे, इनके पीछे, तुम्हारे पीछे.
Did China see Dofi?
I don't think so.
No, they didn't.
They saw BL though. That's for sure. They get that knock onto BL. Looking at his position, I think he should be able to crawl into cover to get the res, but phase 7.
Oh, little goes with the mortar.
How good is his aim? How good could this be?
He put it at 190. I'd say it's about 204 is probably perfection.
Well, it is going to be
actually
sent.
Maybe 240.
Yeah, sent into the sky. We can see the arc going up of your Brazil.
Oh my goodness! 204 was right on the money.
And look, Doffey's trying to throw in some nades as well because he wants to get involved. He got 1. He got an extra point. Sparking gets the kill though, and he's going to rush for that res. But look at Germany. Germany don't want to take on China heads on. They want to take on Brazil. Zerath gets that knock. China though, realizing that that's the case, they're expanding out now too because they don't want the blue to take out any of their precious points. Nades being thrown back. It's just Posa left standing now for Brazil. I think Germany's done the right thing, but Brax has to feed this information about Ghost, Ming Ming, and Xiaowu.
No, it doesn't look like that's going to really matter. You have 4 members of China bearing down on your position. There's not much you're going to be able to do at all as they're going to trade back and forth. It's Chris. He has a monumental task, and there's no way he's going to be able to do it. China will claim the last game of the day. And
2 chicken dinner राज निकाल लिया.
Yeah, big win for China, and it's a big win.
जो कोड मैंने दिया है उससे क्या मिल रहा है? उससे लूट कैच मिल रहा है. लिखा था PNC 2025 लूट कैच.
To close that gap, to make sure that day 3 has so much on the line.
Why China?
Germany, good game for them. Keeping in the hunt, keeping in the position to maybe push for a top 4 finish. Korea struggling, but China, you see the sign, at least for this map anyway, China #1.
Yeah, I mean, China is currently #2 and the closest team really to kind of catch Vietnam. The problem once again for the lobby and for China though is that Vietnam still got 9 kills. They still got 9 points. And for everyone else, man, it's been a struggle. We saw at the beginning of that game, Australia once again just happened to fall to the Philippines. But what I really loved about that was Chinese Taipei recognizing the opportunity, coming in and getting those frags and cleaning up the fight.
Yeah, as we take a look at the highlights from this matchup, This was the fight where I don't think they'd even sustained the knock to this point. They'd gotten
Bhai,
so
ye
many
knock.
kills. That's just nasty from Gustav. But Delwyn does what Delwyn does best. Germany cleaned up UK at this battle. Germany wouldn't have got anywhere near the top 4 had Norway pushed it whenever they had the opportunity, or Argentina, but they fell off the back of it. And honestly, this was just where Vietnam flexed on Korea. Like, they just knew every move Korea were going to make before they made it.
Yeah, I mean, and just again, the angles that we saw, like Delwyn and Himhouse taking this fight, like Sol as well, you know, to his credit, was fighting back as a solo. The best he could with that shot was just so clean from Delwyn, and then even then they were able to take out the United States as well. And just everyone else, that was a nice shot from Zhao Wu in order to clean up the USA, but yeah, it just took literally half the lobby to take down Vietnam.
Yeah, and we've seen Argentina as they fell. Poland, though, massive credit again. They got a kill on the board, more points. Definitely, what, 30-plus points for day 2, which is way more than they were able to get on day 1. And then all of this stemmed from that little ghost mortar that got the double knock onto Brazil.
Just absolute perfection. 204 meters was the magic number, and you can see them excited. You can see them hyped. But also, you know, Brazil making it into the final 3. Another solid game coming out from them. And Germany just all day has been consistent.
Getting into the placement points, but like you said, they're getting into the placements, but they're not getting big kill tallies, which is why they're not in the top 4.
Because Brazil pe chale jate hai. Space. It's less so about flexing to get kills and really controlling space, and you can see that they're not willing to take any unnecessary risks. And even though they've found a lot of consistency, that is hurting them in the kill department.
Yeah, it really, really is. But I will say, as we kind of close out day 2, that China, they've done really well, but Vietnam again, those
Korea aaj gaya, kal climb karega aur kya?
Absolutely phenomenal. I was going to use like 7 different superlatives there just to really make it tough for you tomorrow, but I'm not going to. But let's have a look at our top 4 from that game. China should be up there in the top spot. Germany in second, but there's that Vietnam. 9 kills, and the efficiency again, 990 damage. That means they're not wasting ammo in long-range fights. It means when they get a knock, they're cleaning it up almost instantly.
India किधर है bro? India finals तक नहीं qualify कर पाया. PNC में खेला, but finals तक नहीं qualify
had a
कर
really good day for themselves. I mean, they got that win. That's going to be a good boost going into day 3, right? Because again, we've talked about
वियतनाम को #3 दिखा रहा है? क्या बात कर रहे हो? वियतनाम तो बहुत पहले आउट हो गया था. 9th पे आउट हुई थी.
500,000 base prize pool being boosted up by the crowdfunding, which you can do in game by supporting it by buying your favorite team's helmets. Man of the match, X left, 1 kill.
X left को 1 kill के साथ. What the
damage?
716 damage है.
I would have given it to Little Ghost personally for that.
The mortar. That's fair. That's fair.
You got to give X left some love as well, right? He is one of the best players in the world. People will make it. So there are people who will argue that he is the best.
Points standing है. नहीं. हाँ, points standing है. अगर मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि बीच में कोई टीम उतना कुछ परफॉर्म ही नहीं कर पाया कि 3rd पे वियतनाम आ गई.
And let's take a look at the overall leaderboard, the match leaderboard, sorry, I should say, as we see those 18 points for China. They waited for the points came to them. 16 for Germany, which will rocket them even further up the
China
leaderboard.
recover कर रहा है.
9
Germany 16, very good.
And I'm going to credit, right? Denmark, 5 kills. When you lose 3 players at the very start and you're on the opposite side of the circle to the zone, that's a nice little lift.
It is, but again, Korea, 1 point. They have really struggled in these last 3 games. And you know what?
इसको नौकरी से निकाल देगा.
All the teams did say they were gunning for Korea, but they should really shift focus to Vietnam.
I'm trying to get my notes here to see how many points Korea had going into today, to see just how many points they did manage to find. I know it's been one of the worst days for Korea, I think, in PNC, relative PNC history. They got a couple of 1 or 2 good games, but what, they had a couple of 1-point games, they had a 0-point game. And here is your overall leaderboard as things stand. 152 points is what Vietnam are sitting on after 2 days.
I mean, that is just...
कुछ ज़्यादा ही points है वियतनाम.
That is truly a staggering. It's essentially 75, 76 points.
98 kills है भाई वियतनाम के.
I mean, what team has found that consistency in this event ever?
Yeah, it's just not been the way that we would like it to be, but and
भाई देखो ये चाइनीज ताइपे का देखो स्कोर देखो, हाँ चाइनीज ताइपे का स्कोर देखो, पोजीशन प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट 2 है, बाकी किल पॉइंट उनका 31 है। चलो बॉयज ठीक है, आज मैं थोड़ा जल्दी में हूँ, मैं निकलता हूँ, मिलता हूँ आप लोग से अगले स्ट्रीम में। हाँ कल मिलते हैं, कल की फाइनल स्ट्रीम पे, ठीक है। कल अपना फाइनल है, देखते हैं क्या होता है। सो मिलते हैं कल, आज थोड़ा जल्दी जा रहा हूँ। बाय बाय एवरीवन, टेक केयर।